Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of the University of Minnesota, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Siebert Field in Minneapolis, the Iowa Hawkeyes are set for a doubleheader against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Good morning and welcome to the broadcast booth in Minneapolis. Alongside my fine color analyst, John Evans, I'm John Leo. Iowa's 15-9 after yesterday's win and all alone in first place at 8-2 in the Big Ten. The Hawks are looking for their fourth series win in conference play after taking 2 of 3 from Rutgers and Michigan State and sweeping Ohio State. A win in either game today for Iowa will keep that streak going. Minnesota is 11-12. They're 2-5 in league play. Cade Obermuller will pitch first for Iowa today, back on schedule for Iowa's rotation after Aaron Savory was bumped up a couple days and got the start in yesterday's game. We'll have Cade Obermuller in the first game of today's doubleheader, and Reese Buter will start Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Full complement of bullpen arms ready to go in this set against the Gophers, with the exception of Dan Wright and Jack Whitlock, who were great out of the pen yesterday for the Hawks. Doubleheader action from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. It's Minnesota and Iowa. It's the Golden Gophers and the Hawkeyes, with first pitch coming up right around noon here in Minneapolis. Iowa exploded for 16 runs yesterday and has now scored double-digit runs in 4 straight conference games. The Hawkeyes got off to a good start with a 16-7 win last night. Highlights of the victory. Here it comes. Line drive, right field, down for a base hit. Wilmus comes home to score, and Risley puts Iowa on the board first with an RBI single to right. On 2 strikes. Selvig kicks and pitches. Reese lined it into right center field. It is down for a base hit. 1 run is in. They're waving Swales around third. He'll score. Wilmus over to third. A 2 RBI single for Reese Moore gives Iowa the lead right back. Reese takes off. Line drive into center field. Another base hit for the Hawks. Wilmus scores. Moore to third. And Risley picks up another RBI for the Hawks. 4-2. A 1 pitch from Savary, hit right back to Aaron. He comes off the mound to field it, throws to second for 1, over to first. Double play, got him. 1-4-3, yes. Here's the next pitch. Jakeson lines it into left field. It's hooking towards the line. It is down for a base hit. Mitchell scores. Risley around third. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Jakeson Frost, 2 RBI, single to left, yes. Clausen comes set with the 1-2, brings it home to Tyler Garren. Ground ball, right side through. It's into right field. 1 run is in. Here comes Frost around third. He'll score. Tyler Garren, the kid, is clutch. Rogers hits this off the end of the bat in shallow left center. Will it get down? It will. And it ricochets off the left fielder. 1 run in for the Hawks. Here comes another. Reese Moore will score. Rogers winds up at second on the 2 RBI double. Count even at 2 now. The pitch to Wolf. Hit in the air right side. Fitzgerald moving over towards the line. This should be deep enough to score Risley. Good throw from Fitzgerald is cut off. Risley scores. Rogers over to third on Caleb Wolf's sacrifice fly to right. Iowa beat Minnesota yesterday 16-7, 17 hits for Iowa. And just did a nice job taking control of that game in the middle innings and then adding on to it later on. Dan Wright gets the win for the Hawkeyes, and now we've got a doubleheader that we're getting prepared for against the Golden Gophers. We wrap up the series in Minneapolis today. John talks with Tyler Garren right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Hawkeye two-way player Tyler Garren. Tyler, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So let's kind of start with the basics. How'd you get to Iowa City? What was club ball like, high school ball, that sort of thing?
I went to Mounds View High School in Shoreview, Minnesota. I played 1 year with my older brother, and I kind of knew that I wanted to keep playing with him. I wasn't sure. Once he committed to Iowa and once he was here, I didn't really know if I was going to be good enough to make it here, but eventually I started talking to Marty and the old pitching coach, and after learning a little bit about their pitching philosophy, I kind of knew that this is where I wanted to be, and now I'm here.
Nice. Do you like pitching or hitting better? Yeah, we'll kind of get to some of the other stuff, but you've done both and got a little experience in both. Which do you like better?
Yeah, I like pitching better. I think I'm a better pitcher than I am a hitter. It's been a little bit of a slow start on the pitching side, but it'll come.
Yeah, it's so we'll get it. Well, let's talk about it a little bit yesterday. You came up in a big spot yesterday, and yesterday you got called for the bat.
Yep.
You got 2 at bats on the year. Hit both balls hard. One hit, one was an out at the track. You got a spot yesterday where the game's kind of in the balance yet. You know, we've taken a lead, but you know you came up at a spot, 2 outs, a couple guys on base. What's that like when I assume you kind of know that they're like, hey, you're probably not on the pitching board today, but you could be on the hitting board, and so then you get the call from Marty that, hey, you're going to come up there and hit. What's that like?
Yeah, it's always I'm always feeling like I'm more on the pitching board than I am the hitting board. I'm usually pretty shocked when I get called to go hit. But I mean, we had our sheet on the guy. I knew he was going to throw me. I was looking fastball. I wanted to put something in the air so we could score that guy on third with 1 out, bases loaded. Looking fastball. I got fooled on the first one, and I pulled it down the line. And second one, I got a fastball. It was up out of the zone, and I was a little late on it, so I was looking for fastball again. Threw me a curveball, sat on it, kind of hung there, and I hit it through the 4-hole and scored 2 runs. So feels good to be able to contribute and put the ball in play with 2 strikes.
Well, again, yeah, the 2 strikes, and I mean, third at bat. You don't have a whole lot of experience to draw from, so it's pretty good to kind of work your way through that. Do you use any of the, okay, I'm a pitcher, this is how I might attack me if I was up there? Does that help you, like, think about how a guy might try to come get you?
I mean, I think about it like that, but I don't have enough at bats to where I don't think other teams have any info on me, so they're not shifting me or anything. So, I mean, really, I'm just like going out there and taking that bat. I'm not thinking about it too much. When I think, then stuff starts to go bad.
Yep. You've had a couple pretty good outings, maybe a little up and down on the mound, maybe not quite exactly where you want. Where do you see kind of that development going for you?
Yeah, we've moved from the windup to the stretch, and I think going from the windup to the stretch is just going to make me calm down, go a little bit slower. Tried it at Illinois State and it went pretty well. Just had 1 bad batter, and then I think the strikes are coming back.
Last fun thing I've got for you. So when John Leo talked to your brother, there was some talk that you guys might have met in a live set. And so Blake has a story about how the live set went. What is your version of facing your brother here in Iowa City in a live set?
Yeah, well, I was really pumped. He's the guy I wanted to face kind of all fall. I think it was in the fall. We've faced each other a couple times, but I'll talk about the fall one because that's the good one. Kenny calls a slider first pitch, and I know Blake's looking slider because he thinks I'm too scared to throw him a fastball. So I switch a fastball, and I get first pitch swinging, and then same thing happens in the next 2 pitches, and now it's 1-2. So then I switch. Then Kenny calls slider, throws slider, and Blake swings over it and struck him out. It's a good feeling.
So that's a kind of a version we heard. We heard that you got the better of older brother in the first live set. So that's all right.
I think he might have grounded out in the next time I faced him.
I don't know.
But that doesn't really count as
not quite a good strike.
Not a win for him.
I'm going to let you go, but I appreciate your time, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Garren, Hawkeye 2-way player. John Leo will be back with Coach Heler right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today, getting set for another round of games with the Golden Gophers. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler. Coach, a good win yesterday, had to gut it out in a tough victory over the Gophers.
Yeah, we did. It was a great day for our offense. Really happy with how we swung the bat, how we stayed with the plan. You know, Marty had a great plan. Yesterday we got the starter out of the game quickly. The lefty Waylon came in, who has a really good arm, and last year he just owned us, and it looked like, when he came in the game it was going to be another day where he owned us, but we really ground out some at bats and forced his pitch count up, and we didn't do a lot with him, but it was just enough to build his pitch count up and get him out of the game. And then they used Clausen, who he's got a great arm and nasty break and stuff, and up 95, 96, and man, our guys did an awesome job with him. We had some big time clutch hits. Jason Frost got one off him and to drive in a run, and then the big one. There were a bunch of big ones yesterday, but maybe the biggest was Tyler Garren stepping in against Clausen, and with 2 strikes, he drives in 2 runs, and that was great for him. Being from the area, and really happy for Tyler, and that was just a big clutch hit, and it's kind of the dagger in that game. Pitching wise, Savary wasn't very good yesterday compared to what we've seen. He just was really struggling with his command location. That's always a risk when you move a guy up like we did. He toughed it out. The positive thing was he didn't give up the big inning. It was either 1 or 2 all day. But it was, like you said, we'd score a couple, they'd score a couple. The big thing for us was that we had 3 big innings. We had 3 innings where we scored 4. Got some big hits. It didn't look like it was going to go that way early. We left the bases loaded twice, where we only scored 1 or scored 2, and had a chance to break the game open. And then when Waylon came in, you thought maybe you missed that opportunity. And for us, it was Dan Wright coming in after Savary, and a little traffic early in his outing, but after that he threw some zeros up there and really slowed the game down for us. And did a really nice job, and then by the time Whitlock was ready to go, we had a really big lead, and Jack finished it out for us, which was great. Didn't have to go to the pen again, and here we are.
Can you talk about Dan a little bit more? Just coming into this team, this is going to be his last year of collegiate baseball, and seems to be the leader out there in that bullpen, and you turn to him in a big spot, and he does a great job yesterday.
Yeah, Dan has been exactly what we needed, as a pitcher, but way more than expected for a guy that's only going to be here a year on the leadership side. just a very mature, intelligent. He's a pro about his business. He doesn't let the moment get too big. He's been in a lot of games and done a lot of things, and just loves to play. I mean, he could be a great coach. I think he could be a great pitching coach someday. He really understands what's going on. The thing I also really like is that he wasn't happy coming in and just being who he was. He came in and tried to get better.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He came in and really worked at it, and his fastball's better. I mean, there's a lot of things. He's moving better than he's ever moved, and that's just great for an older guy when you see that, and just a guy that definitely all of the pitching staff can look up to.
John and I noticed this yesterday, Coach. Maybe a couple instances throughout the game, whether it was leaving the bases loaded or giving up a 2-strike, 2-out hit, that the team responded well. Next pitch, next play. Maybe it was something in the field defensively.
Yeah.
The field's a little bit strange here, in my opinion, but
yeah.
Just your team's ability to do as you lead them, as you tell them, next pitch, next play. Really noticeable yesterday and in the past few weeks.
Well, that's great to hear and great to see, because every year and every team. It's a new challenge to be able to do that, and the teams that are really successful embrace it and try to get better at that every single day. Try to improve at their mental game skills and their mental toughness and being able to be in the moment and be where their feet are, and all those cliches that you hear all the time, but are really difficult to get an entire group of guys, 32 guys. To embrace, because it only takes one, and you're only as strong as your weakest link, and that's, you've heard me say it many times to the team. We're only as strong as our weakest link, and at some point in time, they're all going to be out there in a leverage situation or be out there when things aren't going well, and that they have to have the ability to step back and get back in the present and stop it. And the other thing is, like, you just keep playing the game, and that was the biggest positive with a loss that we had Tuesday night, is just keep playing. If you just keep playing, a lot of times the game comes back to you. But so many teams, once you get down 10-0, it's over. I knew it wasn't over with our guys, and we almost come back from a 10-0 deficit. We lose 10-8, but that was a great example to the guys. It was the first one this year where you could point your finger at it and say, see, we just kept playing. We didn't worry about the score. We control the things we can control, and all those things that you strive to be really good at that are difficult to become good at. I'm glad to see that we're making progress and we're making strides, and that you and John are actually able to see it, because this team it's it's just methodically getting better and better, and I think it's really important for every team to know who they are and what they have to do to be successful, and then you go out and attack it and try to control the controllables and do the best you can at those things, and that's what this team has done. Is it going to be perfect? No, it's never going to be perfect, but you're striving to be perfect, and this team is doing a good job of that right now.
Talking with the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Okay, Coach, a doubleheader today. Maybe relieved a little bit of pressure by winning yesterday's game, but it's a clean slate today. This game's going to start 0-0. Maybe talk about the couple of challenges of a doubleheader.
The biggest challenge is the guy on the mound for the Gophers in Thornstein. We've seen him before. Last year he was down a little bit velo-wise. He's gotten stronger, bigger, and he's going to be 90-91, but he's a lefty with heavy crossfire action to his fastball, and he's gonna, as Marty said, he's gonna try to bully you with his fastball. So we're going to see a lot of fastballs. Does have a good breaking ball and does throw a changeup, but he really likes to beat you with that angle fastball, and it's got some ride to it as well, which is going to, anytime you get a ride guy, it does cause you some problems, especially if the umpire is going to give him the top of the zone, because we're going to try to stay off the top of the zone today and make him bring it down. That's what ride guys want you to do. They want you to chase at the top, and you can't. Your bat's always underneath it. You're never going to get to it. So that's going to be our challenge with him. And then, as always, I mean, you need a good start. And on a doubleheader day, it's even more important that we get a really good start out of Cade. I think it's a good matchup for Cade if he comes out like he did last week and just attacks the strike zone. Defensively, we got to play well. We didn't play very well defensively yesterday.
Does field have something to do with that, Coach? It feels like this is a turf that we've not played on before.
It's a different surface. It's slower than ours, and it's aging some, and it's got some different kind of hops in it. But that's no excuse. It's still turf. You're not playing on rough dirt or anything like a high school field.
Sure. Yeah.
So, but anyway, we just we had a couple miscues. It wasn't bad, but just try to be as clean as we possibly can today, make them earn it. The wind's going to be blowing in all day.
Good news for us, don't you think?
Well, I don't know. With how we're hitting, I kind of like it when it's blowing out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, because, we had 12 hits the other day, but only 3 extra base hits. It's just tough to get extra base hits when the wind's blowing in. And I think our guys will do a good job of lowering their sights and hit line drives. But I mean, it takes the power. It takes the power away from some of our key guys, and it will be a tough day to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Right now, it's kind of the same wind as it was yesterday. As we get closer to game time, it's supposed to shift this afternoon, coming pretty much straight in from center field, or even a little bit like in from the scoreboard. And then if we're here long enough, it may continue on around and start to blow out late in game 2. But for the majority of the day, fly balls are going to go die.
Before we let you go, Coach, our bullpen feel like it's in a better spot than theirs is in terms of the arms that we've thrown compared to theirs.
Yeah. We didn't use Ben today, but we had him up, and I hope that doesn't affect him today, because I'd like to go with Ben at some point. Probably go Watts, thinking maybe we'll go Watts first since we got Cade out there, left-handed, and give a righty look before we would go to Dete. But Date's going to be a big part of it. Watts, and then the rest of the staff, Hogue, pretty much everybody's got an extra day's rest, and that's what we were hoping after the Tuesday game. All those guys threw on Tuesday, and we were hoping that we didn't have to use a lot of them yesterday and get another day's rest, which we've been able to do. So that's good. I feel good about where we're at in the pen, as good as we can be. They use their 2 best stuff guys. Now that they do have some other good bullpen guys, but they're two guys they like to go to. They burn. So the quicker we can get Thornstein out of the game would be a good thing.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck against the Gophers today.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Siebert Field. Doubleheader today. We're back right after this with starting lineups and first pitch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field. Doubleheader action today. It'll be a long day we've got ahead of us. Iowa won yesterday's game 16-7. Got off to a good start in this series. Can clinch another series win by taking care of business in one of the 2 games that we have in front of us today. Cade Obermuller will start this game for the Hawkeyes, as Minnesota's starting lineup is about to be announced. But some of the pressure relieved yesterday, John, with the series opening win.
Sort of. I mean, again, I don't know that. I mean, if you keep stacking series wins, you'll get to where you want to get to. But obviously, Iowa has a mentality of, let's keep doing it every day. So, and I think the more you can make every day feel the same, of hey, this is our business, this is what we bring, I think that'd be good. And it'll be a toughness test again. As a couple late nights, and then now rolling out hopefully 18 innings or less today, but a lot of action in 36 hours or so.
Right. Sounds like a pretty good pitching matchup today with a couple of good left-handers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know what Cade brings to the table. Thorstensen, I was looking at his numbers. His numbers aren't necessarily great, 1-1, 479. But in his last 2 outings, he's thrown 7 innings, given up a hit, walked 3, and struck out 13. So maybe he's found something. He pitched in a midweek there and got 2 good innings in the midweek and then got 5 innings on a weekend start. So, will Iowa have to face him, or will Iowa face the guy that got knocked around in a couple of outings earlier on? They'll have to be ready.
Yeah, what are a couple things that maybe you're looking for in today's game from the Iowa dugout, from the Iowa team?
Same approach as yesterday, really. I mean, I was surprised. We talked about it. 12 walks that they ground out. Struck out 7 times. Some of those strikeouts were, 3-2 pitches too. I can only think of one name, and so I'm not going to pick out the one name that I can think of that struck out on a 3-2 pitch. But it was a 7-8 pitch at bat. It was good at bat. So even though he lost the 3-2, it was a good solid battle. So you got 12 walks and 17 hits. You want to see that kind of competitiveness, that kind of refusal to just go down quietly.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, we'll get you today's starting lineups and first pitch of today's doubleheader right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
National anthem is complete at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Let's get you today's starting lineups. The opening game of the pair of games that we have today. We'll go first with the Iowa Hawkeyes, who will bat first. Won yesterday's game 16-7. The Hawks are 15-9 overall and 8-2 in the Big Ten. Ben Wilmus will lead things off. He'll play right field today for Iowa. Gable Mitchell, the shortstop, bats second. Reese Moore is the DH this afternoon, and he'll bat third. Middle of the order for the Hawkeyes, Miles Risley in center, Caleb Wolf at first base, Jackson Frost over at third. 7, 8, and 9 for the black and gold. Dan Rogers, the catcher. Andy Nelson getting the start in left field. He'll bat eighth. And Ben Swales, the second baseman, will bat ninth for the Hawkeyes, and they'll face off against a tall left-hander for Minnesota, Justin Thorstensen.
1-1 on the season with a 4.79 ERA in his 6 starts. Just 20 2/3 innings, 17 hits, 15 runs, 11 of those are earned, 10 walks, 28 strikeouts, giving up 7 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. Opponents just hitting .224 against him. So, again, he does a good job. Selvig did yesterday too, though, and Iowa kind of ground him out and made him work. He's a little bit of a fastball bully, is Thorstensen. He's going to try to throw it. It'll click up upper 80s, but he'll get over 90 occasionally. He's got kind of a loopy slider a little bit, so kind of a mix between the slider and the curveball. Does throw a change up every now and again too, but he's good. Maybe not quite like Will Whalen, but he's gonna lean on fastball. He had pitched a couple innings last year against Iowa and didn't give up a run, so had a good outing against the Hawks last year.
A fastball dominant pitcher, at least that's the primary pitch from Thorstensen. So we'll see how the Hawkeyes attack him today. It's a nice day in Minneapolis. Temperature right now is 60. We'll get up to the low 70s as the day progresses. Sunny skies that we are battling up here in the booth. Looking right into the sun. And not too bad of a wind. It's strong enough over to right. But a good day for baseball. Much better than what Minneapolis will see in the next couple of days, with rain, snow, and temperatures in the 30s.
Yeah, whatever we peak at today, it's just going down from there for a couple days. So we'll be glad to get out of here and get back home.
Long day ahead of us.
Let's get a couple wins. It won't seem so bad.
That's right. Might as well win a couple games. All right, Ben Wilmus has made his way to the box. He stands in from the right side. Thorstensen out of the stretch only. He pitches to Wilmus. Ben shows the bunt. The pitch missed low and outside for ball 1. Iowa thought that maybe the short game, maybe the small ball could be a positive factor for the Hawkeye offense today.
Well, we saw yesterday that Minnesota didn't field it extremely well, so there was opportunity.
1-0 to Wilmus. High and out ball 2.
To be fair, Iowa didn't field it extremely well either.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You heard Coach Heler earlier in the pregame. Has to clean. The Iowa defense has to clean it up today. We'll see the adjustment they make. 2-0 on Wilmus, just underway in Minneapolis. He shows the bunt, pulled it back, and takes a strike. High strike, 2-1.
Boy, you can hear that wind whipping. It's pretty steady. Similar direction to yesterday, kind of right in towards the Minnesota dugout on the first base side.
2-1 from Thorstensen. Wilmus takes another high strike, 2-2. Ben shakes his head.
Begs to differ.
Wilmus batting .315 for Iowa. The count's even, 2-2. Thorstensen, the left-hander with a long pause, pitches to Wilmus. Ben with a good eye as the fastball sailed high and out. Wilmus had a few hits yesterday. Doubled to start the game. Has worked a full count. Thorstensen ready. The lefty delivers. Outside, ball 4. Leadoff walk. Good start for the Hawks.
Strong at bat there. The 2 pitches Ben took for strikes were a little questionable. Basically, we've just turned the blinds into, you pull your hat all the way down over your eyes.
I give myself a headache up here with the squinting. And I have sunglasses, John, and I left them in the car.
Well, I can't see with I don't have the sunglasses with prescription.
Here's Gable Mitchell. He offers at a pitch and tries to bunt it. Popped it foul. Sunglasses don't really work with this with the headphones on either, John.
Correct. To try to get it from at a good angle.
Yeah. Wilmus at first base. Mitchell batting for Iowa. Here's the 0-1. Inside, just about hit him. Gable takes it 1-1. We heard Coach Heler in the scout today. Emphasis on the bunting. He'd like to see better bunting from Iowa. Haven't been as efficient as Coach Heler would like.
Well, again, kind of same idea, trying to create pressure.
Thorstenson's 1-1. Gable slapped foul over to the left.
And just make Minnesota field the ball, and then even if they get you out, still advance runners and do the little things to win games.
Willis at first base. The count's 1-2 on Mitchell. Here's the pitch. Gable hits it on the ground right to the second baseman. He flips it to second for one, over to first. Double play.
Pretty efficiently done move there from the Gopher defense.
Now batting DH number 32, Reese.
So that erases the leadoff walk. And Reese Moore will come up with the bases empty and 2 outs. First pitch to Reese is hit foul down the right field line.
That wind is whistling now.
It is.
It's kind of changing directions too. Like Coach Heler mentioned, it's almost straight in now.
Big shift on for Minnesota with 3 infielders to the right of second base. The 0-1 to Moore. Outside, drifted away with the slider.
To your point with bunting, if the wind blows like that, it's going to be who can do the little things, the free bases, the move a runner up, all of those types of things.
Ball and a strike. The pitch to Moore. Popped up on the infield. The third baseman near the shortstop area makes the catch for the third out. Iowa goes down quietly in the first. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
All right, 0-0 as we get to the bottom of the first inning. Minnesota coming to the plate with this lineup today. Parker Knoll, Josh Fitzgerald, Jake Elbery. Middle of the order for the Gophers, Weber Niels, Braden Hellum, and Jake Perry. 7, 8, 9, Jake Larson, Jack Mosh, and Sam Hunt. Defensively for Iowa on the infield left to right, Jackson Frost, Gable Mitchell, Ben Swales, and Caleb Wolf. Outfield left to right, Andy Nelson, Miles Risley, and Ben Wilmus. Dan Rogers is the Iowa catcher today. And on the mound, the starting pitcher is the left-hander, Cade Obermuller.
6 starts on the season for Cade. He has a 1-2 record and a 3.48 ERA, 33 2/3 innings, 31 hits, 16 runs, 13 of those are earned. Walked 11 to go with 42 strikeouts. He has hit 5 batters. But Cade has been mostly in the zone this year, and other than a tough wind-blowing outing against Michigan State, he's been pretty sharp.
The coaching staff feels that this is a good matchup for Cade, especially if his spin is on against Minnesota here this afternoon. So Knoll will lead things off. He stands in from the right side.
Still 4 left-handed hitters in the lineup, so Cade will get a share of those too.
Cade's first pitch is low and out for ball 1. Iowa wearing their black tops today with Iowa spelled out in gold block lettering across the chest. White pants for Iowa. Gold caps with the black bill. 1-0 pitch from Obermueller. Hit on the ground up the middle. Swales at second base is there. Ben throws it over to first. 1 down.
Good job from Ben to attack that ball. It was bouncer there, and we've talked about how the turf on the green part of the turf with the infield is a little softer and spongier, and if it gets to the brown, then it's got a little bit more bounce in it. So take out a variable there by charging the hopper and go get it.
1 out for Josh Fitzgerald. He's moved up in the Minnesota order compared to yesterday where he batted 5th. Cade's fastball missed outside. Minnesota with maroon tops. Minnesota is spelled out in script across the chest, with a gold underline. White pants for the Gophers. They wear maroon caps in the field. 1-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike from Cade.
Several new names today from the Minnesota lineup, so shifted around. Their regular starting shortstops hurt out this weekend, and so they made a change yesterday. And breaking ball in the dirt from Cade, so they made another change with that today.
It's the third different shortstop we've seen in for Minnesota this weekend, and none of them have been their main guy, whoever that is. Counts 2-1 as here's a line drive into right field for a base hit. That gets into the corner. Fitzgerald rounding first, heading for second as Wilmus gets it in. It's a 1-out double for the Gophers in the first.
Perfectly placed ball there, right down the line past Caleb Wolf.
And boy, that hit the turf out there and took off into the corner, didn't it? Kept slicing away from Wilmus.
Ben did a good job of getting over there, and Fitzgerald didn't look like he had any real interest in chasing it. Chasing it to third, I mean.
Here's Jake Albery. First pitch from Cade missed outside. Runner in scoring position for the Gophers. And 1 out. One-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Obermueller went off speed and got Albery to miss it. He's the DH today for Minnesota, left-handed hitter. Ball and a strike with 1 out. Cade comes set. The pitch fouled back to the screen. 1-2.
Good work from Cade to get multiple pitches into the strike zone here. Different types of pitches. He can land all of his pitches. He's going to be a handful today for the Gopher hitters.
Cade checking the runner at second. Here's the 1-2. Called third strike. Fastball. Whipped it right by him. 2 down.
And that's the first time Cade's really went back and got one. He'd thrown the cutter version of it. Been at 90-91. Went 94 there. Spotted it up right at the bottom of the zone. Second out of the inning.
Great pitch from Cade. 2 down for Weber Niels. Put the big shift on against Niels. 3 Hawkeyes over to the left of second base. First pitch from Cade. Swing and a miss.
Niels gave one a ride in the 9th yesterday, but it's going to take a heavy ride today.
Yep. Wind is stronger today. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Cade throws it by him again. Just kind of threw his hands at that, didn't he, John? Not a hard swing from Niels.
I think he fooled him again. Thought it was going to break, and it was heat up high.
You throw it again? The speed?
Yes.
Okay.
Up high.
No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch is lined into right field. Wilmus moving over. Ben caught it on the run for the 3rd out. The Gophers are held off the scoreboard in the first. No score between Iowa and Minnesota. We're back for the 2nd inning after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Top of the second inning in Minneapolis. No score between the Golden Gophers and the Hawkeyes. Miles Risley, Caleb Wolf, and Jackson Frost are due up for the black and gold. Risley stands in from the right side. Miles batting an even .300 for the Hawks right now. Thorstensen delivers, and Miles takes a high strike. Breaking ball, 0-1.
Most guys jump on the rubber and go. Thorstensen kind of sits and holds it a little bit. Tries to get the hitter to freeze a little bit in the box.
And he comes set early and then holds that for a long time. The 0-1 is swung on and missed, 0-2.
Good off-speed pitch there. Changed levels nicely. Was up in the top outside part of the zone. Dropped that one down just below the zone in the middle of the plate.
No balls and 2 strikes on Risley. Thorstensen ready. The left-hander pitches. Miles takes outside. 1-2. Good-looking pitch from Thorstensen, but it was off the plate away from Miles.
So you can knock the question mark off. It was.
That's what I turned to you for, John. You're the one with the cheat over there.
It was wide.
Ball and 2 strikes on Risley. Here's the pitch. Miles popped it up right side. First baseman giving chase, and he slows his pace as it goes foul out of play.
Once the ball loses pace, the wind is just going to – we were watching batting practice balls and kind of joking about it's like a weakly hit golf shot. You know, once it kind of reaches its apex, the wind just takes it and does whatever that. In this case, blows it right into the grass out of play.
Pitch to Wolf. He bunts foul. As I was saying, though, Minnesota. Bottom of the second inning at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. Looks like the internet here at Minnesota has gone out, and so our Ethernet has totally timed out. So we're going to do a cell phone broadcast for now until we can get things up and running again here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa goes down quietly in the top of the second, and as we get to the bottom of the second, Cade Obermuller is pitching for the Hawkeyes. And as Cade gets ready, let's take a break. We'll be back with more Hawkeye baseball after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Cade Obermuller pitching for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the second inning. Takes ball one from Braden Hellam. Hellam, the left fielder for the Golden Gophers. 1-0 pitch from Cade is high. It's 2-0. Hellam, a sophomore, batting .325, making his 10th start for Minnesota. He's a left-handed hitter. Cade behind in the count, 2-0. No score between Iowa and Minnesota. Cade missed again, ball 3. Working on the internet connection here at Siebert Field. Everything is down for the Golden Gophers, including their video stream, their stat crew. So it's not just a Hawkeye Radio Network thing. It's across the board for everybody involved here. So as soon as we get that back up and running, we'll be able to flip things over. But for now, we'll do a cell phone broadcast. We'll make it work. John Evans is hard at work trying to sort things out. 3 balls and a strike. Obermuller's pitch caught the outside corner. He's worked it all the way back. It's 3-2 now. Bottom of the second inning, no score. Got a doubleheader today between Iowa and Minnesota. Cade trying to get dialed back in. Full count on Hellam. Cade comes set. The lefty whips it. Hit foul down the line and left. Out of play. We'll do it again. Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. See what Cade elects to throw here. The pitch. Foul back to the screen. Good cut. And we'll do it again. Rogers setting up outside. The 3-2. Low and in. Great pitch from Cade, but it missed the spot. Just off the plate, low and in. And Hellam walks to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Jake Perry coming up for Minnesota now. He's the third baseman, another left-handed hitter for the Golden Gophers. Short lead at first base. Here's the first pitch from Cade. That's a called strike on the inner third. Third baseman Jackson Frost staying back behind the bag at third base. Good lead at first from Hellam. Obermuller staring him down, ready for the 0-1. He'll throw it over to first base to Caleb Wolf. Perry back in the box. No balls and 1 strike with nobody out. Bottom of the 2nd inning. Cade's next pitch, slider outside, and it's 1-1. Perry batting .283 on the season for the Golden Gophers. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out in the bottom of the 2nd. Helm extending his lead, and Cade throws it to keep him around. See if Cade goes fastball or slider on the 1-2. Lefty on lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Ripped back to the screen. Foul. We'll do it again. Again, some technical difficulties here at Siebert Field with the internet going out for all parties, everybody involved, not just us on the radio. Cade's 1-2. Here it comes. It's high and tight. 2-2. Decent lead at first base. The 2-2 is a called third strike. At the lower part of the zone. Another strikeout for Obermueller, his 2nd of the outing. And 1 down now for Larson. Larson, a right-handed batter for the Golden Gophers. Takes first pitch outside. He's getting the start at shortstop today for Minnesota. One ball, no strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Cade. Swing and a miss. Backdoor slider. Started outside and crossed right over the heart of the plate. Count even at 1 for Obermueller. Helm dancing around at first base. He'll check on the runner, throw it over to first. Hopefully they get the internet situation worked out here. We can return to a typical broadcast. We're working on things on our end as well. We could come up with a hot spot would be great, but a little bit difficult for that today. Ball on the strike. Obermueller looking. The next pitch is high and out. Two balls and a strike now. Short lead at first base. The pitch from Obermueller. Ooh, he got him on a pitch that was way outside. Larson couldn't hold up, and the count's now 2-2. Cade comes set with 1 out and a runner at first base. Here comes the 2-2. Just high, just outside. Couldn't get the call, and the count's full. Three balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Bottom of the second inning. Pitch from Cade, swung on and missed. Throw down to second is not quite in time. You get the strikeout to get Larson, but Helm is safe at second. Back-to-back strikeouts for Obermueller. 2 down for Jack Mosh. Runner at second base and 2 outs. Mosh batting for Minnesota. First pitch up and in. One ball, no strikes. Cade's 1-0 is a called strike, 1-1. Hellum running at second base. The 1-1 swung on and missed. It's 1-2. 2 outs in the inning. Cade looking for a strikeout. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bottom of the second, no score. Mosh batting for Minnesota. Here's the 1-2. Called third strike. He froze him with the slider for the third out. We'll go to the third after this. No score between Iowa and Minnesota. It's Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Top of the third inning, Iowa and Minnesota, no score between the Hawkeyes and the Golden Gophers. Andy Nelson will be leading off for this inning for the Hawks. Have some technical difficulties at Siebert Field. No internet connection. We're working on a hot spot that we're trying to figure out. No Big Ten Plus, no scoring, no stats. Trying to figure things out, but we'll do a cell phone interview or cell phone broadcast until we get things sorted out as soon as possible. Top of the third inning, Nelson, Swales, and Wilmus to bat. 3 strikeouts from Obermueller in the bottom of the second after a leadoff walk. Thorstensen pitching, and Nelson takes a strike. Oh, 1 to Nelson. Drifted low and in. 1-1 now. Andy back in the lineup. He's been sidelined for a little bit. Now he's back into left field today. The 1-1 takes a strike on the inner third. Andy's been a veteran team player. Counts 1-2 on Nelson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. Andy takes high at the eye level. Neither team with just 1 hit in the top of the third. 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. Nelson batting 8th for the Hawkeyes today. Here comes the 2-2. That dropped low. Good pitch from Thorstensen that missed. The count's now full. Full count. Big pitch coming to Nelson. Here it comes. High and out, ball 4. Leadoff walk for Andy in the third, and Ben Swales comes up. Swales has been solid for Iowa, batting .396. That's 9th for the Hawkeyes. First pitch to him is hit well into left center field. It is deep and well in near the wall as Nelson advances to second base as Swales clubs a double into left center field. Out towards the wall. And Nelson ambushed the fastball. 2 into scoring position now for the Hawkeyes in the top of the order with Wilmus coming up. Nobody out in the Hawkeye third. Here's Wilmus. Walked his first time up in the first. He takes a pitch inside, ball 1. Swales at second base. Nelson at third. One out to Wilmus. Ben takes a high pitch that was out of the zone. 2-0. Hitters count for Wilmus. 2 balls and no strikes, nobody out, no score between Iowa and Minnesota in the third. The 2-0. Wilmus hits well to center field. Deep enough for a sacrifice fly. It's caught by the center fielder. Nelson will score. Swales advances to third. 1-0 Iowa on the sacrifice fly from Ben Wilmus to center field. 1-0 Iowa in the third. Here's Gable Mitchell. One out in the inning. Swales at third. First pitch to Gable. He hits this down the right field line. Base hit into the corner and right. Swales scores. Mitchell with a double. It's 2-0 Hawks. Iowa in business in the third inning, getting to Thorstensen. Clubbed it into right field, into the corner. Gable jumping all over that. 2-0 Iowa in the third. One out for Reese Moore. First pitch to Reese. He hits this, caught by the shortstop. Couldn't quite get over the shortstop for the second out. Larson makes the play. That brings up Risley. 2-0 Iowa in the third. First pitch to Risley. Takes outside, ball 1. Mitchell at second base. Trying to bring home another run. Risley popped up his first time up. Here's the 1-0. Strike on the outer third. Miles watched it go by, 1-1. On a strike. Thorstenson ready with Mitchell at second base. Here's the pitch. On the ground, left side, grabbed by the third baseman. He throws it across the diamond for the third out. Iowa gets 2 runs. It is 2-0 Hawkeyes. We're back to the bottom of the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Bottom of the third inning, Iowa leading Minnesota 2-0 as Obermueller out to pitch for the Hawkeyes. The shot to throw with the lead. 2-0 Iowa in the bottom of the third. Technical difficulties due to the lack of internet and connection here at Minnesota for everybody involved here at the press box. And trying to work on it, I suppose, I hope. But for now, we'll do a phone broadcast. Won't hear for John for a little while. It's too bad.
Everybody's better off.
All right, 2-0 Iowa, bottom of the third. Sam Hunt batting for the Gophers. He swings at the first pitch and knocked it foul off his foot. Obermueller continuing to pitch for Iowa. Had this happen a few years ago, when my first time that I started this off. Another strike from Obermueller. It's 0-2. Equipment quit on me, and I had to do a phone broadcast the rest of the series. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch is knocked foul over to the right. 3 hits for Iowa, 1 for Minnesota. We're leading 2-0, bottom of the third. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout from Obermueller. His 4th in a row. He's up to 5 this afternoon. 1 down, top of the order as Knoll comes up. Knoll grounded out in the first. Here's the pitch. That's a called strike, 0-1. Let's see if we're doing a little bit better here. The next pitch from Obermueller missed, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Line drive, right side. That is foul. And it's 1-2.
Obermuller looking for another strikeout. Hit 4 in a row. Here's the 1-2. That's high. Good fastball. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to third and foul. We'll do it again at 2-2 as Obermuller comes set with 1 out, bases empty. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Outer edge. 5 in a row for Obermuller now as he strikes out Knoll. 2 down. Two outs for Fitzgerald. 2-0 Iowa in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. Strike called, outer third. Here's the 0-1. That drafted low. 1-1. Counts even at 1-1. Next pitch is hit foul. Do it again at 1-2. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to short. Picked up by Mitchell. He throws across for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning for Obermuller and the Hawkeyes. It is 2-0 Iowa. We'll bring you the fourth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Well, it's our biggest harvest ever thanks to Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans.
Yeah, fastest growing trait technology, the new standard for weed control. Amazing yields.
You don't sound happy.
I guess I just hate it when a great season ends.
Hey, remember what Coach said back in high school?
Just wait till next year.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Iowa leading Minnesota 2-0 in the top of the fourth inning. And the Hawkeyes looking to add to their lead with Wolf, Vitt, with Caleb, and then Hawkeyes with a couple more batters coming up in this inning. Let's pause 10 seconds for quick ID. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield. First pitch. Coming up, Iowa leading 2-0 in the fourth. Wolf batting for Iowa. First pitch to him is high. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball right side and through into right field. Leadoff base hit. Frost batting for Iowa now, right-handed hitter. Iowa leading 1-0 in the fourth. First pitch to Frost is a bunt. Pitcher comes forward. It's the catcher that throws it to first base instead. And Frost does a nice job to move the runner, Wolf, to second base.
Now batting the catcher number 31, Daniel Rogers.
Rogers to bat now for Iowa. One out. Minnesota coach coming out to talk things over. Looks like there's some sort of review. Quick discussion here between the umpires. Not sure what they are discussing. Iowa leading 2-0, top of the fourth. Still discussing what we are possibly discussing. And they're reviewing something. I don't know what it is. It looked like a pretty clean bunt from Frost. But they will go review something down the right side.
Not sure how.
I don't know what there's to discuss here.
But the TV cameras are all dead. Dead.
Yeah, the umpires are going to find out that there's nothing really to be able to review here with the problem with the cameras. We have no shot here, I don't think. Technical difficulties here. We have a problem with our system, but not our fault. There's nothing we could do. We can't even use a hotspot here in this situation, so we just have to have a phone broadcast here today. And we'll try to make it work. 3-0 Iowa in the fourth. No able to make any sort of improvement in the situation. Still checking things out over there near first base. Iowa has a runner at second. It's Wolf. There'll be one out. Minnesota's coach is pretty adamant about that there's some sort of play to review. But not sure what it could be about. And it's been a long review now. Iowa, 2 runs, 4 hits. No runs and 1 hit for Minnesota. Thorstensen throwing some warm-up pitches. Been a long review. It was a bunt that was picked up by the pitcher, who threw it to first base. It was the catcher, I guess. It was the catcher that picked it up. just kind of a mess right now. This one, it's not very fun. At least the Hawks are winning. It's 2-0 in the fourth. I don't know. It's getting a little bit irritating to have this review go so long and not have any decision. I feel like if you have to take this long to look at a review, that we should just move on. Some folks from the IT department here trying to get to the ballpark. They're not even here yet, I guess. Yeah, we got a long way to go before we get some corrections here. Still looking at things. Boy, I tell you, I don't know what else you're going to be looking for. It looked pretty self-explanatory to us, but all right, looks like we're about ready to go now. Review is done. If it gets overturned, whatever it is, I won't have any idea what it'll be. So let's see. Umpires say what? I have no idea what that was. No idea. No change, I guess. So good bunt from Frost, I guess. And Wolf gets to second base. Rogers batting for Iowa. 2-0 Hawks in the fourth. No idea what that was about. Took a long time for nothing. 1 out for Dan. Here's the first pitch. Ground ball to the right side. The second baseman has it. He throws to first base for the second out. Wolf moves to third, and Nelson will be the next hitter for Iowa. See if Nelson can provide a clutch hit with 2 outs. Time called by the Minnesota pitcher. Wants a new baseball. Wolf at third base. Here's the pitch to Andy. Nelson takes a strike inside. 0-1. Counts 0-1 on Nelson. He walked his first time up in the third. Here's the 0-1. Andy hits on the ground left side. The shortstop picks it up. Throw to first base is in time for the third out. Nothing doing for Iowa in the fourth. It is 2-0 Hawkeyes. We're back to the bottom of the fourth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time.
Yes,
it's deflected, intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully, down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa leading Minnesota 2-0. Cade Obermuller out for another inning of work. They'll face the middle of the Minnesota order. Telbery, Niels, and Mellum. Four hits for the Hawks, just one for Minnesota, bottom of the fourth inning. Albiri to lead it off. left-handed hitter. Cade ready to pitch. Here's the first one. It's called strike. Good start from Obermueller. A 1 pitch, just outside, 1-1. Alberi struck out in the first inning. The 1-1. Slapped foul over to the left, 1-2. Cade in the driver's seat. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the 4th. Obermueller comes set. Cade's pitch. Swing and a miss. He sets down Alberi. 1 down. Another strikeout for Obermueller. One down. Here's Niels. Hellum on deck. First pitch is a called strike. Good start from Cade. Base is empty. Niels lined out his first time up. Another pitch from Cade is a called strike. No balls and 2 strikes. Cade working quickly. He's already set and ready to pitch. Here comes the 0-2. Just low. Good pitch, but low, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. Just outside. Tried to bring in a backdoor breaking ball. Stayed outside on Niels. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cade is ready. Here's the pitch. Popped up right side. Wolf, the first baseman, is over into foul ground. He makes the catch for the second out of the inning. 2 down for Hellum. Swales, Wilmus, and Mitchell due up for Iowa in the 5th when we get there. It's currently 2-0 Iowa, bottom of the 4th. First pitch is a called strike at the knees. Good start from Cade. Cade with 7 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1. That's low. Count even at 1. Ball and a strike on Hellum, who walked in the second inning. One, just outside. Looked good. Call the ball, 2-1. Cade can find the strike zone on the 2-1. Here it comes. Grounded foul past Wolf at first. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cade has the sign that he likes. He comes set. Obermueller ready. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Cade. His 8th of the day. We'll go to the 5th after this. 2-0 Hawks. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Top of the fifth inning back here at Siebert Field, the technologically challenged Siebert Field. I'm John Evans. We'll give John Leo a little bit of a break as staring into the sun and the stress is working my guy a little bit. So top of the fifth inning, Iowa leads 2-0. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Hawks. No runs on 1 hit, no errors for the Gophers. Swales, Wilmus, and Mitchell will try to do some work against Justin Thorstensen, who's been pretty solid today. Just struck out 2, walked 2, but he's been in the zone, got through 4 innings on 52 pitches. Exactly what the Gophers needed after getting a little deeper into their bullpen yesterday. Let's see if Iowa can create some traffic here. There's people activating in the Gopher bullpen. First pitch from Thorstensen to Swales. Squares the bunt, pulls it back, takes the strike. Swales hit a rocket ship double back in the third. Scored one of the 2 Hawkeye runs. The 0-1 from Thorstensen. It's on the way. Taking another one. Good breaking ball again. 0-2. Thorstensen has really commanded the zone. Obermuller has too. Both pitchers up above 65% strikes. The 0-2. Just up and away, 1-2. Second game of the doubleheader will start 45 minutes after the first one. And if we're lucky, we'll have better internet connection by then. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Deals to Swales. Up and in, 2-2. Ben's really done a nice job this year. Started at third base, flipped over now, has kind of taken down the second base role. 2-2. Floats it up and away, full count. I was looking at batting stats in the conference, and Ben does qualify based on number of at-bats, and he is 6th in the conference in batting average starting action today. The 3-2. Foul out of play. Looking around the Big Ten, Michigan State leads Illinois 3-0. Michigan State got 3 in the bottom of the first. Indiana and USC just underway. Thorstensen gets the sign, comes set at the belt. The 3-2 pitch to Swales. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. Good walk from Swales. Fell behind 0-2 and then battled his way on. And the Hawks have the leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 5th inning for the top of the order in Ben Wilmus. See if Hawks play any short game or how they attack this. Swales, good speed. Wilmus handles the bat well. First pitch, Swales is moving. Pitches across for a strike, and Swales is in easily at second base.
Stolen base, Ben Swales. Good job there. It was called a ball, so down a little low. The Hawks are the runner in scoring position here. Nobody out, top of the 5th inning. Trying to add to a 2-0 lead. One-0. Taking on the outer part of the plate, 1-1. Larson, the shortstop, was shading and holding Swales on. They do a switch here. Now it'll be Jack Mosh. He'll slide over. He'll hold Swales on second base. 1-1 down low. 2 balls and a strike to Hawkeye leadoff hitter Ben Wilmus. Might as well put Ben DeTay in the game and really confuse me. 2 balls and a strike. Swales, good lead out at second to pitch. Inside corner, 2-2. Good pitch there from Thorstensen as he was able to bust Wilmus on the inside. Then walked in the first to lead off the game, was erased on a double play, and then hit a sac fly back in the third. 2-2. High pitch, popped up, out of play. Try the 2-2 all over again. Not what you'd expect from a Friday pitching matchup, even though it's happening in Game 2 of the series. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to third. Actually through the hole at short. Swales paused, so he will stop at third, and Hawks have runners on the corners with nobody out here in the 5th. That was a weird play. Ball was kind of right at Perry. He went to third base. And shortstop Jake Larson tried to range into the hole, and he had no chance to get over there. So Hawks in business here in the 5th inning. Try to extend the lead. Got some throwing going on down in the bullpen now with just a bit more urgency. Like Tyler Hemish, maybe. Gable Mitchell to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Doubled in a run in the third, grounded into a double play in the first. We're going to stick to the double theme. Let's just go ahead and hit another double. Wilmus, big lead off first base. Ground ball to second. That'll be tough play. Gets it over to short. Oh! Mitchell beat the throw, but he's called out. Hawks will challenge. Either way, Swales is going to score. And we'll see if they able to get enough to overturn all this. Hawkeye challenge here. Again, this will be interesting. They did take a long enough review last time, so clearly they could see something. So they're in better shape than the rest of us from a technology standpoint. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent nearly as long in the challenge booth as they did. And I would guess that if they won't have to look at this too long. But I'm never very good at this challenge game, so we'll see how it goes. As it stands, there'll be 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Hawks push another run across, so it's 3-0. No RBI for Gable Mitchell on the double play ground out. Now, if he gets to stay at first, he'll get one. And if he can stay at first and keep the rally, then that'll be a good start. Hawks will take 1 out and a runner on first base, especially somebody with the speed of Gable Mitchell and Reese Moore coming up behind him. They must be running DV Sport off of a separate network than everything else, so that should work to everyone's advantage. Train slowly pushes by down the left field line. We're going to have softball that goes on over there today. We'll be able to watch from afar here at the Jane Sage Cowles Stadium. It's Northwestern that's in town, staying at the same hotel we did. Much like John said earlier on the review before, if it takes you this long, I'm sorry, Gable's out. Let's just move along and get this over with. It's supposed to, replay should be to turn over egregious errors, not splitting toenails here as whether you actually hit or not. Not a big spot, though. Thorstensen settling in a little bit after the tough start to the inning with the first two Hawkeyes getting on. If he were able to kind of wiggle out of this with minimal damage, we've got a decision. And I think Gable's going to get a stay because the umpire walked right past him and didn't say a word to him. So, yeah, he is going to be safe at first. I would have assumed when Don Umlin jogged past Gable, he would have given him the get off the bag hint. And instead, he ran past, and Gable didn't move. So just one out now. Gable will actually get an RBI there, so his second RBI of the day, and that'll bring up Reese Moore. So Hawks lead 3-0. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Reese popped up to first and lined out, hit a soft liner to the shortstop. They have a big shift on for Reese. First pitch to Moore. We'll go to first base instead. Gable Mitchell basically had a one-way lead, so he was already hopping back, and the move became obvious. He went all the way back. My guess is Thorstensen has a better move. So see if it's just to keep Mitchell close or if he gives him a good one. There's the pitch. Low and away, ball one. Hawks looking to clinch the series with a win here in game one of today's doubleheader. Swing and a miss from Reese Moore, 1-1. Solidify for right now, it's a solo first place, and once all the weekends come out, but at least solidify Iowa's share of first place in the Big Ten. Mitchell chased back to first. I mentioned Ben Swales being sixth in the conference in batting average. Gable Mitchell is seventh. 0 for 2 here today. I'm sorry, 1 for 2 today. The 1-1. Mitchell on the move. Rips foul by Moore down the first base line. I'll send Mitchell back to first. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wind's died down a little bit. It's not quite as bad. Still blowing in at a pretty good clip. I think you could sneak one out to straight right field. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Mitchell delayed steal, and he is toast. Gable thought he got a good dirt ball read, but that was Hunt. They did a good job picking it right off the top of the turf. And so then when Gable took off, just took a good throw from Hunt, and he gave him that. So now 2 away here in the fifth. 2-2 count on Reese Moore. Pitch to Reese. Fouled straight back into the netting. So Iowa's added a run and ran up, I'll call it almost 20 pitches now this inning. So did a better job getting to Thorstensen, at least making him work a little harder. 2-2 pitch. Chopped right at the plate. That'll sneak foul. So Thorstensen will be up. He'll approach 75 pitches by the time this at-bat's over. Might be the end of his day. Iowa would look to do some damage and make sure that it is. Two balls, two strikes. Moore's in the box. He's ready. Thorstensen set at his chest. Long hold. Here's the pitch. Pop down the line to left. Hellum over. And just does not look good chasing it over there. And ball bounces a step or two in front of him. So Reese will get a second chance. And we'll try 2 balls and 2 strikes again. Reese jumps back in the box. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Thorstensen delivers. Fouled straight back. Umpire definitely needs new baseballs after Reese Moore's at bat. Moore climbs in. He's ready. Thorstensen, long hold. Now comes set. Catcher set up outside. Reese, 2-2. Swing and a miss. Boy, Thorstensen is fired up. And he'll trail 3-0 as he leaves the mound here in the heading to the bottom of the 5th inning. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Iowa leads Minnesota 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cade Obermuller back out for another inning of work. Face Perry, Larson, and Mosh coming up for the Golden Gophers. Iowa with 2 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th. The Hawkeyes out hitting the Golden Gophers 5-1. Relatively low-scoring game so far. Cade has allowed 1 hit. He's walked 1. He has struck out 8 Golden Gophers. They'll face 6, 7, and 8. Warm-up tosses are complete. Cade's thrown 65 pitches through 4 innings. Still waiting on IT to get here and help out with this internet issue here at Siebert Field, Minneapolis. First pitch from Obermuller's outside and low, ball 1. Keep looking at our Comrex, and we'll know when the Ethernet turns back on when the lights start to go on the side here of our equipment. But for right now, nothing showing. Ball and a strike on Perry. Obermuller struck him out earlier today. Game 2 of the doubleheader today will be 40 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Cade gets a swing and a miss, 1-2. Broadcasting from my cell phone here until we get the internet connection back. The 1-2. Line foul over to the left. John and I will likely kind of alternate innings here. I'll take an inning. He'll take another one. Hopefully in between games we can take some long breaks and give each other a break here. 1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out. The pitch from Obermueller. Check swing. Did he go? They send it down. They say no, he didn't. And so it's a ball high and out, 2-2. Not a bad pitch from Obi. Cade has options here. Get started in the bottom of the 5th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. The pitch from Cade. Just outside. Good-looking slider, but just off the plate away from the left-handed hitting Perry. Full count now. Here comes the 3-2. Inside. Are they going to say that he got hit by the pitch? What's time being called for? Coach Heller is coming out to ask a question. Home plate umpire Corey Hinga. It didn't look like he got hit. I mean, Dan Rogers caught the pitch. Not hit by a pitch, was he? Either way, it's a walk, but Perry is on first base.
They called him hit by the pitch.
And so we will have a review. There'll be a challenge here that Perry leaned into that. He didn't get hit, did he, John? But he must have. And so that's what the Hawks are going to challenge here. See if Perry leaned into it. Coach Heller asking the umpires the question. This will be the 3rd challenge, 3rd review of the game. So maybe we'll have an answer in about 5 minutes. The way that it's taken so long. Oh, boy, the umpire's discussing and not quite over the first base side. We haven't been to into the review yet.
I thought you were making it.
Looked like he leaned into it. John and I are in agreement. The pitch from Cade was inside, looked good, but we'll see what the umpires come up with. It is 3-0 Iowa in the bottom of the 5th inning. It's first game of the doubleheader. The Minnesota coach, McDevitt, is talking with the umpires. He's arguing, and now they've begun to review down the first base side. Yeah, start that clock. Let's see. It's 1:35. Let's see when they come when they're done. Let's see. Currently 3-0 Iowa in the bottom of the 5th. The Hawks out hitting the Golden Gophers 3-1. And let's see. In the meantime, this might be working. Our internet might be working here. It shows that we're connected to our line. As let's see if this works. Michael, while they're reviewing it, let's see if this is all sorted out now. So. John's got his headset on.
We can jump the switch here. Michael, if you've got me, we can.
Okay, so Michael, if we get the green light here to...
Do we wait for you to come back, or can we do it right now? All right,
all right. We'll bring it back. I'm going to hang up from the cell phone, and we'll get back to the broadcast after all this time. That sounds good. All right, here we go. Let's get back to the regular broadcast here.
So Obermueller taking some warm-up pitches just to stay loose. Umpires taking the headsets off, so hopefully we're closer, although maybe you just put it back on, so we'll see.
How we sounded, Michael? We sounding okay? Hopefully we're sounding a little bit better. It shows that we're connected here. All right. Michael says we sound good. Thanks for sticking with us, Hawkeye Nation. Man, what a journey it's been.
We have reached colossal cluster stage.
Goodness. Oh, doubleheader and long day in front of us. Thanks for your help, John, sorting this out. Thankful for the IT department here at Minnesota to help things out.
when I popped in during one of the breaks, I stopped to talk to the Minnesota radio guy, and he's like, "Hey, they finally sent him a text and told him he wasn't on the air."
All right, the umpires have done discussing, and they say that he did not lean into it. Yes, he did lean into it, and he's out.
He 100% did.
Wow.
So Coach Heler, 2 for 2 on the challenge flag today.
Good read, Coach. Not much of an argument from the Minnesota staff. So Perry is down on strikes. 1 out in the 5th, base is empty.
Kind of a big starting point, too, just with Iowa gets another run. It's just a 3-0 lead. You keep the leadoff hitter off base.
Here's Larson. First pitch to him is swung on and missed.
I've never been so happy to say 93-mile-an-hour fastball. I even have TrackMan back.
Oh, man. No balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Obermueller. Lined into right field. Wilmus moving back. This is going to get down and into the corner. Bounces off the top of the wall. Ben gets it in quickly. And it is a 1-out double from Larson off that right field wall into the corner. Just pushed it out there, didn't he?
Nice play from Caleb Wolf, though, as Wilmus overthrew both of his second base and shortstop cutoff guys. That ball could have just been rolling around in the infield, but Caleb Wolf doing one of the little things right, just trailing the play, and was able to pick that ball up and make sure no more havoc was caused. But, yeah, that was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, outer half of the plate. And it was pushed out to over Wilmus's head at 98 miles an hour. So good ride there. That's the one place you can get the ball to carry a little bit.
Here's Mosh, the second baseman. First pitch to him. Ooh, where'd that miss? Just high from Obermueller. Runner at second base and 1 out. 3-0 Iowa in the bottom of the 5th. Here's Cade's 1-0. Popped up left side. Will it stay in play? Frost is over. It is foul. Beyond the grandstand over on the left, 1-1.
I know I get bit a lot when I say this, but this is a part of the lineup that Cade has to attack. 167 coming into the game for Mosh on just 6 at-bats. And then Hunt right behind with just 13 at-bats and 1 hit on the season.
Attack, attack, attack. Just like that from Cade. Fastball called a strike on the inner third. And it's 1-2.
And actually, the Gophers have a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle, so Hunt probably will not get a swing at it.
Runner at second base and 1 out. A ball and 2 strikes. Cade ready. The pitch. Check swing. He went around, didn't he? Yes, he did. Another strikeout for Obi.
Busted him up and in with a fastball. Great job there from Cade. And so Birkland will pinch hit. He was yesterday's catcher. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Big spot here for the Hawks. Birkland in the box, right-handed hitter. Runner at second base and 2 outs. Cade comes set. Delivers the first pitch. That's high, ball 1. Hunt was 0 for 1 with a strikeout, and he is out of the game now, and Birkland is in there. They like Birkland in this spot, apparently. The 1-0 pitch from Obermueller, grounded to third. Backhand stop by Frost. Throw across the diamond. Good pick and stretch from Wolf at first base for the 3rd out. How about that play for the Hawks?
Really well done. As Frost's throw was a little offline, but Wolf was able to snag it up and do a good job catching it.
3-0 Iowa. We're back for the top of the 6th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Two balls and two strikes on Risley.
Time violation, 3-2.
It'll be 3-2 now after a time violation from Thorstensen. So we're experiencing more technical difficulties. We made a good run there for a few seconds, but back to dead internet here at Minnesota. Full count pitch to Risley. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. The time violation hurts the Gophers, and Risley is on once again.
Now batting number 1, Wolf.
Had the internet going for just a moment. They need to keep working on it here, so we'll go back to a cell phone broadcast. Here's Caleb Wolf. It was so refreshing to be back and able to talk to you, John, for that moment, but back to a cell phone broadcast. 3-0 Iowa in the 6th. First pitch to Wolf. He's hit by it. It got him in the wrist, got him in the hand. He's hopping around. He didn't have any protection there. He has the elbow guard on, but it got him in the forearm and wrist. I hope Caleb's okay. He's going to walk to first base. Dangerous to get hit there. Never like to see anybody get hit by the hand or the wrist.
Mike Trout started the season by getting hit on the hand.
Yeah. John just mentioned, Mike Trout yesterday got hit in the hand. Time called by Minnesota. Looks like they'll bring in a new pitcher. Is that door opening up? It appears to be, yes, a new pitcher for Minnesota. First and second for the Hawkeyes. Nobody out in the sixth inning. We'll introduce the new Minnesota pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Minnesota is Joe Sperry, a right-handed junior from Rochester. Sperry pitching for the Golden Gophers. He's pitched 19 2/3 innings, given up 16 hits. He's struck out 16 batters and walked 9. ERA of 3.20, a good pitcher in for Minnesota. One of the good quality arms out of the Golden Gopher bullpen at this stage. Can hit the 90-degree mark, or the 90 miles an hour. And he comes in with runners at first and second for Iowa and nobody out. In the sixth inning, the Hawks put some more pressure on the Golden Gophers. Iowa trying to clinch the series with a win in this game. They're winning yesterday 16-7. Iowa's played well so far. Frost will be the batter. After Risley walked, and Caleb Wolf was hit by the pitch. Jackson will bat now for Iowa. Corners in for the Golden Gophers. See if Jackson bunts. First pitch to Frost. He shows the bunt. Inside move to second base to keep Risley around. He gets back in time. Nobody out. Frost. See if he can get a good bunt down. Right-handed pitcher delivers to Jackson. Jackson took a pitch right down the middle. He showed the bunt and pulled it back. Counts 0-1 on Frost. Here's the pitch. Low and out. Count even at 1 now. See if Jackson can get a good pitch to lay down a bunt with Dan Rogers on deck. Here comes the 1-1. Jackson takes another strike. He was not showing a bunt that time. Instead, just watched a pitch go by for a strike. Now it's 1-2. You won't see Jackson bunt here. Ball and 2 strikes with nobody out. Pitch to Frost. That's low and out. It's in the dirt. Runners can't advance. 2-2. Couple changes for Minnesota. Niels is now catching. Birkland entered in the last inning. He plays left field now for the Golden Gophers. Easton Richter is at shortstop. Jamison Martin at third, so a ton of changes to the Gophers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 3 to Frost. Count will be full. Jake Perry moved from third to first.
Yeah, kid playing third base is the one that started at shortstop yesterday.
All over the place. Martin is at third base. He had a couple errors yesterday from Minnesota when he was at shortstop. Here comes the 3-2. Frost swings and misses for out number 1. Couldn't advance the runners.
Daniel Rogers.
And Rogers will come up now for the Hawks. Andy Nelson's on deck. Couple runners on for Dan. 1 out in the 6th, 3-0 Iowa. Try and move to second base. Not much of a concern. Rogers 0 for 2 today. First pitch to Dan. Outside, called a strike. Big gap in right center for Rogers if he can time up a fastball and pull it just a bit. Here's the 0-1. Outside, count even at 1. Nice job by Rogers to lay off. Risley at second, Wolf at first. Here's the 1-1, outside and low, 2-1. Sperry pitching for Minnesota, right-handed out of the bullpen. Rogers looking for a way on base. Here's the 2-1. Rogers hits on the ground to first, and the first baseman will step on the bag himself. That's Perry. Wolf and Risley advance into scoring position. And Andy Nelson coming up. See if he can provide a clutch 2-out hit. Boy, this would be a couple of big runs for Iowa as we get towards the later innings. Andy's 0 for 1 with a walk today. First pitch to Nelson. Inside, touch low, ball 1. Andy looking for a base knock here. The 1-0 outside, ball 2. Sperry gives him something to hit. Let's see if we can get Andy back on track here. Two balls, no strikes with 2 outs. Iowa leading 3-0, top 6. 2 in scoring position for Nelson. Here's the pitch to Andy. High and out, called a strike. That's fine. That's a good take. 2-1. Sperry, the right-hander, comes set. Deals to Nelson. Fly ball to center field. Center fielder going back. He's still running. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He leaps up, and it is over the wall. A 3-run home run from Andy Nelson to straightaway center. How'd that get out of here? Yes. Whoa.
I just looked at the flag and thought it was laid down a little bit. I thought, boy, you could get one.
The wind totally disappeared, And Nelson cranked one to straightaway center. A 3-run shot over the wall. It's 6-0 Hawks. Boom. Andy, so good to see for Nelson. 6-0 Iowa. How about the clutch hit with 2 outs? Just what the Hawkeyes needed. Here's Ben Swales. 3-run blast from Nelson. Swales now batting for Iowa. With 2 outs, Swales rips this foul over to the right. 1-1. Ball and a strike. With 2 outs, here's the pitch. Swales rips this into right field, right to the right fielder who makes the catch for the 3rd out. But it's Andy Nelson with a 3-run home run to straight away center, giving Iowa the 6-0 lead in the bottom of the 6th. Coming up for the Gophers coming to the plate as Obermueller heads back to the mound. Looks like we've got our internet connection back. Michael, let's switch it over as we take our next break. We're back after this. It's 6-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Before Cade Obermueller faces the top of the Gopher order, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield. Noel Fitzgerald and Elbery will face Cade Obermueller. Top of the 6th, or bottom of the 6th, Iowa leads 6-0. First pitch misses outside from Obermueller. That was pitch 81 for Cade, so he's been relatively efficient here as the game's gone on. 1-0. Good off-speed pitch across for a strike, 1-1. Cade, no runs, 2 hits today. Walked 1, struck out 10. That ball's down low, 2-1. Funny enough, both hits off Cade have been doubles. Had a little squirters down the right field line. Right-handers swung late on and were able to push down the line. 2-1 from Cade. Fouled out of play, 2-2. Noel is 0 for 2. Ground out in the first to start the game for the Gophers, and then struck out looking in the 3rd. The 2-2 from Cade. Line drive, fair down the 3rd base line. And the 3rd hit will be the 3rd double as Noel cruises into 2nd as he ripped that ball. Cade left it up in the middle of the plate. And a leadoff double here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Gophers. Josh Fitzgerald will come to the plate.
Big home run from Nelson there gives Iowa the decent lead at 6-0. Nobody out for Fitzgerald. Cade's first pitch to him is high and out. Hawks don't really have anybody throwing in the bullpen, but there are a handful of bodies down there.
I know Coach Heller told you Watts might have been the guy. He might not be now to try to save him for a little longer relief.
Fouled back and just to our right, 1-1.
Yeah. You might be able to piece it together now with you put Chaz in between, and then maybe you give Ben DeTay an opportunity to throw 2 innings and close it or something. Again, that might be 2 steps down the road here yet. Let's figure out how to manage the 6th inning here before we worry about 7, 8, and 9. But
quick visit from Rogers out there to Cade. Ball and a strike on Fitzgerald with nobody out. Next pitch way outside from Obermueller, trying to refine the zone, 2-1.
Yeah, fell behind Noel a little bit and then had to work his way back. Gave up the double, now behind 2-1 here to Fitzgerald.
Next pitch, Cade missed out, ball 3.
Ball's just kind of floating out of his hand into that left-handed batter's box, not snapping it around like he was earlier in the game. Big spot here.
Here's the 3-1. Just outside, ball 4. Bit of a shaky start to the bottom of the 6th.
He throws that pitch to Elbery. Elbery's going to wear it.
Missed out a few times on the right-handed hitter there. Going to see if he can bring it back over the plate. And we'll see. Looks like a mound visit.
And really on all of his pitches, too. It was, the spinner was that way, and then the fastball there that he tried to come with, the little cutter. It is Watts that's starting to play some catch. So.
Okay.
And it'd be a spot if Tony came in. He could kind of finish up with good Tony.
Mm-hmm.
But again, let's see good Cade for another inning, and
That's
then we
right.
won't worry about it.
Pitch count for Cade. He's getting up there. He's at 90.
Yeah, I would assume this is probably it for Cade. You'd just like to, again, you'd like to see him finish this and be able to come in with a clean inning, whoever he hands the ball to. He's been good, 63% strikes. Obviously struggling just a little bit this inning. Little longer inning again for Iowa with the 3 runs and the pitching change in there. So see if he can refine some rhythm here.
2 on and nobody out. Elbery batting for Minnesota. Fouls off the first pitch that he sees. Here's the 0-1. That's sliced foul over to the left. Nothing in 2. What do you like from Cade here? You think he goes fastball or slider?
I think he goes slider away.
Sure.
He's kind of worked him in. Like to see him get away here. Make sure you get it off the plate.
Here's the 0-2. Chopper to the right side. Swales comes forward. Ben picks it up and throws to first, where it's his only play to get the out. Nice job by Swales. There's a lot of traffic right around him.
Cade came back with the cutter. Probably got away with it as he left it in the middle of the plate. You're up 0-2. Again, you can kind of decide to do that too when you're staked out to a little bit bigger lead. But again, we saw yesterday, flags died down a little bit. You threw anything, get me over to Niels, and he did some damage. So Cade will have to be. He'll need to make a good pitch here.
Yeah. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Obermueller's first pitch to Niels. Drifted low and in. Ball 1. Three infielders to the left to second base. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss.
92 up and away from Cade there.
One out for the Gophers in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cade's ready. Here's the pitch. Line drive. Caught by Mitchell at short. He throws it to third. Trying to double up the runner there. It's a little bit late, but a big second out on the line drive to Gable at short.
Boy, Knoll had gotten quite a ways down the line there. Frost couldn't quite find his way all the way back to the bag. And that was just a good pitch from Cade. Down and away. Niels hit it hard, but because it was down and away and he hit his location there.
First pitch from Obermueller to Jamison Martin is a ball outside. First at bat for Martin.
Martin grounded into the double play yesterday in his only at bat. 1-4-3.
Here's Cade's 1-0. Inside corner, strike one. Boy, the Minnesota coaching staff not happy at all.
Not sure why.
Looked good, didn't it, John?
Their guy's standing on top of the plate, and that's inner half. That's not even painting the black on the inside part of the plate.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Spun him in the dirt. Great pitch from Cade. Cade with 10 strikeouts, looking for a career-high number 11 if he can get him right here. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch just outside. Good-looking pitch from Obermueller. Couldn't bring it all the way in the back door. Six nothing Iowa. Bottom of the 6th. Runners at second and third for the Golden Gophers. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cade comes set. Here's the pitch. Grounded foul over to the right. We'll do it again at 2-2.
See if Cade can. I think that back foot slider probably gets a swing and a miss.
Another 2-2 from Obermueller. Here it comes. Line foul into the net. Good hang from Martin. He's battling.
Cade went away that time with it. Start the clock. Get him in the box. Let's go.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cade looking for a career-high 11th strikeout. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him. You bet.
Really nice job there. Just went high fastball. Was able to blow it right by him, and Cade gets another shutdown inning after the Hawks staked him out to that 6-0 lead.
11th strikeout of the game for Obermueller. We'll go to the 7th after this. 6-0 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Top of the 7th inning at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Iowa 6, Minnesota nothing. And the Hawkeyes looking to add to it here. Man, it's been a heck of a performance from Cade Obermueller. Through 6 innings, he's nearing 100 pitches. He has a career-high 11 strikeouts. Nicely done from Cade. And Iowa will have the top of the order coming up with Wilmus, Mitchell, and Moore here in the top of the 7th inning. Game 2 of today's doubleheader will begin 40 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Sperry pitching for the Golden Gophers. Wilmus in the box. Sperry, a right-hander, pitches to Ben and hit him in the shoulder. One pitch, and Wilmus gets plunked. And so he jogs down to first base.
Now back number 2, Gable Mitchell.
And Mitchell will get an at-bat. With one out. Quick move over to first from Sperry, and Wilmus had a good read on it. He got right back. Iowa with 6 runs on 6 hits. Minnesota, no runs, 3 hits. Neither team has committed an error. First pitch to Gable. Mitchell got his hips started, kept the hands back. It's a called strike, 1-1. Gable 1 for 3 today with 2 RBIs. Counts 0-1. Here's the pitch. Gable popped it up on the infield. Shortstop and third baseman come together. It's the shortstop who catches the pop-up behind the pitcher's mound. As Richter makes the play, 1 down.
Gable feels like he missed one there.
Yeah.
Now back number 32, Reese Moore.
Gable usually gets a good barrel on it a couple times today. He's just missed a couple times. That brings up Reese Moore. Wind has picked up a bit now. Still blowing over to right, though.
I'm really a little surprised. Center fielder has him shaded away. And just with the way the wind's blowing, it's just going to be hard to get a ball that direction with any zip on it. So I would think you'd more protect the right center field gap than the left center field gap.
Don't really get it, John.
Hasn't hurt him yet, though.
Mm-hmm. Ball, no strikes on Moore. Here's the pitch to Reese. Grounded, foul, right past first base, 1-1.
I was surprised. Now I can see it, but I don't think I saw it very well yesterday when you and I were walking around the outfield. This is a strange outfield. It's 390 to straightaway center, but then it cuts back in pretty sharply, but then it veers back out. And I'm not sure whether it was the scoreboard on the softball side or gets away.
Well, he tried to throw it over to first base, threw it wide of the bag. Wilmus getting to second, and he will do so safely. There's a sloppy play from the Gophers, and the Hawkeyes take advantage. Yeah, there's just that cut in from the wall out there in right center.
Yeah, so to like straight right center, it probably isn't a lot more than it is to right field.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a little window in there where it might get a little bit longer. Hawks in business again on the Gopher air.
6-0 Iowa. Top 7. Wilmus out there at second base. Here's the 1-1 to Reese. Here it comes. High and out. Ball 2. Minnesota does not have anybody throwing in the bullpen.
No, I think this is going to be their guy, especially with the score where it is now. This was the third name that Hawkeye coaches mentioned yesterday.
2-1 pitch. Reese popped it up and hit it foul. It's 2-2.
And so I think at this point they're either going to leave the score margin where it is, or if Sperry gives up a couple and it gets away, then that'll just kind of be the way it is. But he threw 70 pitches, 3 innings against High Point in his last outing. He threw 80 pitches against Purdue. So this is kind of misses high there. Now full count.
So he's capable of being stretched.
Yeah, he's certainly one of their longer guys. He has some short outings in there, but against High Point, he got hit around pretty good. 4 hits, 5 runs were all earned.
Full count pitch to Moore with Wilmus out there at second. Here it comes to Reese. Swing and a miss. He chased one that just about hit him in the knees.
Yeah, that was probably in off the plate. Ran inside on him, and that's kind of the sneak. See if Hawks got a big 2-out hit last inning. See if they can come up with another one. Miles Risley here.
2 outs for Miles. Wilmus with a good lead at second base. Find some green grass here, Miles. First pitch to Risley is a strike. Outer third. Big gap in left center for Risley. Again, an interesting shift by the center fielder over to right. Now, Risley is predominantly a pull hitter. Here's the 0-1. Risley hits to center. Center fielder going back a few steps. He makes the catch in front of the track for the third out. Nothing doing for the Hawkeyes in the top of the 7th. Time to stretch things out. Iowa leads at 6-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Lose them.
Yeah.
Back for the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is Anthony Watts, the right-hander from Clive. Watts will come in with a 6-0 lead for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 7th. Internet died on us again, so we're back to the phone. Hope my minutes don't go through the roof here. Man, I tell you what, just been a journey. They can't seem to get it figured out here at Siebert Field today.
Save your charger.
Yeah, get my phone plugged into my charger the whole game. So we'll see how today progresses. Boy, this is the opening weekend for Minnesota at their outdoor field, and we'll see. Looks like we have the internet connection back. We can throw it back here, Michael, to the internet broadcast. I'll let John Evans take it for a second while we hang up and let John call the action here. If you want to switch it back to the internet connection from our Comrex here, I'll hang up the phone and let John take over for a moment.
There from Anthony Watts. He drops a breaking ball off-speed pitch in for strike one. 0-1. Just outside to Jake Perry.
Feels like a big spot for Watts, doesn't it? Have a sharper outing than we've seen the last couple times from Anthony.
Yeah, he's been, I guess, a little up and down is kind of the way you describe it. And so time for him to settle in and be that experienced arm that he is.
1-1 is tapped foul by Perry, who hit it off his own foot. Looks like he's going to take a minute to heal up.
He's had 4 outings that he'd like to forget, and 5 outings that have been mostly solid. Certainly hasn't given up a run at least, and so I would love to see that one out of him, and Tony'd love to see that one out of him. Set at the belt for the 1-2 pitch. On its way. Swing and a miss. Scooped out of the turf by Rogers, down to Wolf at first. 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Loved every pitch there from Watts. He was in total control of that at bat against Perry.
Funny, that's exactly the word I was going to use. He felt like it was all within himself. None of it looked difficult. He threw with a good, smooth, easy motion, and they were all located probably pretty darn close to where he wanted them.
Here's Larson now for Minnesota. First pitch to him from Watts, low and out. 6-0 Iowa in the bottom of the 7th.
Larson was one of those doubles to right as he got good bat on a ball and drove it over Wilmus' head.
Next pitch is a strike from Tony. Dropped it in, 1-1. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Watts set with the 1-1. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Watts looking for a strikeout. We'll see what he throws on the 1-2. Here it comes. Drifted low. Good pitch from Tony, but Larson didn't chase after it. 2-2.
Just looking, Cade Obermueller was 6th in the Big Ten in strikeouts per 9 innings. He didn't hurt himself at all today with 11 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Here's the 2-2. Hit in the air down the right field line. The wind will guide it fouling out of play.
Ball looked like it was right down the line, and by the time it was done, Ben Wilmus had no chance. Wasn't even like he could lean on the fence and think he had a play on it. It was so far out of play.
Yeah. Ben was hauling over there, wasn't he? He was full sprint.
Well, it was with the wind, too, so he was able to put up a little sail, and off he went.
Here's the 2-2 from Tony. Fisted foul in the Minnesota dugout. Off the netting. We'll do it again. Watts back on the rubber quickly. Ready to pitch the 2-2. Here it comes. Inside, just off the plate. Ball 3.
Yeah, I think Tony mostly hit his spot there. Just snuck a little inside. See if he can do the important pitch here now.
Full count pitch to Larson. Called third strike. Huge strikeout from Watts. Caught the outer edge of the strike zone, and somebody's been tossed. Who was it? The batter?
The batter got tossed.
Larson has been ejected from the game, and now we'll have the head coach pop out of the dugout for the Gophers.
There must have been a magic word said there because he wasn't very demonstrative about it, but he did look back and say hi, and that's a friendly outside part of the zone, and our home plate umpire, Corey Hinga, wants no part of McDevitt either and sends him back to the dugout on his way.
Boy, that's the first time that we've seen a player get tossed. In our tenure, John, I don't know if I remember somebody. You must remember somebody. Who you got?
Brody Breck walking off the mound against LSU.
That's right. In our first year together back in 23. Yeah. That's right. That one was kind of hidden, wasn't it?
He was. Yeah, we didn't really know that one. He was leaving the mound, and Brody mentioned that maybe some of the pitches were a little better than what the home plate umpire thought they were.
Well, that'll really make things interesting now. Minnesota has to make another change. They lose their infielder Larson,
they let him go to the bullpen and toss a ball down in the bullpen. I'm not quite sure what. Oh, no, that's Lozier's went down. Lozier hustled to the bullpen to get warmed up.
Boy.
And that should mean Larson's out for certainly next game. I think it's longer. But
he will not play the next game.
I do not believe so. I think a coach gets a break, but strike on the outside goal. You're definitely going to get that call if you're Iowa right now. I'm fairly certain he's going to miss at least one game, which will mean, Minnesota will be without two of their shortstops.
No balls and a strike on Richter. He fouls one back now, 0-2. Tony's working quickly and confidently. Iowa leading 6-0, bottom of the 7th.
Minnesota had been chirpy. I don't think that's going to stop it. That may swing it up another level.
Their tension's certainly bubbling over. Watts ready with the 0-2. Grounded foul to the right side. We'll do it again.
We heard some interesting stories about what was said to the Hawkeye first base coach as he has to jog past the dugout.
Yes.
And then we saw it earlier with Thorstensen, too, and he was fired up coming off the mound.
0-2 is the count on Richter. Watts pitches. Fastball outside to the left-handed hitter, 1-2. Tony already has the sign. He's ready for the next pitch. Here it comes. High and out, 2-2.
Yeah, I like that he's walking around the mound here a little bit. He's going to change baseballs just to give himself a little bit more time even. Oh, nice job there. That is exactly what you do. Toss that floater up there to your catcher. Richter watched it the whole way come in, so you've raised his eye level. You saw the slow pitch. Now bust him inside with a fastball and set him down.
Anthony comes set. He's ready with the 2-2, and he brings it home. Scooped foul over to the left. We'll do it again. Richter hanging tough.
So are you, by the way. People don't understand how hard you're having to work with this one. The sun beating in, the migraines. This is top notch from you.
I'm on the road to recovery here. I got enough caffeine rolling. I've texted Jake, AT, athletic trainer Jake Feldman's going to help me out between games here. 2-2, that's in the dirt, 3-2. You a migraine guy, John? You ever get one?
I don't, but I have seen the effects at home. So Jen does sport them, and they are debilitating when they sneak their way into you.
I lose vision in my right eye. I lose feeling the whole right side of my body. And it's hard to talk. 3-2 from Watts is fouled back. Full count. Really appreciate you stepping in.
But besides that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
That's kind of what it feels like at times, yeah. We got to a portion where I was trying to get through maybe, I think it was like the third inning. If you would have asked me to say Caleb Wolf, Jason Frost, and Dan Rogers, I would not have been able to say it. Full count. Tony's ready, and he brings it home. Called third strike. Froze him on the outer edge. Boy, the Minnesota players and coaching staff are furious. But Watts caught the edge, and Tony strikes out the side. We'll go to the 8th after this. Iowa leading 6-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist Corn.
After 3 years, we've never been more confident in the germplasm that's behind the Power Core Enlist trait system. And when we enhance those genetics with Mershman Seeds starting line corn seed treatments, you are off to the races with some of the highest yielding corn hybrids you can plant today.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Top of the 8th inning, John Evans and John Leo with you from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Iowa in control 6-0. And the Hawkeyes will have Wolf, Frost, and Rogers due up in this inning. Iowa 6 runs, 6 hits. No runs and 3 hits for the Golden Gophers. 1 error for Minnesota. A couple more runs here would be nice for the Hawks.
Yeah, that would be a good way to kind of put a set into it. Boy, another great outing from Cade. That's 12 scoreless innings in a row for Cade.
Wow.
As he threw, trying to get the actual final numbers, 6 hits, or 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 11 strikeouts, coming off of 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts against Ohio State. So Hawks are getting the Cade that Cade's getting the Cade he expected to be.
Sperry pitching for the Golden Gophers. Wolf batting for Iowa. Caleb takes strike 1. Wolf's 2 for 2 today. Hit by a pitch his last time up. He's singled twice. Iowa's in a really good spot right here. Up 6-0, looking to clinch the series with a win in this game. 0-1 to Wolf. Caleb launches into shallow right field. Shortstop is over to make the catch. He calls off the second baseman who was camped.
I have no idea why in the world he would ever do that. I mean, I understand you just brought the other kid off the bench, but he's standing underneath it. If he's not capable of catching that pop-up, then he probably shouldn't be on the field at all.
Wow.
Meanwhile, had something weird happen, nobody was covering second base because the shortstop decided he needed to go catch that pop-up.
1 out for Jackson Frost. Righty on righty. Jackson takes upstairs for ball 1. Now you hear the Minnesota fans chiming in. They are not happy with the strike zone. You look into the dugout for the Gophers, all 4 or 5 of their coaches that are at the end of the dugout, they're shaking their heads.
Yes. Former Hawkeye Sean Moore is on the top step.
Not happy. I don't know. I think I'm trying to be as objective as possible here. I think the strike zone's been all right. We haven't had.
It's been good. The one that got punched out on was difficult, and then the last strikeout was. It touched the zone. But again, that's just it. Basically, everything that's touched the zone, he has called a strike. Whether it's high, low, inside, outside, he's been good that way.
2 balls and a strike on Frost. With 1 out, here's the pitch. Hit well to center field. Center fielder going back, still going. Get going, baby. He caught it right in front of the wall. Thought it had a shot off the bat of Jackson Frost. He gave it a ride, but 2 down on the fly out to center.
99 with the exit speed. It went 389, and that sounds about right as Noel had his hand on the 390 sign to make the catch. Boy, the wind has been funny. It is pretty much laid down right now.
Yeah, now it's dead for Dan Rogers, who's up. 2 outs for D-Raj. First pitch to Dan. Outside corner, strike 1.
Yeah, see, now, if you're Minnesota, you better stop complaining because that's 2 balls out, and you got the strike call for strike 1. I don't think it'll stop. I don't think it would stop the Iowa dugout either.
Yeah.
Everybody's wired to give me a little more.
Sperry set with the 0-1. Rogers takes too far off the plate this time, 1-1.
And Sperry did exactly that. Went another ball out there and tried to train the umpire's eyes too. Good take from Rogers.
Counts even at 1. Here's the pitch to Dan. Swing and a miss. Good cut. Good pitch from Sperry. Rode that outer edge.
So that'll be interesting. He's shown Rogers 3 fastballs all on the outer part. See if he busts Dan inside and tries to ring him up that way.
Here's the next pitch. Rogers bloops left side. Shortstop moving back. He looks like he's camped under it. He makes the catch for the third out. Iowa goes down quietly in the 8th. Still 6-0 Hawks. We're back for the bottom half of the inning after this. It's Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 6-0 Iowa. Anthony Watts out for another inning of work. Don't see any changes for the Hawkeyes defensively. Do you, John? I don't see any.
Blake Garren at first.
There you go. There's one. All right, Garren will be in for Wolf and play first base.
Michigan State leads Illinois 6-1, top of the 7th inning, in a series opener in East Lansing. USC and Indiana 3 apiece, bottom of the 6th inning. Over in Bloomington, Penn State will take on Michigan a little later. Illinois will play Michigan State again. Shocking, the weather in Michigan might not be good either, so they're trying to squeeze games in. UCLA travels to West Lafayette. Oregon travels to Columbus, take on Ohio State. Northwestern and Maryland. Washington, Rutgers. Boy, what a trip that is from Seattle to Piscataway. USC, Indiana will play a doubleheader, and then Oregon State will venture into the land of Lincoln. They'll head to Nebraska.
Nebraska pays a visit to Iowa City. That'll be the next home series for the Hawkeyes. Still got plenty of road games coming up for the black and gold. Here's Watts pitching for the Hawkeyes. Fastball in to Birkland, right-handed hitter. One-0 pitch from Watts. That crosses the plate, but low. Where'd that miss, John?
That one didn't.
Oh boy,
that was a blinked.
2-0. Watts taking his time now. The pitch. That's low, ball 3.
Now this is what we've seen though from Tony sometimes too, is he's got to shake that off.
Mm-hmm.
That pitch can't affect the next 2, 3, 4, or 5 pitches or next 2 batters.
There's a strike. Found the zone. And it's 3-1 on Birkland.
Birkland, not your typical 9-hole hitter, though.
That's right. A little bit careful. 6-0 Iowa in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch. Fouled back over our heads. And Tony's found the strike zone, 3-2. Game 2 of today's doubleheader will start 40 minutes after the completion of this game. We've got some interviews loaded up. We'll hear from Coach Heler and Tyler Garren again. Full count. Watts' pitch. Strike 3 called at the knees. Another strikeout for Tony, his 4th in a row.
I mean, I can see why he might not have thought that was a strike based on the one that he didn't call on the 1-0 pitch, but that ball right in the middle of the plate, down right at the bottom of the knees. Strike 4 for Anthony Watts of that at bat.
There you go, John. There you go. One out for Parker Knoll, the top of the Minnesota order. Watts delivers a first pitch. That's hit foul. Past Garren at first.
It was a pretty quick bat there because he was fooled on that pitch. Swung late, fisted it right down the line.
Watts from the stretch. Here comes the 0-1. high, 1-1.
After yesterday's game, Iowa moved into first place in batting average in the Big Ten, .316 on the season.
Wow. Iowa's offense has been very solid this season. The 1-1 from Watts, above the letters, 2-1. Tony asked for a new baseball. Go ahead, John.
I was just saying numbers down just a little bit today here in Game 1, but yeah, very, very good lead in batting average, up in number 2 in on-base percentage. So, and even slugging is 4th, so higher than what you might have expected as you looked at the lineup in January.
2-1, inside ball 3. Again, the long lineup that Coach Sutherland often tells us about. Most Hawkeyes have reached base today. 3 balls and a strike. The pitch from Watts. That dropped in for a strike. It's a full count now.
Ooh.
High strike.
Getting punchy here, I guess, as the day goes.
Yeah. Full count. Watts is set. He's ready to pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout from high wattage, Tony Watts.
Boy, just went back and gave him the high fastball. A little cutter, I think, because that's just 90. I know Anthony's got a little bit more in the tank than that, but good location. Got it up where he could see it. It was probably ball 4 if he took it, but because of the strike call before, he had to get after it.
This is incredible. 16 strikeouts from the Iowa staff today. First pitch swinging is Fitzgerald, who skied it foul and out of play over to the right. 6-0 Hawks in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs, bases empty. 11 strikeouts from Obermueller, 5 from Watts, 5 in a row.
Sounds good.
Very good from Tony.
He had 9 in an outing last year against Virginia.
0-1 delivery. Up and in, 1-1. Boy, had Fitzgerald leaning forward. Hit a hop.
You do not want to be diving across the plate for a breaking ball and then get stood up by a fastball.
Ball and a strike. Watts is ready. He kicks and fires. And Fitzgerald hit by the pitch. Ran it too far inside and it clipped him.
And Minnesota is second in the conference in strikeouts, and I don't mean that in a good way. Most strikeouts, 215 strikeouts on the season. Iowa pitching only struck them out 8 times yesterday, but certainly have raised that number a bit today. We'll get Charlie Sutherland to pinch hit now.
Who leads the Big Ten with the most strikeouts, John? And
Washington has struck out 217 times, but they've played 3 more games than Minnesota.
Okay. Here's Sutherland, left-handed hitter, coming in the DH spot in place of El Beery. Runner at first and 2 outs. Watts missed in the dirt. Rogers scooped it up in a late throw to second after a late steal by Fitzgerald. Got away from Rogers just enough, where Fitzgerald able to get to second base.
Yeah, just actually sat in his feet. He didn't know it was there.
Now runner in scoring position in 2 outs. Watts' pitch is lined to the right side. Backhand stop by second baseman Swales. Throws to first. Picked out of the turf by Blake Garren. That was a rocket off the bat. Good composure from Swales.
That was 107 off the bat. Ben did a great job to realize the ball was hit that hard. He had plenty of time. He got up off his rear end, threw a 1-hopper to Garren, who made a good scoop there. Final out.
We'll go to the 9th. Iowa in front, 6-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans are bred to defy expectations. So it's no surprise they're getting rave reviews. And that has more than farmers talking. In fact, a grain elevator wrote, "Sweet mother of pearl, trailer after trailer of Z-Series. It's never ending. We need a break." Safe to say, everyone is feeling the impact of Z-Series soybeans. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at Pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Nelson, Swales, and Wilmus will come to the plate for Iowa in the ninth, looking to add to the Hawkeyes' lead. It is 6-0. Heading into the ninth inning. Game 2 of the doubleheader today will start 40 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And the way it stands right now, Iowa 3 outs away from clinching the series, which would be the fourth series of the season, rather. Fourth series win for the Hawkeyes in Big Ten play, which no complaints about that.
Well, if you chalk that up, you're going to give yourself a good opportunity to be in the top 4 of the conference, and maybe you find a way to do even better.
Nelson to lead things off. First pitch to Andy, missed.
Is wind actually blowing out now?
It's pushing the flag out there to right field. I'm not sure where that came from, John, but you're right. Ball, no strikes on Nelson. Here's the pitch from Sperry. Outer edge. Strike 1. Andy crushed a 3-run home run back in the 6th that helped Iowa gain a bit of separation.
Would love to have seen the TrackMan numbers on that one.
Mm-hmm. Ball and a strike on Nelson. The pitch. Low outside corner, strike 2.
Sperry's been good. They got exactly what they needed out of him to at least give themselves an opportunity to have arms available in the second game.
1-2 to Andy. Low and out, 2-2. Yeah, they've not dipped into their bullpen really at all, right?
Correct.
It's been it. It's been Thorstensen and then Sperry.
Remington will be the game 2 starter for the Gophers.
Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to the right side. Good shift by Minnesota. The second baseman is there, and he throws out Nelson by a step, 1 down.
Yeah, there was a lot of jockeying and pump faking there, and Lozier needed to get rid of it.
1 down for Swales.
Good news. In reading Remington's highlights from last year, I don't see that he pitched at least well enough against Iowa to make a highlight reel against that. So that's a positive. He's been a little bit of hard luck, giving up 7 unearned runs.
That speaks to the defense of the Gophers, huh?
Yeah, he's 0-4 on the season. So Iowa will try to create some issues in traffic.
Hawkeyes will have Reese Buter start the next game. Counts 0-1 on Swales. Here's the pitch. Inside, 1-1. Really hope that Watts can come in and get the last 3 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And then you look at the bullpen out there for Iowa. Ben DeTay still good to go. Sam Hart, Brant Hogue, plenty of arms. 1-1. Swales shoots into right center field for a base hit. And Ben collects his second hit of the day.
Good job there, going with a fastball away. Just drove it out into right center.
That's what you're supposed to do, right? Outside pitch like that, throw your hands at it, take it opposite field. Good approach, back to the top of the order. This is Wilmus.
Sam Hart has some activation going on there in the bullpen, but I would guess that's as much because Sam likes activity.
He's always moving, isn't he?
He cannot sit still. Is it a shark that has to keep swimming or they would die?
Yeah.
That's Sam has to keep moving, or I think he'd have issues.
First pitch strike to Ben Wilmus. A typical day for Ben. He's technically 1 for 1. Hit by a pitch. He walked. He singled.
Yeah, he's 1 for 1. He's been on base 3 times, and he drove in a run the time that didn't count for any of those things. Nice lead again from Swales.
Long pause. Here's the 0-1. Wilmus hits foul over to the right.
Sperry hit Wilmus with the first pitch of the 7th inning.
Mm-hmm. Plunked him in the shoulder. He's done better this time. 0-2 on Ben. Swales looks like he might be leaning. He stays put. The 0-2. Sliced foul over to the right. We'll do it again.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Swales move. Has a stolen base already today.
One out in the 9th. Iowa leading 6-0. The 0-2. Wilmus cranks down the left field line. Get going, baby. It is off the wall into foul ground. Gets down in the corner. They're waving Swales around third. He'll score all the way from first as Wilmus clubs a top spin double into the left field corner.
Boy, and that's when you put your outfielder, your pull side outfielder on in Highland, he had an impossible run to get to that ball. Wilmus 100 miles an hour off the bat, goes 300 down the left field line, cruises easily into second, and of course the speedy Ben Swales just trots all the way around.
Knew it right off the bat that he didn't have to wait to see that ball get down based on the positioning of the left fielder. 7-0 Iowa. Here's Gable Mitchell now. First pitch to Gable. He swings and rips it fair into the right field corner. That goes off the base of the wall. Wilmus around third, he'll score. Mitchell with a stand-up double. 8-0 Hawks.
Boy, really nicely done there. I was just thinking to myself, it hasn't exactly been a Gable Mitchell day, and then all of a sudden he's 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. So really nicely done there as he turned on an inside fastball, 103 right down the first base line.
You can see the smoke coming off the bat from Gable. Here's Reese Moore. Iowa tallying some insurance in the top of the 9th.
That is the strangest fielding position or umpiring position from Don Umland there, the second base umpire. He is in the first to second base baseline.
First pitch to Reese is outside. Where do you think he should be standing, John?
Well, I don't know. I don't know where but it's just I don't recall seeing an umpire standing in the baseline before. Now he's not, of course, with Gable at second, he's not in the field of play because Gable's not going to run back to first or anything, but just seems strange.
1-0 to Reese. It's low and in. Ball 2. No, I agree with you, John. Typically they stand in the grass there in front of the base.
Yeah, either grass I would think would be, because then he could see the play at second if they make a pickoff move, but maybe I'm just not that observant most of the other times either, which is possible.
2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Reese. Line drive, base hit into right field again. They're going to wave Mitchell around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's cut off. Late throw. Mitchell scores. Moore's headed to second on the throw. Now Reese is in a rundown. He's headed back to first. He'll be tagged out on his way back to the bag. But he drives home a run. It's 9-0. Hawks are pouring it on.
And unfortunately, I think he got stepped on, too, as Richter laid the tag on him. That's a 107 off the bat, so Sperry, who had been really good and staying away from Hawkeye barrels, all of a sudden finding a lot of barrels. And Blake Garren is Miles Risley's biggest fan right now.
Yeah, Blake wants an at-bat in this game. Risley batting with 2 outs. First pitch to Miles is up and in. Iowa knocking at the doorstep for another double-digit output offensively. They've scored at least 10 runs in 4 straight conference games. Good stretch for Iowa's offense. 1-0 to Risley. Miles fouled it back. 1-1.
Yeah, Sperry had given up a run and 2 hits coming into this inning, but kind of like I mentioned to you earlier, you just felt like Minnesota was either going to be our guy's going to leave it at 6 and we're going to be able to come back, or we're not going to waste another arm on this, and it's turned out that to be the case.
Here's the 1-1. Risley takes a strike at the knees, 1-2. Kind of like Whalen yesterday from Sperry here. We're good maybe the first time through the order, and then Iowa eventually got to him.
Yeah, as Iowa saw him, as he got deeper in, and Iowa's just done a nice job. Again, continuing to grind out at bats. Just keep working.
1-2 to Risley. Miles pops it up, straight back. Will it land on the roof ahead of us, John? On top of us? No. Kind of bracing myself. I don't want to be startled.
That's the last thing you need is an extra sensory overload.
I'm on the comeback. I'm doing pretty good right now. There's a lot of pressure right on the front of my skull. Here's the 1-2. Risley sends a chopper back up the middle. Long run by the shortstop. He picks it off the turf. Throw to first is not in time. Risley beat it out, and Blake Garren will get an at-bat.
11th hit of the game for the Hawkeyes. And
tough play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's just a base hit. That's just good speed. And Risley took a low outside pitch and just beat it into the turf. Distance flown, 3 feet 9 inches.
Ha!
Exit angle of -39. So pretty good stuff there. Give Blake an opportunity here.
Tyler had his day yesterday with a clutch at bat. We'll see what Blake can do here. Iowa up 9-0 in the 9th. First pitch to Blake. Way outside.
Yeah, Iowa's been able to just kind of pile on. 7 for 20 with runners on base, 5 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Meanwhile, Minnesota 0 for 11 and 0 for 9 in those spots.
Here's the 1-0. Blake hits deep to left field, and it is a one-hopper off the base of the wall. Garrett with a double. Slides in safely to second base. He cranked that baby to left.
Blake's streak, though, is still alive. He still does not have a single on the year. That ball was 106 off the bat. And if not for a little breeze, that ball probably gets out, too. He didn't have a great launch angle on it. It was a little lower. And darn, he hit a hard line drive instead.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Happy for Blake here. You know he's got a lot of family and friends here, so good for him.
He hit it so hard that Risley couldn't score.
I'll give Frost an opportunity to drive home a couple here.
2 outs for Jackson. First pitch to Frost. Dropped in for a strike with the off-speed. Jackson's looking for his first hit today. He's 0 for 3. The 0-1, way outside. Backhand stop by the catcher. Kneels behind the plate.
Yeah, but he was on the Sperry fastball back in the 8th inning. Flew out right to the base of the wall to end the inning.
Count even at 1. Delivery to Frost. Outside again. Ball 2.
And when I was talking about batting average an inning or so ago, Iowa was under 250, and I'm thinking, well, going to drag it down a little. 364 right now for the game. So
turned it up. A lot of hits this inning. The 2-1. Frost fouled back.
What I think Coach Heler told you in the pregame interview was it's going to be tough to get hits or extra base hits with the way the wind's blowing. Iowa 6 extra base hits, just kind of doubled to death, and even the three Minnesota hits are well-placed doubles.
3 extra base hits, 6 total hits in this inning for Iowa. The 2-2. Frost hits on the ground left side. Backhand stop by the shortstop. Long throw to first base is not in time. It pops away from the first baseman. 1 run is in. Here comes Garren down the line. The Hawks have hung up 5 runs in the 9th. into double digits now for the 5th conference game in a row. 11-0 Hawks.
That'll go as a base hit. It might be the second run scores on the throwing error, but that'll be an RBI single for Jackson Frost to get him on the board. And we will get a pitching change after all.
Gophers making a change with 2 outs in the 9th. It is 11-0 Iowa. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
New pitcher into the game for Minnesota in an 11-0 ball game with the Hawkeyes leading in the 9th inning. We'll introduce the new Minnesota pitcher after this. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. New pitcher for Minnesota is Chris Hokinson, left-handed junior from St. Louis Park, Minnesota, an outfielder / left-handed pitcher.
Who hasn't pitched this year or last year.
Wow, okay.
So I guess when we were allegedly trashing the White Sox yesterday and they had a position player come in and pitch against them, well, here we are. It's 11-0. Minnesota does not want to burn another arm in the bullpen, and maybe Hokinson's going to play the second game of the doubleheader in the outfield, and so they're just using this to get him loose. They also have, funny enough, Easton Richter's on the pitching scouting report, so they must give some guys an opportunity.
All right. Be 2 outs for Dan Rogers. Iowa leading 11-0. The Hawks have put across 5 runs in the 9th. For the second time in program history now, Iowa has scored double digits in 5 straight conference games. Thanks to Sam, the baseball SID, for that note. First pitch to Rogers. Dan takes his strike down the heart of the plate.
Good fastball, 88. You'd expect an outfielder to have a pretty good arm, wouldn't you?
Just enough zip on it.
Just a matter of, can he locate? Is he having a secondary pitch?
0-1. Rogers takes downstairs in the dirt.
That was the secondary pitch.
Looks like softball's underway in the field beyond the right center wall. Northwestern playing Minnesota. Rogers sends the 1-1 deep to left, but that's fouling out of play.
Good timing for us. We can sneak over there between games, watch some more sporting action.
Take a walk. Be nice to get some fresh air out of this booth that's getting a little stuffy on us, John. It's hot in here.
I think you're just having flashes.
It could be. Counts 1-2 on Rogers. Try a pickoff move over to first. All right.
Yeah, I don't think at 11-0 Jason's going to be going anywhere.
No. I don't think so either.
A lot of times this might be a count Iowa runs on, but I don't think so now.
Next pitch. Rogers takes outside. 2-2 now. Rogers is 0 for 4 in this game of the doubleheader.
Sam Hart pitch got away from the catcher, and Sam Hart was over the wall in just quick cat-like fashion, but the first base umpire saw the ball had gotten onto the field.
Quick delay. Next pitch, Rogers punched foul straight back. You think the Hawks are going to Sam instead of Watts?
I would be surprised if Watts doesn't finish it, but I think that's Tyler that's throwing with some meaning as well, and so maybe Tyler Garren will come in and finish it up. Watts is in line actually for the save if he'd finish the inning.
2-2. Outside ball 3.
Although Watts is down in the bullpen right now getting some hugs, so maybe he is done. Because he's not throwing to continue getting loose.
Yeah, it's all Garren and Hart, looks like. Here's the pitch. This is foul over to the right. 11-0 Hawks in the ninth. Continue their momentum from yesterday and have played a much cleaner game than we saw last night.
Yeah, Ben Swales with a great play and just they're doing the little stuff right for the most part.
Rogers fouled off several pitches now in a row.
And really, unless Hawkinson can locate that secondary pitch, I think he's going to have a hard time throwing 87 past Rogers. So he's going to have to figure out how to either sneak this in a spot where Rogers can't hit it or locate that off-speed pitch.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here it is. Rogers shoots into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Frost is around second, heading for third. He slides in safely. Rogers with a wide turn around first, but he'll stay there for a single, and D-Raj picks up a hit.
And D-Raj will now get a break as Kellen Strohmeyer will come in to run for him.
8 hits in the inning for Iowa.
That sounds good.
And it sure is.
Is it good?
It is.
Okay.
It is, John. I can confirm it is good.
Just wanted to make sure.
Hawks have batted around in the ninth. Andy Nelson to hit.
Andy Nelson is in a spot nobody wants to be in. He made the first out of the inning.
Doesn't want to be the last.
You do not want to be the last. You really don't want to be the second one after you make the first one.
Andy takes low and in for ball 1. Iowa in line to clinch the series after this game. And, man, lining up to go get the sweep in the next game. Wouldn't that be something? That'd be huge.
Funny enough, the other out this inning was Reese Moore getting picked off as he tried to get between first and second. So Hawkeye batters have really not been set down this inning. And Iowa yesterday after 12 walks, 4 more walks today, but 14 more hits again.
First and third with 2 outs in the ninth. It's been a long top of the inning. 2-0 to Nelson, and he takes upstairs, ball 3.
Well, if I told you that Minnesota had only thrown 20 more pitches this game than Iowa.
Coming into this or just now?
Just now, in total.
Wow.
Minnesota has thrown 20 more pitches than Iowa. How would that sit with you?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. 3-0. Andy takes a high and outside strike, 3-1.
That's a friendly zone as the position player benefit. And Minnesota's been good, 65% strikes. Iowa's just done damage when they've had an opportunity.
3-1 is way outside. Ball 4, and the bases will be loaded.
Cooper Schulte will get another chance now.
Love it. Here comes Cooper.
Pinch hitting number 9, Cooper Schulte.
I saw Coach Sutherland kind of working with him during BP before the game, just again trying to get him kind of on timing. Obviously, he had a big hit Tuesday, so the potential's in there. Just need to have him be able to see that a little more often.
Schulte making his way to the box. He's ready to hit. Hawk on every base with 2 outs in the ninth. First pitch, low and in. Did it hit him? Close, but not quite. Ball 1.
Yeah, really just can't throw that off-speed pitch for a strike, so Iowa completely able to look fastball right now.
Again, a ton of room down the left field line for Schulte if he can time it up. He hits it on the ground foul past Frost at third.
That was going to score 3.
Yeah, that would have been deep trouble for the Gophers.
Because Birkeland doesn't have a great throwing arm either, so after the long run, being winded, getting over there.
Even at 1. Pitch to Schulte. Outside.
We will not see a new guy. This is going to be all Hokinson, however long this takes.
2-1 to Coop. Inside. Ooh, called a strike. 2-2.
Inside, up, take your pick.
Expand the zone. Understandable, I suppose. Here comes the 2-2 to Schulte. Cooper hits it on the ground. That'll be through into left field for a base hit. Frost comes around to score. Here comes Strohmeyer. He'll touch home. 2 more to the Hawkeye tally. 13-0. Schulte, good job.
Touchdown, Iowa. 7 runs here in the 9th. Now, seriously, though, could we have done this 2 innings earlier?
Yeah.
Saved ourselves a lot of wear and tear here.
I hear you. I admit I'm pretty surprised. I knew that Iowa was capable of this, but the Hawks are really taking it to the Gophers, keeping the foot on the gas. And in a doubleheader game, you just wonder how the Gophers are going to respond after this.
Yeah, they're going to go sit in the Performance Center and probably get a one-sided chat. Oh, man.
First pitch strike to Jackson Beeman.
All right, it touched the box. Kind of, barely.
Iowa's going to have all the momentum and have been playing consistently well now for several games in a row. I kind of take the outlier from Tuesday out of the picture as Beeman takes another strike on a breaking ball.
Of course, he lands the breaking ball on Jackson.
Yes. Jeez.
But, yeah, to your point, I mean, obviously the finishing up the Michigan State series and then the Ohio State series.
0-2, pitch to Beeman's low and out.
And then through 2 games here this weekend.
And Iowa is rolling.
Pitching has been good to great at times, and the hitting in Big Ten play for sure has been outstanding.
1-2 to Beeman. Skies it into center. Knoll going back. He's camped. He caught it for the 3rd out. 7 runs across for the Hawkeyes. 13-0. Iowa looking for 3 more outs to secure this series victory over the Gophers. We're back for the bottom of the 9th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Bottom of the 9th inning, and the Hawkeyes way out in front of this, 13-0. Iowa bringing in a new pitcher to close this down. It'll be Jaron Bleeker who enters the game, a right-handed freshman from Sergeant Bluff.
1-0 in his 4 appearances this year, 4 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs. Walked 1, struck out 5. Had 3 pretty good outings his last 3 times out. Gave up a run against gave up a run against Augustana, but no runs against Loras or Illinois State. Got hit around a little bit against Washington State in his first career appearance there, but he'll be ready to go here now and close this one down so we can start the clock for game 2.
Yes.
Can we start the clock for game 2 now?
Why don't we just start it right now? That'd be great. Really appreciate our audience today, the Hawkeye fans, the loyal, the faithful that have been sticking with us through this first game of the doubleheader. Work through the technical difficulties. Hopefully we can keep the broadcast going for the remainder of the day. We don't need to deal with that anymore, so we're thankful for the fans that have been sticking with us the entire day. Mike, I know Mike's listening in. Cody, thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball today. Good to hear from you, Cody. 13-0 Iowa. It's been a fun one. And we get to the bottom of the 9th. Bleeker ready to pitch to Weber Niels. Jamison Martin is on deck. Jake Perry to follow. Bleeker on the rubber. And he's ready to pitch. First one on its way home is a called ball, just low.
Just a bit.
To Niels.
Good fastball, 91 from Bleeker.
1-0 is inside, 2-0. Niels didn't seem to have much interest getting out of the way.
I would not want to take 91 off the hands in a 13-0 game.
Me neither. Bleeker missed again inside, ball 3. Here we go, Garren. Come on now.
They've all 3 been good pitches. He's just missed with all 3.
Pitch from Bleeker is outside, ball 4. Niels didn't even think that was going to be a ball. He assumed strike. He took a minute to get out of the box.
Coach Sutherland gave a quick palm up there. That one was a strike. That's going to go down as a 4-pitch walk, but they were all 4 good, and that one was probably a little better than good based on what today's strike zone has been.
Here's Martin. Runner at first and nobody out. First pitch from Bleeker is low. Find the zone here, Garren. Come on now. Short lead at first. Bleeker's 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1.
First off-speed pitch finds the upper part of the zone.
How about a ground ball? 1-1. Inside, ball 2.
I have Martin's numbers in front of me, but he doesn't strike me as a power hitter. Just get in the zone and get after him. Even if you take a little off of it, I think you're going to be all right.
Here's Bleeker's 2-1. Fastball outside corner, 2-2. Good spot from Garren.
Yeah, that pitch is slightly worse than the one he threw to Niels and gets the called strike.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Bleeker comes set. The right-hander from the belt delivers. Grounded foul over to the left.
All right, I take it back. Martin does have 4 home runs on the year.
All right.
Of his 8 hits, 4 of them are home runs, so hitting 190 on the year coming into today.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Bleeker picks up the strikeout, 1 away in the go for 9th.
Nice comeback there after having a difficult time early on. Put the off-speed pitch up in the zone where Martin could see it. Swung right through it.
1 out for Jake Perry. Not holding the runner on first base. And he takes off. And the pitch is low and out. Gets away from Max Burt, who's catching now for Iowa.
Niels didn't even really. It could have at least looked at third, but went into second standing up, and then just kind of glanced around, fixed his high pants, and then saw Burt chasing it back in front of the Iowa or the Minnesota dugout.
1-0 pitch from Bleeker, inside corner, strike 1.
Friendly inside corner.
13-0 Iowa, bottom of the ninth. Iowa 2 outs away from winning the series and looking for the sweep with a victory in Game 2 of today's doubleheader. 1-1. Low and out, picked out of the turf by Burt.
See if Perry can break the Minnesota trend. No hits with runners on base yet.
Garren's 2-1. Outside, ball 3. Find the strike zone here, Garren.
He's just been kind of on that inner chalk line of the right-handed batter's box. So whether it's been a right-hander or left-hander, that's just been kind of his pitch zone.
3-1. There's a strike. Low inside corner, 3-2. Worked low in the zone. We'll see what he throws here on the 3-2. Lined foul near the Iowa bullpen.
Now that, you were talking about bracing yourself on the roof. There was a car turning around there from the parking lot. Ball short hop that fence. Can you imagine you're backing out of your parking lot and catch that in the back window?
No thanks. 3-2. High and out, ball 4. Runners at first and second for the Gophers now in the ninth. Couple walks in the inning issued by Bleeker.
Lozier was at Michigan State last year. 21 starts for Michigan State, hit .326.
Quick mound visit from Max Burt before they face Lozier, as John was mentioning. Really don't want to have to go to another pitcher in this ninth.
No, and somebody is. Looks like Will Pearson, I think. For the most part, Bleak has been pretty good. It's just he's missed a little, so he's just not quite sharp. So if he can just tune in here just a little bit, he'll be fine.
First pitch is a strike. Good start from Bleeker on Lozier. First and second and 1 out.
Lozier ground ball right to Ben Swales, and we're done and moving on.
A 1 pitch is hit on the ground to the right side, foul, past Garren. Blake with some good glove work to knock it down in foul territory.
You don't really want to give away the momentum you've built here.
That's
and
right.
Let Minnesota feel like they're ready now. Look out.
Yeah, foul ball over to the left. There's a handful of kids that are playing over there on the left, especially a young girl that's been running around, and I want to see her take a foul ball. That one was close.
Ear hole one.
Yeah. Bleeker set with the 0-2. Here it comes. Breaking ball. Strike 3 called. On the outer edge, 2 down.
And that's kind of what I was talking about. He's been okay. He's just been kind of just off. He was able to pull all those in just a touch, get ahead, get that second out, and see if he can finish it up with Richter.
Two outs, first pitch. That dropped low.
No, it didn't.
You wanted that call to strike, huh? Just low, apparently. Bleeker's 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. 13-0 Iowa in the bottom of the ninth. 1 out away. Bleeker, the right-hander, comes set. He moved a little too quickly. reset things. Batter wasn't ready for it. Now we're good to go. Here's the 1-1. There's a strike at the knees, 1-2.
USC's rallied from a 4-3 deficit at Indiana, now lead 8-4, top of the ninth.
Iowa fans rallying behind Bleeker, over to the left. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Jaren's pitch. Strike 3 called. Throws him on the inner third. And the Hawkeyes win it 13-0. The 6th shutout of the season for the black and gold. That leads the Big Ten. How about that performance?
Outstanding job all around. Nice job from Garren there to come in and settle down, settle in, get the nerves out, and finish off that game. And watch, yeah, they're starting the countdown clock here. Let's get this baby rolling.
Yeah, let's rock and roll. Looks like it'll be a 40-minute pause between games here. Iowa 13-0, a Hawkeye winner over the Golden Gophers. Iowa has won the series over Minnesota and will look for the sweep with a ton of momentum going into this next game.
You're 9-2 in the Big Ten, Iowa Hawkeyes.
Excellent. Can't ask for much better than that. The Hawkeyes going through the handshake line now. They'll regroup down the left field line and get ready for the final game of the series. Good ovation from the Hawkeye fans behind the Iowa dugout. Iowa now 16-9 on the season, 9-2 in the Big Ten. 13 runs for the Hawkeyes on 15 hits, no errors, no runs, 3 hits for Minnesota, 2 errors in the field for the Golden Gophers. All right, we'll take a 3-minute break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the Iowa Lottery powering up the new Pac-Man scratch ticket, where you could jump your way to $50K in instant cash prizes. Even if you don't score big in your first round, you still get an extra life. Because you can enter non-winning tickets in the VIP club for a chance to win a Pac-Man arcade package, plus your share of $325,000 in cash prizes. That's a lot of Waka Waka winning. Woo-hoo! Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc. Enter and see rules at iLottery.com/VIP.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Iowa takes care of business, wins Game 2 of the series 13-0 over Minnesota. Just a quick heads up, Hawkeye fans, it will not be 40 minutes. The coaches have agreed we'll play in about 15 or 20 minutes now, so just a heads up on that. We'll be back pretty shortly. Let's hear the highlights from Iowa's 13-0 win over the Gophers.
First pitch to him is hit well into left center field. It is deep and well in near the wall as Nelson advances to second base as Swales clubs a double into left center field. The 2-0. Wilmus hits well to center field. Deep enough for a sacrifice fly. It's caught by the center fielder. Nelson will score. Swales advances to third. 1-0 Iowa on the sacrifice fly from Ben Wilmus to center field. First pitch to Gable. He hits this down the right field line. Base hit into the corner and right. Swales scores. Mitchell with a double. It's 2-0 Hawks. Deals to Nelson. Fly ball to center field. Center fielder going back. He's still running. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He leaps up, and it is over the wall. A 3-run home run from Andy Nelson to straightaway center. How'd that get out of here? Yes. Whoa.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cade looking for a career-high 11th strikeout. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him. You bet.
Really nice job there. Just went high fastball. Was able to blow it right by him. And Cade gets another shutdown inning after the Hawks staked him out to that 6-0 lead.
The 0-2. Wilmus cranks down the left field line. Get going, baby. It is off the wall into foul ground. Gets down in the corner. They're waving Swales around third. He'll score all the way from first as Wilmus clubs a topspin double into the left field corner. First pitch to Gable. He swings and rips it fair into the right field corner. That goes off the base of the wall. Wilmus around third. He'll score. Mitchell with a stand-up double. 8-0 Hawks. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Reese. Line drive, base hit into right field again. They're going to wave Mitchell around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's cut off. Late throw. Mitchell scores. Moore's headed to second on the throw. Now Reese is in a rundown. He's headed back to first. He'll be tagged out on his way back to the bag. But he drives home a run. It's 9-0. Frost hits on the ground left side. Backhand stop by the shortstop. Long throw to first base is not in time. It pops away from the first baseman. 1 run is in. Here comes Garren down the line. The Hawks have hung up 5 runs in the 9th. Into double digits now for the 5th conference game in a row. 11-0 Hawks. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Jaren's pitch. Strike 3 called. Throws him on the inner third. And the Hawkeyes win it. 13-0, the 6th shutout of the season for the black and gold. That leads the Big Ten. How about that performance? Iowa wins it 13-0. We're about 15 minutes away from first pitch of the second game of the doubleheader. We'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll re-air Coach Heler's interview, and then we'll get you set for the final game of the series. So a 2-minute break. We'll hear from Coach Heler, and we'll be back after that interview. After this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today, getting set for another round of games with the Golden Gophers. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler. Coach, a good win yesterday, had to gut it out in a tough victory over the Gophers.
Yeah, we did. It was a great day for our offense. Really happy with how we swung the bat, how we stayed with the plan. You know, Marty had a great plan. Yesterday we got the starter out of the game quickly. The lefty Whalen came in, who has a really good arm, and last year he just owned us, and it looked like, when he came in the game it was going to be another day where he owned us, but we really ground out some at bats and forced his pitch count up, and we didn't do a lot with him, but it was just enough to build his pitch count up and get him out of the game. And then they used Clausen, who he's got a great arm and nasty break and stuff, and up 95, 96, and man, our guys did an awesome job with him. We had some big time clutch hits. Jason Frost got one off him and was driving a run, and then the big one. There were a bunch of big ones yesterday, but maybe the biggest was Tyler Garren stepping in against Clausen, and with 2 strikes he drives in 2 runs, and that was great for him, being from the area, and really happy for Tyler, and that was just a big clutch hit, and it's kind of the dagger in that game. Pitching wise, Savary wasn't very good yesterday compared to what we've seen. He just was really struggling with his command location. That's always a risk when you move a guy up like we did. He toughed it out. The positive thing was he didn't give up the big inning. It was either 1 or 2 all day. But it was, like you said, we'd score a couple, they'd score a couple. The big thing for us was that we had 3 big innings. We had 3 innings where we scored 4. Got some big hits. It didn't look like it was going to go that way early. We left the bases loaded twice, where we only scored 1 or scored 2, and had a chance to break the game open. And then when Whalen came in, you thought maybe you missed that opportunity. And for us, it was Dan Wright coming in after Savary, and a little traffic early in his outing, but after that he threw some zeros up there and really slowed the game down for us. And did a really nice job, and then by the time Whitlock was ready to go, we had a really big lead, and Jack finished it out for us, which was great. Didn't have to go to the pen again, and here we are.
Can you talk about Dan a little bit more? Just coming into this team, this is going to be his last year of collegiate baseball, and seems to be the leader out there in that bullpen, and you turn to him in a big spot, and he does a great job yesterday.
Yeah, Dan has been exactly what we needed, as a pitcher, but way more than expected for a guy that's only going to be here a year on the leadership side. Just a very mature, intelligent, he's a pro about his business. He doesn't let the moment get too big. He's been in a lot of games and done a lot of things, and just loves to play. I mean, he could be a great coach, I think. I think he'd be a great pitching coach someday. He really understands what's going on. The thing I also really like is that he wasn't happy coming in and just being who he was. He came in and tried to get better.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He came in and really worked at it, and his fastball's better. I mean, there's a lot of things. He's moving better than he's ever moved. And that's just great for an older guy when you see that, and just a guy that definitely all of the pitching staff can look up to.
John and I noticed this yesterday, Coach. Maybe a couple instances throughout the game, whether it was leaving the bases loaded or giving up a 2-strike, 2-out hit, that the team responded well. Next pitch, next play. Maybe it was something in the field defensively.
Yeah.
The field's a little bit strange here, in my opinion, but just your team's ability to do as you lead them, as you tell them, next pitch, next play. Really noticeable yesterday and in the past few weeks.
Well, that's great to hear and great to see because, every year and every team, it's a new challenge to be able to do that. And the teams that are really successful embrace it and try to get better at that every single day, try to improve at their mental game skills and their mental toughness and being able to be in the moment and be where their feet are, and all those cliches that you hear all the time, but are really difficult to get an entire group of guys, 32 guys to embrace, because it only takes one, and you're only as strong as your weakest link, and that's, you've heard me say it many times to the team, we're only as strong as our weakest link, and at some point in time, they're all going to be out there in a leverage situation or be out there when things aren't going well, and that they have to have the ability to step back and get back in the present and stop it. And the other thing is, like, you just keep playing the game, and that was the biggest positive with a loss that we had Tuesday night, is just keep playing. If you just keep playing, a lot of times the game comes back to you. But so many teams, once you get down 10-0, it's over. I knew it wasn't over with our guys, and we almost come back from a 10-0 deficit. We lose 10-8, but that was a great example to the guys. It was the first one this year where you could point your finger at it and say, see, we just kept playing. We didn't worry about the score. We control the things we can control, and all those things that you strive to be really good at that are difficult to become good at. I'm glad to see that we're making progress and we're making strides, and that you and John are actually able to see it, because this team it's it's just methodically getting better and better, and I think it's really important for every team to know who they are and what they have to do to be successful, and then you go out and attack it and try to control the controllables and do the best you can at those things, and that's what this team has done. Is it going to be perfect? No, it's never going to be perfect, but you're striving to be perfect, and this team is doing a good job of that right now.
Talking with the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Okay, Coach, a doubleheader today. Maybe relieved a little bit of pressure by winning yesterday's game, but it's a clean slate today. This game's going to start 0-0. Maybe talk about a couple of challenges of a doubleheader.
The biggest challenge is the guy on the mound for the Gophers in Thornstein. We've seen him before. Last year he was down a little bit velo-wise. He's gotten stronger, bigger, and he's going to be 90-91, but he's a lefty with heavy crossfire action to his fastball, and he's gonna, as Marty said, he's gonna try to bully you with his fastball. So we're gonna see a lot of fastballs. Does have a good breaking ball and does throw a changeup, but he really likes to beat you with that angle fastball, and it's got some ride to it as well, which is gonna, anytime you get a ride guy, it does cause you some problems, especially if the umpire is going to give him the top of the zone, because we're going to try to stay off the top of the zone today and make him bring it down. That's what ride guys want you to do. They want you to chase at the top, and you can't. Your bat's always underneath it. You're never going to get to it. So that's going to be our challenge with him, and then as always, I mean, you need a good start, and on a doubleheader day, it's even more important that we get a really good start out of Cade. I think I think it's a good matchup for Cade if he comes out like he did last week and just attacks the strike zone. Defensively, we got to play well. We didn't play very well defensively yesterday.
Does field have something to do with that, Coach? It feels like this is a turf different. That we've not played on before.
It's a different surface. It's slower than ours, and it's aging some, and it's got some different kind of hops in it. But that's no excuse. It's still turf. You're not playing on rough dirt or or anything like a high school field.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but anyway, we just we had a couple miscues. It wasn't bad, but just try to be as clean as we possibly can today. Make them earn it. The wind's going to be blowing in all day.
Good news for us, don't you think?
Well, I don't know. With how we're hitting. I kind of like it when it's blowing out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, because we had 12 hits the other day, but only 3 extra base hits. It's just tough to get extra base hits when the wind's blowing in, and I think our guys will do a good job of lowering their sights and hit line drives. But I mean, it takes the power away from some of our key guys, and it will be a tough day to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Right now, it's kind of the same wind as it was yesterday. As we get closer to game time, it's supposed to shift this afternoon, coming pretty much straight in from center field, or even a little bit like in from the scoreboard. And then if we're here long enough, it may continue on around and start to blow out late in game 2. But for the majority of the day, fly balls are going to go die.
Before we let you go, Coach, our bullpen feel like it's in a better spot than theirs is in terms of the arms that we've thrown compared to theirs.
Yeah. We didn't use Ben Detay, but we had him up, and I hope that doesn't affect him today, because I'd like to go with Ben at some point. Probably go Watts, thinking maybe we'll go Watts first since we got Cade out there, left-handed, and give a righty look before we would go to Detay. But Detay's going to be a big part of it. Watts, and then the rest of the staff, Hogue, pretty much everybody's got an extra day's rest, and that's what we were hoping after the Tuesday game. All those guys threw on Tuesday, and we were hoping that we didn't have to use a lot of them yesterday and get another day's rest, which we've been able to do. So that's good. I feel good about where we're at in the pen, as good as we can be. They use their 2 best stuff guys. Now that they do have some other good bullpen guys, but they're two guys they like to go to. They burn. So the quicker we can get Thornstein out of the game would be a good thing.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck against the Gophers today.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Siebert Field. Doubleheader today. We're back right after this with starting lineups and first pitch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list: clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Hawkeye two-way player Tyler Garren. Tyler, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So let's kind of start with the basics. How'd you get to Iowa City? What was club ball like, high school ball, that sort of thing?
I went to Mountain View High School in Shoreview, Minnesota. I played 1 year with my older brother, and I kind of knew that I wanted to keep playing with him. I wasn't sure. Once he committed to Iowa and once he was here, I didn't really know if I was going to be good enough to make it here, but eventually I started talking to Marty and the old pitching coach, and after learning a little bit about their pitching philosophy, I kind of knew that this is where I wanted to be, and now I'm here.
Nice. Do you like pitching or hitting better? Yeah, we'll kind of get to some of the other stuff, but you've done both and got a little experience in both. Which do you like better?
Yeah, I like pitching better. I think I'm a better pitcher than I am a hitter. It's been a little bit of a slow start on the pitching side, but it'll come.
Yeah, it's so we'll get it. Well, let's talk about a little bit yesterday. You came up in a big spot yesterday, and yesterday you got called for the bat.
Yep.
You got 2 at bats on the year. Hit both balls hard. One hit, one was an out at the track. You got a spot yesterday where the game's kind of in the balance yet. You know, Iowa we're taking a lead, but you came up in a spot, 2 outs, a couple guys on base. What's that like when I assume you kind of know that they're like, hey, you're probably not on the pitching board today, but you could be on the hitting board, and so then you get the call from Marty that, hey, you're going to come up there and hit. What's that like?
Yeah, it's always I'm always feeling like I'm more on the pitching board than I am the hitting board. I'm usually pretty shocked when I get called to go hit, but I mean, we had our sheet on the guy. I knew he was going to throw me. I was looking fastball. I wanted to put something in the air so we could score that guy on third with 1 out, bases loaded. Looking fastball, I got fooled on the first one, and I pulled it down the line. And second one, I got a fastball. It was up out of the zone, and I was a little late on it, so I was looking for fastball again. Threw me a curveball, sat on it, kind of hung there, and I hit it through the 4-hole and scored 2 runs. So feels good to be able to contribute and put the ball in play with 2 strikes.
Well, again, yeah, the 2 strikes, and I mean, third at bat. You don't have a whole lot of experience to draw from, so it's pretty good to kind of work your way through that. Do you use any of the, okay, I'm a pitcher, this is how I might attack me if I was up there? Does that help you, like, think about how a guy might try to come get you?
I mean, I think about it like that, but I don't have enough at bats to where I don't think other teams have any info on me, so they're not shifting me or anything. So, I mean, really, I'm just like going out there and taking that bat. I'm not thinking about it too much. When I think, then stuff starts
the bad things happen.
Yep.
You've had a couple pretty good outings, maybe a little up and down on the mound, maybe not quite exactly where you want. Where do you see kind of that development going for you?
Yeah, we've moved from the windup to the stretch, and I think going from the windup to the stretch is just going to make me calm down, go a little bit slower. Tried it at Illinois State and it went pretty well. Just had 1 bad batter, and then I think the strikes are coming back.
Last fun thing I've got for you. So when John Leo talked to your brother, there was some talk that you guys might have met in a live set. And so Blake has a story about how the live set went. What is your version of facing your brother here in Iowa City in a live set?
Yeah, well, I was really pumped. He's the guy I wanted to face kind of all fall. I think it was in the fall. We've faced each other a couple times, but I'll talk about the fall one because that's the good one. Kenny calls a slider first pitch, and I know Blake's looking slider because he thinks I'm too scared to throw him a fastball. So I switch a fastball, and I get first pitch swinging, and then same thing happens in the next 2 pitches, and now it's 1-2. So then I switch. Then Kenny calls slider, throws slider, and Blake swings over it and struck him out. It's a good feeling.
So that's a kind of a version we heard. We heard that you got the better of older brother in the first live set. So that's all right.
I think he might have grounded out in the next time I faced him.
I don't know.
But that doesn't really count as
not quite a good strike.
Not a win for him.
I'm going to let you go, but I appreciate your time, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Garren, Hawkeye two-way player. John Leo will be back with Coach Heler right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field. Teams warming up or trying to stay warm as we get ready for the third and final game of the series. A doubleheader. The second game of the doubleheader coming up in a few minutes. Iowa just won Game 2 of this series, 13-0. So the Hawks have already won the series, but now you move on and you go for the sweep and you look for your 10th Big Ten win of the season. Iowa can get to 10-2, and that would be one heck of a start, and especially to do that on the road. It doesn't really matter who you're playing on the road, but to go on the road in the Big Ten and get a series win is impressive. And then you do that with possibly a sweep here. Wow, that'd be something. Iowa has a ton of momentum, and we'll see what kind of effort Minnesota comes out with after Iowa's really knocked them down in the first two games of the series. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Well, we've kind of been playing tennis in between games here, going back and forth. We were told, hey, no, it'll be 40 minutes. Oh, no, wait a minute, it'll be 20 minutes. And then we were told that we won't start this game until 4:15. So we're still 15 minutes away from first pitch of the final game of this series. So we'll take a 3-minute break. We'll be back in a few minutes right after this 3-minute break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the Iowa Lottery powering up the new Pac-Man scratch ticket, where you could jump your way to $50K in instant cash prizes. Even if you don't score big in your first round, you still get an extra life. Because you can enter non-winning tickets in the VIP club for a chance to win a Pac-Man arcade package, plus your share of $325,000 in cash prizes. That's a lot of Waka Waka winning. Woo-hoo! Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc. Enter and see rules at iLottery.com/VIP.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oaknall is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oaknall is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Iowa and Minnesota about to wrap up the series from Minneapolis here at about 4:15. The Hawkeyes 16-9 and 9-2 in the Big Ten. Minnesota 11-13 overall. They're now 2-6 and spiraling a bit here as the Hawkeyes have really gotten the ball rolling this weekend against the Golden Gophers. Everything has been pretty much spot on for the Hawks. Yesterday, a dominant win, but a little sloppy, according to Coach Heler. They were able to clean that up. Just a dominant performance over Minnesota earlier today. 13-0, gave up just 3 hits, didn't commit any errors. All around, a really strong performance. Cade Obermueller with a career-high 11 strikeouts. Anthony Watts came in, did a nice job. Jaron Bleeker closed things down. Iowa handled the Gophers start to finish. And a really nice win for the Hawks.
Well, I think when you go to StatCast and you look and you see, they put up offensive leaders or whatever it is, the highlight guys. Iowa on the offensive leaders side has 9 guys listed.
Wow, yeah, the whole deal, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty impressive way to do it. I was joking with Gable Mitchell down in the dugout beforehand. I said, Gable, at one point I said, it's not a Gable Mitchell-like game. And then I looked down, you're 2 for 5, you 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. He goes, I'll take 2 for 5 every day. I said, yeah. I said, it's a good thing when that feels like maybe that's your floor. So pretty good overall. And, the Hawkeyes all through the order, but especially there at the top. Ben Wilmus, a couple hits, a walk, a hit by pitch. So top of the order did a nice job setting the table.
You were down there in between games, John. What did you sense from the mood from the Iowa dugout?
Oh, just bouncing around. I mean, kind of ready to go. Ben Swales asked me, he goes, how'd you guys call me falling down? Like, oh, we may have had a little chuckle, but you got everything going. And then, of course, Andy Nelson was, riding high after that home run to center field. And he goes, I didn't think I had enough to get it all the way out of there. He just kept going. And so, yeah, a lot of guys and rightfully bouncing around.
Weather conditions are changing a bit on us, John. I don't know where this came from, but there's some rain in the area, and I don't like the sounds of that.
Well, it wouldn't be a Reese Buter start if the weather wasn't squirrely.
The second the game ended and we flipped over to Reese getting the start, the Mother Nature decided to throw some showers around here. It hasn't started raining here yet, but overcast skies now. Wind still blowing out to right as we're past the 4 o'clock hour. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to get this game in. Knock on wood. Hopefully we do, and hopefully Iowa jumps on Minnesota early.
Delay would be 3/4 of the way to catastrophic.
Yeah. We've had a heck of a day up here in the booth. I tell you what. And how about no more delays, no more issues? Let's just get through this one.
Your AM radio highlights there at the first half of the game. That was pretty good.
Yeah, my dad texted me the same thing. Sounds like you're on AM from just what our output was.
We were joking about that when the speaker blew at Banks last week too, and come back up here now, and it kind of had that same ring to it.
All right, we'll take a 3-minute break. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the Iowa Lottery powering up the new Pac-Man scratch ticket, where you could jump your way to $50K in instant cash prizes. Even if you don't score big in your first round, you still get an extra life. Because you can enter non-winning tickets in the VIP club for a chance to win a Pac-Man arcade package, plus your share of $325,000 in cash prizes. That's a lot of waka winning. Woo-hoo! Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc. Enter and see rules at iLottery.com/VIP.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
John Evans and John Leo back at Siebert Field. Final game of the series between Iowa and Minnesota. The Hawkeyes going for the sweep. Head coaches meeting around home plate right now. Underneath overcast skies. Hopefully the rain misses. Shouldn't be too much of a problem even if it does start raining. Time to turn the page on Game 2 and focus on Game 3 and the final game of this doubleheader. Iowa and Minnesota. Don't know much about the Gophers side. We don't spend any time in their dugout, but, man, you got to feel that they might be reeling a bit here. And with Iowa's bubbling confidence, jump on them early and see what kind of fight that the Gophers have left.
You would think so. And before we close the book on Game 2, just one more thing for you real quick. Iowa pitching, it's easy to think about the offense and what it did. 3 hits, 3 doubles that Cade Obermueller gave up. Anthony Watts came in, didn't give up a hit. Jaron Bleeker came in, didn't give up a hit. 4 walks for the Iowa pitching, 1 hit batter, 19 strikeouts.
Wow.
So Iowa pitching was on point, mixed up well. threw around and was able to really attack the Gopher hitters. And that to me is the piece that if you can continue to dominate, that's how you're going to take the team's willingness to fight you out, is by just sending them back to the dugout without even getting a run down to first base.
Would you go as far to say that was the best pitched game from the Hawkeyes this season? The strikeout number has got to be the most.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to some of the shutouts just to kind of see how those look. But yeah, it certainly feels like, obviously I remember the Stetson one that had 10 walks in it. But from top to bottom, really lack of threats. I mentioned it. Minnesota 0 for 14 with runners on base, 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position. So when Iowa pitchers needed to bank a pitch, and you and I heard the coaching staff challenge the guys to do exactly that. Hey, maybe start a little earlier. You don't have to wait till there's a couple guys on, but at one point there was a couple guys on for Cade Obermueller, and he buckled in and didn't allow Minnesota to get any momentum and any runs.
Sixth shutout of the season for Iowa, which leads the Big Ten. And so the Hawks are hot right now. Winners of 8 of their last 9. And looking for another series sweep. It'd be back-to-back for the Hawkeyes in the Big Ten.
That's a pretty good place to stack from. If you told Iowa you could get to 10-2 after your first 4 weekends, I think everybody in the coaching staff would have taken that in a heartbeat, and so that's a pretty good place to build from. There's some big series and some big opponents on the horizon, and so stacking these wins up early when you get an opportunity to, and as you mentioned, maybe taking your swings at a team that's down a little bit. Is what needs to get done.
Well, we've talked with Coach Heler before about doubleheaders, and just his take on him. But that if you're cold on a doubleheader day, could be a major problem. We saw it happen to us last year against Michigan at Banks. Iowa did not play well in the doubleheader against Michigan, and Michigan won both those games, and then ended up taking the series. Iowa's the opposite of that this time around. They just dominated the first game. And hopefully that momentum carries on.
Yeah, and as we know, doubleheaders are hard to sweep. You mentioned that one, but then I'd go back to the other one. Michigan State had all the momentum in the world coming off the 12-8 extra inning win earlier this season, and Iowa bounced back and settled it down. And I think what you can do is you can pitch well. And when you pitch well, that gives you an opportunity to let your offense find its footing, and Iowa pitching did that yesterday when they settled in, allowed Iowa's offense to find time to make a run and get going towards the end of that game.
Starting lineups being announced, as we'll get you Iowa's here in a second. It is this an identical lineup? It feels like it, John. It is, with Wilmus leading off and playing right, Mitchell at short, batting second. Reese Moore is the DH. He'll bat third for the Hawks. Middle of the order, Risley in center, Wolf at first, Frost at third. 7, 8, 9, Rogers, Nelson, and Swales. Rogers catching, Nelson in left, and Swales at second base. The pitcher for Minnesota is Kyle Remington. He'll start Game 3 for the Gophers.
Remington has been a regular starter. 30 1/3 innings, 31 hits, 22 runs, just 15 of those earned, 11 walks, 28 strikeouts. He is 0-4 with a 4.45 ERA. So 4.45 ERA, it's pretty hard luck to be 0 for 4.
Really?
College baseball, that's not bad at all. Fastball's going to sneak up there. It'll be around 90 plus or minus. He'll throw a slider and a change. Tries to be 50-50 with the right-handers and won't throw that change very often, but kind of like what I was seeing. If they can hold the zone, force him over the white of the plate, Iowa hitting could continue on a good stretch.
All right. Remington has made his way to the mound. Is getting ready to start his warm-up pitches. The Hawks will finish this game and then head to Bradley on Tuesday for another road midweek. And we're over in Chicago and Evanston
3 games against the Wildcats of Northwestern. So life on the road will continue for the Hawks.
I will not be with you Tuesday.
Yeah.
And probably not with you this weekend either.
I'm going to miss you, John.
Well, hopefully you don't have to use the phone connection.
Please, no. Last time. I remember Bradley. I think Bradley has Ethernet, so that's fingers crossed. That might be one of the few things they've got. I'm guessing it'll be frigid over there like it always is every time we have to go over there.
I haven't looked far enough in advance because at some point I wasn't concerned.
All right, here we go. Ben Wilmus in the on-deck circle. He's getting ready to walk to the plate.
USC did get game 1 against Indiana 10-5. Illinois scored 6 runs in the top of the 8th and 1 in the top of the 9th. They lead Michigan State now 9-6. So it doesn't help Iowa a lot with the Michigan State that Iowa's played. So there's some.
That's against Jerwa, right? But those runs didn't come off of Jerwa. You wouldn't expect that late, right?
No, I mean maybe he gave up one or 2 of those in the 8th inning if he pitched that long, but he certainly probably didn't hang around for all 6 of them.
Who's ready for Golden Gopher baseball?
Not just Gopher baseball, Golden Gopher baseball.
Now, did they change? Or do they just go by the Gophers now?
Well, he just said Golden. So.
I keep the Golden Gopher. I keep that going. All right, here's Ben Wilmus. He takes a strike. We're underway. Final game of the series against the Golden Gophers.
That just sounded spiteful.
Out of the windup, here's the pitch to Wilmus. Chopper hit on the ground left side. Shortstop gloves it. Throw on the run is just in time to retire Wilmus 1 down.
And that was an outstanding play from Richter. So for some of the struggles that we've seen, that one did not have an issue there. Tough play and was able to get Wilmus.
I think there's been a new lineup, new shuffling of position players for Minnesota this weekend. There have been changes aplenty. Here's Gable Mitchell. He swings at the first pitch off the end of the bat foul, left side.
Yeah, and I suppose when your first guy gets hurt and your second guy immediately shows signs of weakness, and then there's been a little juggle since then.
0-1 to Mitchell's outside. Ball on the strike.
What Iowa has to remember and do is lock back in. The previous game doesn't help them anymore.
Gable slices this foul over to the left. 1-2.
High leg kick from Remington, kind of one of those old-style moves.
He doesn't bend the knee. It's a straight leg kick.
I would guess he'll shorten that up with the runner on first.
1-2, outside. Hawks keep their black tops and their white pants. Didn't go to the golds. Minnesota changed their uniforms. They go with all white. Minnesota spelled out in gold across the chest. They still have their maroon caps. Here's the 2-2 to Mitchell. Line drive into right field. That is hooking. It is fair. And into the right field corner. Mitchell speeding around first. He's got a double for the Hawks in the first.
102 off the bat. Third double of the day for Gable Mitchell as he turned on an inside fastball. Able to get the barrel around so that he's able to keep that ball fair, not hook it.
Gable's 10th double of the season. Leading the team by 3. Who would have thought? Reese Moore will come up. Reese batting .382 for the black and gold. Big shift on against Moore. First pitch, Reese hits opposite field foul.
League leader in the Big Ten has 11, so Gable right there on the doorstep of leading the Big Ten in doubles. Keaton Anthony was the doubles machine. Had the extra pop when he needed it, too, but doubles machine.
Remington's 0-1. Swing and a miss by Reese, 0-2. Good changeup.
Yeah, really good off-speed pitch there. Had Reese out in front, swung right over the top.
Here's the 0-2. Reese slaps foul opposite field again. Risley on deck. Reese trying to move Mitchell.
I told Coach Kenny between games that Minnesota only threw 6 more pitches than Iowa in that first game, and he was equally as surprised as you were.
Unbelievable, really. Here's the 0-2. Hit well to right center field. Right fielder moving over. It's over his head. It's over the wall. Reese Moore clobbered it to right. A 2-run jack for Reese. 2-0 Hawks.
Boy, that's what good hitters do. Remington tried to throw that changeup again. Left it up enough. It was still out over the plate. But Reese turns on it, hits it 380. Didn't quite get it to the softball game going on, but his 8th of the year as he turned on that pitch and hit it hard. And the Hawks again, first inning, getting after it, creating traffic, and getting runs on the board.
How about these Hawkeyes? 2-0 in the first. Miles Risley coming to the plate.
5 of the last 6 games they've scored not just they've scored runs, and 4 of those 5 they've scored multiple runs.
Right. Most of the time it's more than just a single run. Ball and no strikes on Risley. Here's the pitch. Miles takes a strike on the outer edge, 1-1. I'm having some tough luck with the depth perception today, John. I've let out 2 get-going babies that weren't home runs.
And missed the 2 that were?
Yes. 1-1, Risley pops up on the infield. He slams his bat down as he heads to first base. The third baseman is there. Just to the left of the mound, he makes the catch.
Yeah, boy, that spinner was out up over the plate. Hawkeye scouting report was that Remington would hang a ball every once in a while, and boy, he did there. And Miles just missed it and launched it. 75-degree exit angle. 51 feet distance. I think it went further than that because it got past the pitcher's mound.
2 outs for Caleb Wolf. First pitch to Wolfie is high. Remington out of the windup, offers the 1-0 pitch. Caleb takes a strike at the knees, 1-1. A lot of room in that right field corner for Caleb. Instead, he shoots it up the middle for a 2-out single to center. That's Caleb's signature hit, isn't it?
And he can do it in so many different ways, too. That's a high fastball. That's not an easy pitch to hit a line drive on. Got up on the right level, though. Got on baseball level and squared it up and drove it straight out.
Kind of has an inside-out approach, doesn't he?
Well, he knows who he is. He's not a guy that's going to hit 15 home runs down the right field line, so good move over there to first. So, he uses the middle of the field, the big spot, and just kind of pokes it that way. Got
another pickoff move, and Wolf is out. Great move over to first. Caleb picked off first base. That'll do it for the top of the first. 2-0 Iowa after the 2-run home run from Reese Moore. We're back for the bottom of the first after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, You'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Iowa Baseball, and welcome back to the Reeds. we can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Batting order for Minnesota looks like this. Easton Richter, Braden Hellam, and Drew Birkland, the first three Golden Gophers to the plate in the bottom of the first, followed by Weber Niels, Charlie Sutherland, and Parker Knoll. 7, 8, 9, Jake Alberi, Jamison Martin, and Landon Lozier. Defensively for Iowa, same as the first game. Infield left to right, Jackson Frost, Gable Mitchell, Ben Swales, Caleb Wolf. Outfield left to right, Andy Nelson, Miles Risley, and Ben Wilmus. The starting catcher is Dan Rogers, and on the mound, the starting pitcher from Cedar Falls, right-handed Reese Buter.
6 appearances on the season, all starts. He's 4-0 with a 3.52 ERA, 30 and 2/3 innings, 23 hits, 13 runs, 12 of those have been earned. Has given up 4 home runs, 11 walks, and 30 strikeouts. The key for Reese will be how does he handle short rest. This is 5 days rest for him. We saw Sav struggle with that just a little bit yesterday. When I talked to him in the dugout yesterday, his response was, yeah, but I'll get 2 days more rest on the other side. So I said, all right, there's that half full guy. I like it.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how he handles the Minnesota lineup here this afternoon.
His uniform got its first career RBI yesterday.
Mitch Wood helping that out. Buter deals a fastball outside to Richter. Richter, left-handed hitter.
Well, the funny thing is it's showing up in his stats. So,
is it still hasn't been changed?
Coach Heller said it'll take Sammy a month to get rid of all that.
Oh, boy. 1-0 pitch is hit to Mitchell, who's playing to the right of the bag at second. He one hop picks it off the turf and throws it over to first base, 1 away.
Shift worked perfectly for the Hawkeyes there as Gable was on the first base side of second base. Was able to shift his feet over and take a good clean move and make a good throw.
Good read off the turf there. Gable played it off to the side. And able to grab it off the turf. 1 down. Here's Hellam, another left-handed hitter. Buter pumps a strike by him. 0-1. Iowa 2-0 in the bottom of the first after recording 3 hits in the first inning and the big fly from Reese Moore. Buter's 0-1. Inside just about hit him. 1-1.
Not sure how that missed him.
Good thing he put his hands up.
Between one of the sleeves or the shirt billowing out in front of him.
Reese out of the windup. He brings it home. Strike 2 at the knees.
Yeah, Hellam with as many strikeouts as hits on the year. So see if Reese can get one out of the zone here and finish him up.
1-2 pitch from Buter. Strike 3 called. Outer third, backdoor breaking ball. 2 down.
Or perhaps just paint the edge and have Hellam take a look.
Great start to the game for Buter. A ground out and a strikeout. And here comes Birkland.
Birkland has a little juice, so he'll want to locate well here.
Wind up from Buter. His first pitch catches the inside corner. 0-1.
It really did there. Put that one right over the black of the plate. Birkland asked the home plate umpire, are you going to go in any further than that?
To be determined. Buter's 0-1. Popped up. That'll get out of play over to the right. Iowa has had a shift on for every Gopher hitter. They move over to the left side now for Birkeland. Outfield playing pretty much straight up. Risley over towards right a bit. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Buter out of the windup. He's ready. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts from Buter. We're through 1. Iowa leads it 2-0. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. You could probably use the relaxing massage on the temples to get rid of the, make sure that migraine doesn't sneak back.
I could. You know, I've never done one of those. Not a big... Never had a massage or any spa session or anything like that.
I mean, I could give you directions to Riverside because I know you don't know where it is.
Yeah. Good one, John. Here's Jackson Frost to lead off the Hawkeyes second. He takes one inside for a called strike. Just a few minutes south of Iowa City. That's what the read says, right? 0-1 to Frost. Skies one into left center field. Knoll and Birkeland come together. It's Knoll, the center fielder, who makes the catch. 1 down.
You may know how many minutes. How many of those few minutes?
The catcher, Daniel Rogers.
Yeah, I think you're right, John. It's about 20. I haven't been in a while, though, I got to be honest with you.
Well, it's not like you have anything to do.
Been a little busy. Here's Dan Rogers. Fastball outside from Remington. Two 2-0 Hawks in the second. Next pitch to Rogers outside in the same spot, ball 2. Two-0 pitch. Rogers sends it into left field for a base hit right over the third baseman's head. A spinner off the bat of D-Raj. 1-out single for Dan.
That was dirty. Swung at a pitch he shouldn't have swung at 2-0. Hits it 65 miles an hour. And all his Jamison Martin could do was just hopelessly watch it just spin over his head.
Fluttered off the bat of Rogers.
Went 162 feet.
Almost feels generous, don't you think?
I do. I really do.
Remington wants a new baseball as he gets ready to pitch to Nelson.
The ball's probably lopsided for the way it got hit.
Yeah, laces peeling off of it somewhere. Good to see Nelson back in the lineup and doing pretty well. Blasted a home run over the center field wall in the 6th inning of the last game. Iowa leads 2-0 in the second with 1 out. Rogers at first base. Ball and no strikes on Nelson. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Good cut from Andy. Just missed it, 1-1.
That was fastball center there. I'd like to see him throw that one to Andy again. Remington has an interesting set position. Holds his hands away from his body, up high.
Quick move over to first. He does have a pickoff of a Hawkeye base runner today. Rogers doesn't have a huge lead. Wouldn't expect him to be moving. 1-1 to Andy. Lifted into shallow center field. Knoll comes forward a few steps. He makes the grab, 2 down.
Remington's done a nice job locating that changeup. Iowa hitters are going to need to do a better job of seeing that pitch. That ball dropped down and away from Andy, but he'd already committed to it, so then just hits it off the end of the bat.
I've always felt that the changeup is the most difficult pitch to hit.
When a guy throws it well, and if he doesn't give it away, so you know whether it's arm motion or arm speed, or as he slows his arm down, if he can throw it with the same motion, it falls a different direction, and you're just so geared up to want to hit it.
Yep, a good changeup, a really good changeup, very difficult. Here's Ben Swales. He takes a strike at the knees.
And that's just pretty good scout there, as Ben's been setting on fastballs pretty well, and so go ahead and give him the off-speed pitch first.
Oh, 1. Swales sends up the middle, and it's caught by the second baseman for the third out. Iowa held off the scoreboard at the top of the second. We're back in a moment. Iowa leads it 2-0. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
4-5-6 coming to the plate for the Gophers. Niels, Sutherland, and Knoll. I'll be there to face off against Reese Buter, who picked up back-to-back strikeouts to end the first. So Reese is off to a good start. He'll face the middle of the Gopher order coming up. 2-0 Iowa. Looking for back-to-back series sweeps over Big Ten opponents.
Leading off for the Gophers, the catcher, Weber Niels.
Here comes Niels.
At this point, if you're listening to us rooting for Iowa, you're rooting for Ohio State tonight against Oregon, and you're rooting for Purdue against UCLA. I know they're our most hated rival, but you have to put that to the side.
Niels, right-handed hitter. Buter pushes one by him, strike one.
And since Nebraska plays Oregon State, you can continue to root against them as normal.
Yeah, no conflicting interest there. Buter's 0-1 is hit in the air, first base side, foul ground, and it'll get down before Wolf or Rogers can get over there, 0-2.
And I suppose just as you look at it, you're probably rooting for Northwestern since Iowa doesn't play Maryland, but they do play Northwestern.
What's Northwestern's record, John?
10-12, 3-3 in the Big Ten after their series win against Illinois.
No balls, 2 strikes. Buter deals to Niels, and he's hit by the pitch.
That's a tough pitch trying to get inside. 0-2. Just lost the fastball in.
First base runner of this game for Minnesota. And Charlie Sutherland comes up.
The PA plays, "I'm walking on sunshine." I don't think Weber Niels thought he was walking on sunshine there.
I don't know if there's a hit-by-pitch song. First pitch, ball from Reese. It's upstairs.
So now, can shake that off, kind of like we talked about with Bleeker at the end of the last game. Flush it away, focus on this hitter now.
1-0 pitch is hit on the ground right to Mitchell, who's playing right behind the bag at second. He steps on second, throws to first for the double play, 6-3.
Hawkeye shift works really well again. Then not an easy play for Mitchell. He didn't have anybody to flip to. Fortunately, Cable has good quickness.
He got to the bag in a hurry. And, you credit Coach Bo down there. The shifts have been outstanding for the Hawks this weekend. They've been in a shift every batter. Continuing with a shift against Knoll. Bases empty and 2 outs.
Knoll down the lineup now after batting leadoff the first 2 games of the series.
He bats .289. 2 home runs on the season. Here's the 1-0 from Buter. Swing and a miss.
And I think that's the thing with him. 24 strikeouts to 6 walks. And that's a tough leadoff hitter metric.
Yeah, most strikeouts in the lineup coming into this game. Fastball off the plate outside from Buter. It's 2-1. Reese winds and fires. Slider outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Buter looking to find the strike zone. The 3-1 is low and out. Ball 4.
I'm just so angry with myself. How do I do that to Reese?
First baseman Jake Elberry.
I don't know, John. I like to think we don't have any impact on that.
I know logically I don't, but Knoll does have good speed, so 7 stolen bases. 7 of 9.
First pitch is in the dirt, blocked nicely from Rogers. Need to get Reese to hone back in here. 2 down. And Elberry, the batter, left-handed hitter. 2-0 Iowa, bottom of the second. Here's Buter's pitch. Low.
Ooh.
Looked good.
That was good.
Didn't get the call on the floor of the zone.
Outstanding pitch. Broke it in right at the knees.
Buter long pause. 2-0 missed outside. 3-0. He's running into some trouble right now. And Dan will go out and talk to him.
Got ahead of Niels 0-2. And unfortunately hit him and then fell behind to Sutherland, but was able to get the double play and then, of course, the walk. So not nearly as clean and sharp as the first inning, but not many outings were going to be. So just lock back in here.
Three balls and no strikes. Buter's pitch. That's across at the knees for a strike. 3-1.
94 from Reese there. He just said, look, if you're going to swing on it, here it is.
And granted, Alberi's been a pretty patient hitter. 11 walks on the season. Pickoff move over to first base. But quite a few strikeouts. There are 5 Gophers in the lineup with more than 20 strikeouts. Alberi is one of them. Counts 3-1. Here's Buter's pitch. Outside, ball 4. So free bases hurting Reese in this inning.
As I mentioned, Jamison Martin's one of those sneaky guys. He's very prone to the strikeout, but if you make a mistake over the plate, 4 of his 8 hits are home runs. So
let's not test that. 2 outs. It's all about getting ahead early. First pitch is a breaking ball inside.
Well, because Minnesota's shown that they're going to swing at pitches that are off the plate if you get ahead. When you're behind, then they do a good job of setting the bat on their shoulder and waiting for you to catch up.
Buter's 1-0. That dropped in for a strike, 1-1.
I do like what Reese is doing, though. He's not just giving in and saying, all right, fine, I'm struggling here. Here's a pitch. Go hit it. He's still trying to make good pitches, still trying to find his locations.
1-1 from Buter. Outside corner, strike 2. Seems a little bit like Bleeker, right, where his misses have been right around. They haven't been wild misses, just not part of the zone.
Right. And then because you get back in the zone, you get a little bit of an expanded zone there from the umpire, and now you're ahead.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Buter pitches just high. 2-2.
Boy, for a guy with 16 strikeouts and 44 at-bats, that is an impressive hold there.
Count even at 2 with 2 outs. Buter checks the runner at second. Reese brings it home. Fly ball to center field. Risley moving back. Miles still running. Miles running. He caught it! And he leaps into the wall after making the grab for the 3rd out. Martin gave it a ride, but Reese got on his horse to make the catch. Nothing doing for the Gophers. We're through 2. It's 2-0 Hawkeyes. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Iowa leads Minnesota 2-0 as we get to the top of the 3rd inning. Hawkeyes looking for the sweep of the Golden Gophers. It'll be the top of the order, Wilmus, Mitchell, and Moore.
Batting for Iowa, the right fielder, Ben Wilmus.
And Remington continuing to pitch for Minnesota.
He's been efficient, just 27 pitches through 2 innings. Unfortunately for him, gave up the big fly.
Wilmus grounded out to shortstop in the 1st. Remington, the right-hander, out of the windup, brings it home to Ben. Wilmus takes in the dirt, ball 1.
I kind of like to see Iowa grind out some at-bats here, get into counts. Don't want to not be aggressive swinging at first pitches, but really maybe sharpen up the tunnel a little bit.
Outside, ball 2, firm fastball from Remington. Yeah, I'm right there with you, John. Grind it out. Let's get to this guy. Counts 2-0, the pitch to Wilmus. He shows the bunt, and it's low and outside, ball 3.
Yeah, I think that was more of a distraction maneuver as opposed to anything for real. He may very well do it again here.
3-0. That's a called strike, outer edge.
Maybe that was too far, Little League, to show it at 3-0.
Yeah, Ben kept his bat on the shoulder. Minnesota shifting over to the pull side against Wilmus. Here comes the 3-1. Ben sends it down the right field line. And foul. Full count now.
A really well-located fastball from Remington, down and away.
Of the 3 starting pitchers, I think Remington's been the best so far.
And I think that's what I heard Coach Sutherland say, was that he's got the sharpest stuff.
3-2 to Wilmus. Here it comes. Another line drive foul over to the right.
And then you think about him being traditionally a Sunday guy, and that would be like, well, okay, he could be pretty good as a Sunday guy with that kind of stuff. And the ERA of just under 4.5. The record isn't any good, but 7 unearned runs against will do a lot of harm.
Full count pitch, another one. Here it comes. Wilmus lines it into left field. It's hooking away from the left fielder, down for a base hit. Wilmus quickly around first. He slams on the brakes, wisely so. It'll be a leadoff single for Wilmus in the Hawkeye third.
Good piece of hitting there from Ben. Breaking ball down and away. Went with it and just kind of golfed it out. You saw him do that late in the game of game 1 of here, the doubleheader here, where he hooked the ball into the left field corner. Another good piece of hitting there, and brings up Gable Mitchell.
He's been so steady this year, hasn't he? Ben has done just a great job leading off for the Hawks, and so is Gable Mitchell, batting second. Strike 1 to Gable, up over 370 now, the batting average.
Well, Ben's been at the top of the order all season. Gable has bounced around a little, but he's really settled into the 2 spot here now.
Counts 0-1. Pitch to Mitchell. That's low and out, blocked by Niels behind the plate. And so Wilmus stays put at first. 2-0 Iowa in the third. Overcast skies clearing up a bit. The sun starting to peek back out.
And Mitchell's such a good compliment for Wilmus, too. Wilmus is pretty selective. Gable's a little bit more of a free swinger from the other side of the plate then.
1-1. Mitchell takes in, ball 2. Home plate umpire Matt Schaffert in this game. Pretty good zone so far. Pretty tight. Pickoff move over to first. Wilmus is ready, and he gets back. Two balls and a strike on Gable. Wilmus takes off. Here's a line drive foul into the Iowa bullpen. Hit and run was on for the Hawks.
Gable slashed at it, poked it right down the line. Just couldn't find the appropriate green grass.
89 miles an hour. Got to him pretty quickly. 2-2 with nobody out in the third. Here's the pitch. Gable hits it on the ground, foul past third. It's a nice job by Mitchell there. If he's going to commit to swinging at a pitch that's out of the zone, just fight it off, live to see another day.
And that's so easy to say. And then it's 90 miles an hour up and out of the zone, and still is able to get his hands up to it and just foul it off down the line.
We'll do it again at 2-2 with a pickoff move over to first instead. Wilmus back in.
Wouldn't be a terrible count for Iowa to run in. Again, you figure Gable will swing at a strike and maybe slightly around in the buffer zone and put Wilmus on the move.
Another move over. I like what you're thinking, John.
Especially if you're swinging to contact, you might get a more routine ground ball, too.
2-2. Fouled back. Nice job by Gable. Again, pitch that's around the zone, probably not in it. But Gable draws contact, stays alive with the foul ball.
Not sure there's anything more irritating to Gable than striking out looking, so he's going to be making an effort to make contact on those.
Gable's grandfather stopped in the conference room after the game last night. That would be Coach Dan Gable to everybody else. Pitch is high to Mitchell. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Boy, and this goes to, I was just talking about needing to grind out some at-bats. Ben does a nice job working a full count and then fouling off an extra pitch and then getting the single, and obviously Gable here now has worked a full count.
Remington comes set. The 3-2. Wait a minute as we throw it over to first base. You're right, John. I mean, we're in the top of the third. This is the second batter of the inning, and it feels like we've been here for 15 minutes. Wilmus with a good, healthy lead at first base. We'll see if he's going. There he goes. The 3-2 is lifted into center field, right to the center fielder, Knoll, who's camped underneath it. Wilmus retreats back to first as Mitchell flies out.
Gable didn't get the payoff, but that's an outstanding at-bat.
Drew the pitch count up. And Mitchell is out number 1. Here's Reese.
Yeah, that's an 8-pitch at-bat, followed by Wilmus' 7-pitch at-bat. So, again, if you can get Reese now to go through a little bit of the same exercise, he's probably going to see an off-speed pitch here down and away to start.
Moore takes high for ball 1. Wind is blowing out towards the foul pole, out towards the scoreboard in right field.
I think Reese's home run was about the most trajectory you could go at a right center. Anything right of that's got a really good chance.
He lines this into the corner and right. It's down for a base hit. Cut off by the right fielder before it gets to the wall. Reese is hustling to second. He slides in safely as Wilmus sprints over to third. Reese is about as hot as you can get right now.
That's 106 off the bat. Just didn't have any elevation on it. 14-degree exit angle, and so no lift to get it out. But, boy, he hit it hard, scooted it past Helem out there in right. And the Hawks have 2 in scoring position for Miles Risley.
And really it's been surprising defensively for Minnesota because Helem, you'd think he would play a little bit closer to the line maybe and the outfield would shift over to right for Reese, but there's a lot of room towards foul ground when Moore is hitting. Here's Risley. He swings at the first pitch and knocked it foul over the right.
Well, and, I mean, they're doing it again. It must be kind of a program shift. Their outfield tends to play opposite way, and it's funny because it's not like their pitchers have overpowering speed.
Yeah, it's a bad combo all around, in my opinion.
Yeah, because again, now you've got left fielder Drew Birkland standing out there by himself on the left side. If Risley can pull one.
0-1, Risley takes outside. Miles is is there more of a pull hitter than Miles Risley? I'm not really sure.
Based on all the shifts we've seen put on him, I would think most of the books have him as a pull hitter, but Minnesota's infield has him to pull a little bit, but certainly the outfield does not at all.
Ball and a strike with 1 out. Runners at second and third for Iowa in the third. Here's the pitch to Risley. It's outside. Ball 2. Hawks lead it 2-0, piling up the hits once again. Already 6 hits in the game for Iowa. 3 extra base hits. A double and a home run from Moore, a double from Gable Mitchell. Wolf, Rogers, and Wilmus with the other hits for Iowa, all 3 singles. 2-1, Risley watched it go by low and away.
Good hold there for Riz. See if he can stay on top of the ball. He's had a couple pop-ups again. We saw that it was Washington State when he was kind of dipping a little bit and launching everything up in the air. So see if he can kind of stay back on top of the ball. Had 4 hits yesterday, so this isn't a prolonged slump or anything. Just trying to make sure he gets going the right direction again.
Batting average is dipped just below 300. Here's the 3-1. Hit on the ground to the second baseman. This will bring home a run. Risley is thrown out at first base. Wilmus comes down the line to score, and Moore moves over to third.
Productive. I mean, obviously, especially if you're Miles, you want to hit, but just keep building that lead. Keep adding to it.
See Caleb Wolf come up now. 3-0 Iowa in the third. 2 down for Wolfie. Moore at third base. Caleb shot a single right up the middle in his first at-bat today. In this game, rather. Swings at the first pitch, tapped it foul, straight back.
It was way in front of the... It was a firm changeup, but way in front of it.
Remington looks in for the sign. He's got it. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. The pitch to Wolf is outside. Gophers will have 9-1-2 due up in the third. Next pitch to Caleb. Outside again.
Boy, after sitting at, I think it was 27 pitches through 2 innings, he's going to double that total or close to it. And that's if he gets Caleb Wolf out here shortly.
Right. He's up over 50 now. 2-1 to Wolf. Caleb lined foul over to the left. 2-2 now. They've been pitching outside to Caleb. See how he responds and adjusts. Remington's 2-2. Line drive caught by the shortstop. Richter got it as it was slicing away from him. Caleb tried to go opposite field to bring home more, but couldn't quite do it. Another run across for Iowa. 3-0 Hawkeyes. We're back for the bottom of the third after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with Unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. So we move to the bottom of the third inning. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Lozier, Richter, and Hellam due up to face Reese Buter in the bottom of the third inning. Iowa 3, Minnesota nothing. The Hawkeyes with 7 hits offensively. Reese got out of a little bit of trouble there in the second. He hit a batter, but then got a double play after that, and then he walked 2 and then fly out to get out of the jam in the second. See if Reese can funnel it back in the third.
Don't mind me. I'm just here bumping to the Killers. It's fine.
Music is hit or miss, but a few good songs here today. That would be one of them, John. I know you're a fan of them, aren't you?
I am a big fan of the Killers.
First pitch just high and out from Buter.
I was looking at Big Ten baseball. USC in the fourth inning hit back-to-back-to-back home runs off Indiana on 3 straight pitches.
1-0 pitch is tapped foul over to the right, 1-1. 3 pitches, 3 home runs.
That seems good.
Yeah, we'd have some fun with that, wouldn't we?
We would. Maryland is up on South Carolina at half. It was 15 minutes ago, so probably it's changed by now. But
women's basketball?
Women's basketball.
1-1 from Buter, drop below the knees, ball 2. The men's basketball games, pretty good last night.
Yes. I did not. I was not glued to them, but I saw a heck of a comeback from against Arkansas.
Here's a fly ball to left. Nelson going back. Andy backpedaling. He makes the catch in front of the track for the first out. Yeah, Texas Tech down by 16 in the second half with just under 10 minutes remaining. Come all the way back to beat Arkansas. Good run from Coach Calipari. His first year with the Razorbacks this year. He assumed that they were maybe going on to the Elite Eight. I didn't pay much attention to that game after I saw Arkansas up by so much, but woke up this morning and saw that Texas Tech had come all the way back. Duke beat Arizona in a high-scoring game. This ball's lifted down the line and right, and it is trouble. Does it stay fair? It does. It is a home run for Easton Richter, who got it just inside the right field foul pole. The Gophers are on the board. It's 3-1 Hawks.
Boy, that's not a bad pitch from Reese. Maybe got a little more plate than he wanted, but down low, inside part of the plate, just a good piece of hitting and used the field well as he hit it 367 right down the line. Got it over the wall.
All right, well, some signs of life from the Gophers. On the board with their first hit of the game. It is a solo home run. Helm tried to do the same thing. He swung out of his shoes and missed.
I think he could swing a long time and not hit too many home runs, so he should stick to the middle of the field. And I'm going to pay for that when he bounces one off the building over there.
He drops down a bunt this time. Buter picks it up off the mound. Whoa, he's fast. And he beat that out down the line. And he's fired up. Boy, he got down the line.
If you remember, that's exactly what he did yesterday. He was a pinch hitter when the game was still in, and he tries to drop a bunt down, and it wasn't a very good bunt as he didn't get it far enough away from the plate. This one he drops, doesn't find an angle, just bumps it out right in front of the plate, and then just hustles down the line as a left-handed hitter.
All right, so Minnesota fighting. The runner on now and 1 out for Birkeland. Reese comes set. First pitch to Birkeland is a strike on the outer edge. 0-1.
Iowa softball trails 4-1. Bucky the Badger.
Up in Madison. I believe they're playing 2 today. They're also playing a doubleheader. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Buter. Grounded foul into the Iowa dugout. 3-1 Hawks in the third. Ball is flying around now with the wind blowing out to right. 0-2 pitch. Reese kicks and fires. Popped up. Shallow right. Wolf goes back a few steps. Caleb Wolf, the first baseman, he makes the catch right on the line for the second out. That's a big second out.
It would be.
And here's Niels.
Oh, that's right. Lozier flied out to Nelson to start the inning. Yeah, to try to regain that momentum again. Minnesota was starting to jump up a little. Let's see if maybe Helm takes off here.
Short lead for now, but trying to extend it. Reese will throw it over. Helm's back in without a dive. Got to watch out for Niels here. He's got a lot of power.
Helm's a little bit of a vaulter, although he's taking a little bit bigger lead now.
Two outs. Buter's first pitch to Niels. Hit high in the air and foul. Out of play over to the right.
Good job from Reese there. Kind of varied the hold time, held it a little longer, got Helm's feet to stop moving. And then threw a good high fastball that Niels couldn't catch up to.
0-1 pitch. Drifted outside. Count even at 1.
So with Iowa in the heavy shift, not an easy second base cover, as Swales will have to come in from the shortstop side of the bag to cover.
Everything is wide open on the ground to the right side. If Niels is able to push it over there.
Yeah, we had the wind under. It's in single digits. It's back up to double digits again.
1-1. Caught the outside corner 1-2. Good pitch from Buter. Doesn't have as much movement on the slider as somebody like Savary or Whitlock, but just enough to catch corners like that.
Well, and that's what he talked to me about that early in the year.
1-2 pitch. Lifted in the air right side. Wolf is over. He runs out of room. It's a foul ball.
And that was one of the adjustments he made over the summer, was taking a little bit off that sweeper so that he had more control of it. So probably looks a little bit more like a traditional slider now instead of that big sweeper that was kind of the rage there for a bit. Obviously, there's some Hawkeye pitchers that still use it well. Reese has tightened it up just a little.
Niels has been battling. Reese tried to get him to chase outside. He did not. 2-2.
Yeah, just overthrew that one a little bit. Held on a bit long, as you say.
Count even at 2. Reese taking his time. He'll throw it over to first base. Helm gets back.
So there's no football going on. So that extra PA we hear must be softball, right?
Softball, yep. Just across the way. Looks like their game is over. They must be playing 2 as well, which would make sense considering the weather forecast up here. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball right side through into center field. Risley picks it up. Helm slams on the brakes. Throw comes into second. It's a 2-out single for Niels. The inning continues.
Designated hitter Charlie.
105 roller through the infield, but I don't know if Ben's in a normal second base position, he doesn't make that catch either. So you would have had to just shift into a perfect spot. Unfortunately, he was not shifted perfectly that time.
2 on and 2 out for Sutherland. First pitch, fouled weakly back.
Big spot here. Keep Minnesota to a single run. Maintain that kind of big brother, little brother, stiff arm sort of thing.
0-1. Line foul over to the left. Yeah, that's what happened yesterday, right, John? Where Savary didn't allow the big inning. He let Minnesota score a couple in a couple of innings, but it wasn't anything major. Buter trying to do the same here. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch just outside. Tried to go backdoor breaker. Didn't catch the edge. Really good pitch from Buter, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that's half a ball away from strike 3.
Wouldn't mind him throwing it again if he brings it lower. Maybe that'll help. Checking the runner at second. Here comes the 1-2. Outside with a fastball, 2-2. All right, Reese, here we go. Major shift over to the right side against the left-handed Sutherland. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Just low, ball 3.
Ooh, that didn't miss by much either. Great take from Sutherland.
That's twice now that he's laid off pitches that have been very close. And now that makes this pitch full of pressure. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runners will be going. Inside move. Buter holds on to it, resets his clock. Big pitch. Full count on Sutherland. The pitch. Line drive into left. It's tailing. It is down. Fair ball. Ground rule double for the Gophers. Just 1 run will come around.
That will actually help the Hawkeyes there because with the 3-2 count, the runners were moving. That's a good pitch from Reese. I mean, other than it's up, but it's up and out of the strike zone. It's probably ball 4 if he takes it. Instead, he goes up and just pokes it. And unfortunately for Reese, he found outfield turf. And then fortunately for Reese, it bounced over the wall. That'll bring Coach Kenny out of the dugout.
3-2. Iowa's lead is down to 1 now. After the Gophers have responded with 2 runs in this inning. Second and third for Minnesota.
I don't think he's leaving, so probably don't need to. He had a bad day.
Hasn't been that bad yet for Reese.
Well, if Reese had a bad day giving up 2, how's their guy doing? Just asking.
Iowa's got Ben Dete going in the bullpen now. I suppose the leash will be pretty short for Reese.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is they realize, whoa, he's not coming out. Part of it is, too, Reese has got to work through this stuff. You're going to need him to work through some jams and find his way out of these things. And I don't feel like he's pitched poorly, so he's just got to find a way here to grit it out and get it out.
2 outs for Knoll. Second and third. First pitch from Buter. Hit on the ground to third. Frost has it. He throws it over to Wolf for the third out, and the Hawkeyes maintain the lead. Minnesota gets a couple runs back. It's 3-2 Iowa. We're back for the fourth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Well, it's our biggest harvest ever thanks to Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans.
Yeah, fastest growing trait technology, the new standard for weed control. Amazing yields.
You don't sound happy.
I guess I just hate it when a great season ends.
Hey, remember what Coach said back in high school?
Just wait till next year.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Top of the fourth inning, John Evans and John Leo with you from Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Iowa leading 3-2 in the final game of the series. Good time for the Hawks to get back on the board after Minnesota pushed across a couple runs in the bottom of the third. It'll be Frost, Rogers, and Nelson. Boy, Remington threw quite a few pitches. He threw 23 in the last inning, and so he's sitting right at 50. We'll see if the Hawks can run that number up a bit more. Minnesota's got a few people in the bullpen stretching, getting loose, but nobody throwing yet. Let's get back to those good at-bats and see if the Hawks can score a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think that's where you'd like to have seen him Iowa get through it a little cleaner, not just for the lead perspective, but to put him right back on the mound after a long inning. So he got a good rest there. And
Frost puts down a bunt down the third base side. It's a beauty. The pitcher comes off the mound. He has no play, no throw. Great bunt from Jackson Frost. He's on to lead off the fourth.
Yeah, really good bunt there. When Remington came off, his feet kind of slid out from under him. I thought he was going to have a chance. Seen his pickoff moves to first and knew he could get it over there quick, but didn't get good footing. And so great bunt from Jackson Frost. Dan Rogers now will try to extend. That was the Hawkeye 7th hit here. Just nobody out in the top of the fourth inning.
Constant pressure. Rogers batting. He swings at the first pitch. Deep drive. Get going, baby. It is long gone. Over the scoreboard and right. Rogers crushed it. Yes.
It's a good thing there's not a center fielder over on the softball field as that goes 104 off the bat. 423 over the right field wall, and as you said, over the Siebert Field scoreboard. Hawks get the 2 back right away. It's 5-2 Hawkeyes.
Absolutely drilled by D-Raj. Oh, my goodness.
He sat on an inside fastball and just demolished it.
Andy Nelson.
5th home run of the season for Rogers. One of those Iowa hitters with that smooth left-handed swing. There was no doubt about that pitch and that home run from Rogers. Nelson will try to get things started. And going again in the 4th. Iowa leads at 5-2. Good response right away.
2 pitches, 2 hits.
Love it.
We're talking about trying to work his pitch count, but let's do that instead.
1-0 pitch to Nelson is low and out, ball 2. And the catcher, Niels, will go out and talk to his pitcher.
Now, Remington was close to 100 when he pitched at Oregon. He had a good outing there, got the loss, but pitched well. 82 against Purdue, just 65 against Arizona State, 88 against Virginia, 81 against Houston. So it's not like he doesn't throw a decent number of pitches.
So he's been their Saturday guy, though, it looks like. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because
22nd.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, he pitched on Saturday last week. So he's on a day short rest. That was the other thing I was thinking with Reese. You know, you mentioned the short leash. As I thought about it during the break, that misses inside 3-0. Very good chance he'll have a short leash because of what the outing looks like. He's on 5 days. I don't remember exactly how many pitches he threw. 86 pitches 5 days ago.
4 straight out of the zone to Nelson, and so he draws the walk. He's on first base with nobody out, and Ben Swales coming up. I think it's a really similar thing for Savary. You know, people can look at Savary's start and be like, oh, he was off again. Yeah, he wasn't as sharp, but you don't really expect him to be as sharp as usual with no bullpen and on short rest.
Yeah, but he battled through. He did what he was supposed to do there, battled and fought. And, you know, as you said, other than the first inning when he gave up 2 runs, you know, kept it to singles when he got in trouble, made quality pitches.
I think Reese is in the same boat, yep.
Well, that was a big spot to get out of that inning there and give himself a chance. And obviously, good take, but for a strike, you know, to give your offense a chance. And you know, if you give the Iowa offense a chance to respond, boy, the last 3-4 weeks they have.
No balls and a strike on Ben Swales. Nobody out. Nelson with a great lead at first base. Pitch to Swales. Half swing, and he got a piece of it and hit foul over to the right.
It's going to be a strike on him anyway. Yeah, the yellow numbers on the white background.
Oh.
I cannot see the left-handed reliever warming up in the bullpen.
Nightmare for SIDs and radio guys sitting in the booth, I can tell you that. 0-2. Swales stays alive and hit it foul over to the left.
So, yeah, my only chance is to browse through and realize that Rooney, Skrock, it would have to be one of those two because it's not going to be Thorstensen and it's not going to be Whalen.
It's got to be Rooney, right?
Yes, he's considered the bullpen ace type.
Ben battling, fouls off another pitch.
Yeah, you're right. Skrock hasn't thrown any pitch or doesn't have any stats. So, yeah, it's got to be Rooney down there.
See if he could do a little bit more damage on Remington first. Nobody out. No balls and 2 strikes on Swales. Ben standing in from the right side. Good lead at first from Nelson. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, but it got by the catcher. Swales is headed to first. He's got a sprint run, Ben.
Ben's out.
Why'd they call him out, John?
Because Andy Nelson was occupying first base. Andy Nelson advances to second, but Ben's still out. I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Right fielder Ben Wilmus.
Swales is out number 1.
Don't be angry.
No, I'm not. I just got nothing else to add. You were on top of it.
The rules are your friend most of the time.
I'm glad that's why Ben was jogging. He wasn't running full speed. Time's called by Minnesota. Looks like we'll have a mound visit. It looks like there's a change. The pitcher is making his way to the gate.
So John Rahm makes the pitching changes.
He looks just like him, and you brought that up, and you would know as the golf fanatic that you are. We going to bring this guy in or not? What do we think?
He came to the gate. He's ready to come in. Remington doesn't want to give the ball up. And maybe we're just
a tight huddle.
Yeah, that is a tight huddle. Funny, when we were talking, we caught Sean Moore before the game at batting practice. As we walked by and said hi to Sean, he looked over at me and he goes, guys were telling me, the guy in the orange sunglasses looked like Iowa's football coach. But it's been years since I've gotten the "you look like Kirk Ferentz" thing, but I got it here of all places with walking around on the field in front of the Minnesota dugout.
There are worse people to be compared to than Coach Ferentz.
That's a fair point.
All right, the Gophers are making a pitching change. We'll take a pitching change break. Iowa leads at 5-2. We'll introduce the new Gopher pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Well, John was right. The Gophers are going to a left-handed pitcher out of the bullpen. This is Noah Rooney, left-handed redshirt junior for Minnesota.
7 appearances, 16 1/3 innings. He's given up 19 hits, just 6 runs, 5 walks, 15 strikeouts. He's got a 2-1 record with a 3.31 ERA. Fastball is going to be in the upper 80s. He'll throw a curveball. He does throw a changeup as well, but really he's a fastball curveball guy, and that curveball is going to have a lot of move on it. We'll see how my buddy John Leo describes the big breaking curveball. But, it'll be, Iowa's kind of gone through here the bullpen arms. There's a name or two out there that that the coaching staff had mentioned to the players beforehand, but it is getting pretty thin here in the top of the 4th inning. So if Iowa can keep grinding out at bats, make Rooney's day short-ish. Most of the relievers have come in and done a good job for an inning or two, and then as Iowa's seen them, they've been able to really turn them over.
Runner at second, 1 out for Ben Wilmus. First pitch to Wilmus. He hits on the ground to third. Charging is Martin. He picks it up and throws it over to first for the second out. Nelson advances to third. Interesting entry song for the pitcher. Not as good as I once was. You know that country song.
But as a reliever, he's as good once as he ever was. That's all he needs to be.
You got the second line right there, John.
On Sunday, he just has to, the third game of the series, he just be as good once as he ever was. He'll be fine.
Interesting. 2 down for Mitchell. Iowa leading 5-2. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. Gable swings at the first pitch, takes a high hop off the first baseman. He can't make the play, and he throws it to first in time to get Mitchell. Heck of a recovery from the first baseman, Alberi, and Rooney was over there covering, and he got Mitchell by a half a step after it ricocheted away from the first baseman. 2 more runs across for Iowa on the 2-run home run from Rogers. It's 5-2 Hawks. We're back for the bottom of the 4th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time. Yes, it's deflected, intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully, down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion
passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Sirius XM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa 5, Minnesota 2. Hawkeyes tallied a couple more runs on the board. They've had an answer for every Minnesota jab this weekend. Reese Buter out for another inning of work. A little bit rocky in the second and the third. Could use a shutdown inning here with Alberi, Martin, and Lozier.
Iowa softball hits a 3-run home run, leads now 5-4 over Wisconsin, top of the 5th inning.
Nicely done. Iowa softball listed as one of the first 4 out of the tournament, postseason tournament.
Amazing journey that squad's been on this year.
Yeah. All right, what do you want to see from Reese here?
I want to see him in the zone and effective. Ben DeTay looks like he's ready, but I'd rather see Reese get through this inning and turn it over clean.
Swing and a miss on a good pitch from Buter high. Fastball 1-1. DeTay's been up a couple times this weekend.
Yeah, he got up yesterday. Today, I mean, it's not like he's throwing pitch after pitch after pitch down there, but he's ready to go.
1-1, dropped in for another strike. Alberi walked in the second inning.
Why is the pitch clock not running?
Reese is on the rubber. Counts 1-2 on Alberi. Pitch. Blooped into shallow left. Nelson walks forward. Andy caught it. 1 down. Good start for Reese and the Hawks.
And Iowa plays a little bit differently than Minnesota does in the outfield. Minnesota's playing deep and coming in. Iowa's playing relatively shallow with the way the wind's blowing, especially in left. And then just depending on Nelson to track it if he has to.
Here's Martin, the third baseman. Buter winds and fires. Swing and a miss. Good cut from Martin. But a nice pitch from Buter. Up and in. Would have been a strike either way.
93 of can you get up and get this? Answer, no.
No. Buter's 0-1. Outside. Cloudy skies have returned.
Yeah, we can't decide what we want this to be.
I know, it's all over the place. It's been a heck of a day. Roller coaster all around. Next pitch is outside 2-1. The only consistent thing today has been Iowa playing pretty well.
Iowa's been sharp all weekend. I'd like to continue that for a handful more innings or so.
Buter's 2-1. That dropped in for a strike. Started that at the shoulder and had enough spin on it to break into the plate. 2-2.
So we were kind of joking if Iowa could string together some at-bats against Rooney, and of course it was 2 pitches, 2 outs. Less than ideal.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Buter gets back in the strikeout column. First time since the first inning.
Second baseman, Landon Lozier.
Third strikeout of the day for Reese.
It's really what you'd like to see him do here at the bottom of the order is just impose his will on the bottom here. Guys that don't play every day or haven't traditionally played every day.
First pitch strike to Lozier, left-handed hitter. That had some zip on the slider from Reese. Good-looking pitch, right at the knees. He's working quickly now. The 0-1 is on its way home. It's high. It bends Lozier back a bit, 1-1.
We have obviously know we're not going to see Jake Larson this game, and you've got some, you're deep in the middle infield or logs here, so you're going to see a lot of these guys. So just dominate now, and good pitch there for a strike, up and in. Finish him up here with a 1-2 count.
Attack, attack, attack. Go right at him, Reese. Looking for another strikeout. He brings it home. That's low and out. Trying to go slider.
He's really been mostly off-speed to Lozier.
Count even at 2 with 2 outs. Reese pumps a fastball that Lozier got a piece of and knocked it foul over to the left.
Boy, that's a great pitch. Down and away. Unfortunately, that's the pitch he gave up a double on last inning, but with better location down, Lozier couldn't get to it at all other than to fight it off.
2-2 is skied foul out of play over to the left. We'll do it again.
Might have got away with one there as he left that slider up outside part of the plate.
Yeah, I'll go back to 94 on that outer edge.
Yeah, and kind of up on that level. Get it up high, and I don't think he can get to it.
2-2. Ground ball up the middle. Mitchell running hard. He dives, but it's through into center field for a 2-out base hit for Lozier.
Not a bad pitch. 94. Down and away. Just didn't get it probably as far away as he wanted.
And we'll go to the top of the order, and here comes Coach Heler. This looks like it might do it for Reese.
This is a lefty-lefty deal here. Richter had that big hit down the line last at-bat.
Hawks are making a change in the fourth. Iowa leads it 5-2. Gutty effort from Reese Buter. He walks off the mound, and we'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
All right, new pitcher into the game for Iowa is Ben Dete, left-handed reliever from Clive.
Ben's been in 9 games for the Hawks this year. He's 0-2 with a 5.25 ERA. 2 saves, though. 12 innings pitched, 13 hits, 7 runs have all been earned with a couple home runs, 6 walks, 19 strikeouts in those 12 innings. As Ben's been generally effective. He got knocked around in his first 3 outings and has pitched 6 clean outings since then.
He didn't need very many warm-up pitches, did he?
No, I think he was pretty loose. But, Richter, 7 home runs on the season. But you make the switch. He's 348 against righties. He's 190 against left-handers.
Okay.
So that's Coach Heler playing the book here.
Richter, the left-handed hitter, takes a ball downstairs from Dete. Runner at first with 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch. High fly ball foul over to the left.
They enjoy sound effects here, don't they?
The broken glass sound cue comes in frequently. And especially with that apartment complex over to the left, I'm sure they enjoy that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dete comes set, and he delivers. High and out. 2-1.
You've got 2 straight lefties here, but you'd really like to get the first one and not have to worry about the second one until next inning.
Here's a pop-up that's fouling out of play once again, 2-2. That landed in the bleachers.
Come on, Hawkeye fans. Somebody's got to make that play.
Plenty of time to get under it, John.
That's it. It hit the metal and just stuck there. Somebody had a chance.
Sweeper or fastball? Sorry, John.
Everybody's in blankets now.
Yes.
Change up.
Okay, change up. Let's see what Ben throws. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. It was the change-up. Dropped right off the table, disappeared, and Richter couldn't touch it. There's the shutdown inning for the Hawks. 5-2 Iowa. We're back for the 5th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Awards several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket today from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be waka waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000 plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com. I heard that commercial in our, as we've been sitting here playing. I am very thankful I don't have to read all of the disclaimer guideline disclosures that come with that. The business I do during the day has a million disclosures in it. That commercial has, like, where it's coming from, Konami, the whole thing. It is crazy.
Just a simple read for you.
Just a simple read.
All right, Reese Moore will lead off Iowa's 5th inning. The Hawks lead at 5-2. 5 runs, 8 hits for Iowa. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Gophers. Neither team has committed an error. A 1 pitch from Rooney to Moore. Hit high and deep. Right field, an absolute no-doubter again over the scoreboard. Reese sends it over the wall in right field. Solo shot, 6-2.
Boy, if you're going to throw Reese a changeup, or a curveball, you better not float it into the middle of the plate. That ball goes 104, 424. I think those are similar things to what Daniel Rogers did. Holy cow, did he nuke that one.
Reese knew it off the bat.
So did every other defender.
Hellum turned and watched it go.
I saw something on Twitter with PSA to outfielders. At least give a courtesy jog. The second baseman's head dropped down. Hellum just turned and watched it go over. There was no courtesy jog from any of the guys.
Let's just say that Reese didn't run out of the box. He admired it for a minute, and good for him, as he should. Absolutely destroyed to right.
If I could hit a baseball that far, I would admire it a bit too. I hit a golf shot that far, and I admire it.
You watch it go. Here's Risley. Iowa has scored in 3 straight innings, and it's 6-2 now in the 5th. So impressed by the Iowa offense over the past, 3 weeks now. You can maybe even go back to the Rutgers series. 0-2 on Risley. Rooney delivers. Miles swings and misses. He's out number 1.
Yeah, if you take away the first game of the Rutgers series when Iowa scored all 4 runs in 1 inning on the Ben Wilmus Grand Slam, Coach Sutherland challenged the hitters at that point, and boy, have they responded well since then.
This has been an awesome run for the black and gold.
Reese, 3 extra base hits again today. Well, in this game, a double and 2 home runs, up to 9 home runs on the year.
Here's Caleb Wolf with 1 out. Fastball inside.
I saw something talking about who was going to lead the Big Ten in home runs, and obviously there were a couple guys at 11 and guys at 10. Reese was not one of those names, but boy, he's given an opportunity.
He's climbing the charts. There's a strike on Wolf.
We tied for 5th now, pending how some of these other guys have done today.
Rooney's 1-1. Wolf hits a slow roller on the ground to first base. Wolf trying to beat the pitcher to the bag, but he cannot. Rooney gets over there. And the 3-1 put out is the second out of the inning.
Boy, nothing worse than you're chasing the guy that you need to beat. He's a step ahead of you, and you can see it. You can see the flip coming to him. But a really good job there from Rooney to get the ball, get the angle so that he easy flip right to him. He's able to run right at it and see it coming right at him.
2 outs for Frost. Jackson swings at the first pitch and flies out to right field where it's caught by Hellum. A solo home run from Reese Moore makes it 6-2. Iowa in front. Back for the bottom of the 5th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics, visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
6-2, Hawkeyes with the lead. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Dete out to pitch again for Iowa, and he'll face a good part of the Minnesota order. Hellum, Birkland, and Niels. Iowa has scored 2 runs in the first, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Minnesota with their 2 runs coming in the 3rd inning.
Need to get Reese's bio updated there. He's hit 2 home runs twice now in a game this season.
First pitch from Dete to Hellum is a ball just outside.
Yeah, maybe.
Next one is a strike, evening the count at 1.
See, the first one was pretty good, too. He just didn't get the call.
Ben's working quickly. Hellum tried to bunt, and he was out of the box. He was headed out of the box before making contact. Dete threw him the slider, and he hit it off the end of the bat, foul over to the left.
I think slap hitter in softball. Just trying to use the speed.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Dete fired it right by him, 1 down.
Well, that was one of the things Coach Kenny said was you've got a bunch of experienced hitters. Now, I'm not sure. I don't think Hellum is necessarily one of the experienced hitter guys, but just as a sophomore. But the Minnesota hitters, he felt like they know what they're good at. And so when you make a mistake in that area of what they're good at, good outside pitch there from Ben, that they're going to make you pay for it. But if you can get them kind of off their square, so to speak, you've got a good opportunity.
And spike the next pitch to Birkeland. It's 1-1.
Oh, that was the word I was using. I was right on that. We were on the same wavelength.
Look at us. Great duo. Great minds think alike, John. Now, Minnesota, interestingly enough, as Birkeland skies it into deep right center field, this is a problem, and it is gone. A home run. Dete tried to put the changeup behind on the outer portion of the plate. A decent pitch from Dete. Birkeland shot it over the wall in right center at 6-3.
Yeah, stayed with it. Went 104 off the bat. Goes 419 over the right center field wall. Yeah, don't hate the pitch.
No.
Just maybe a little up from where he wanted it.
I was just going to add about Minnesota. They didn't play a midweek before this series, and they won't play one after this either. They have Penn State next up here in Minneapolis. First pitch strike from Dete on Niels, so Penn State pays a visit.
Yeah, Coach Heller felt maybe they're not playing a midweek was a little bit of an advantage for them. They'd be a little fresher, especially with misses inside there, with what Iowa had to do. On the bus Tuesday, got beat. Long bus ride home, early bus ride up. But Iowa's responded well to that. Fouled out of play 1-2. Niels doesn't give any ground. He makes it difficult to work inside. As the 0-1 pitch almost hit off his elbow guard again. And he looks mad when he gets hit. It's like, if you're not going to give any ground, don't be surprised.
Dete's next pitch is high.
See if Ben can zap in here, get the second out of the inning.
He's missed on a couple in a row now, and the count will be full for Niels.
Yeah, that was Birkeland's 9th home run of the season, too. So he doesn't lack in power.
Full count pitch from Dete. Here it comes. In the dirt. Ball 4. Things getting a little interesting in the 5th. 6-3 Iowa, but Minnesota continuing to battle and put some pressure on.
Speaking of that Penn State team, they lead Michigan 11-5, top of the 8th inning.
Wow.
Bases loaded, trying to add more.
That's a battle between two teams that were predicted to do quite well in the Big Ten.
Both 5-4 right now in conference.
Dete deals a first pitch strike past Sutherland.
Purdue leads UCLA, bottom of the 3rd, 3-2. Northwestern out early on Maryland, 2-0, bottom of the 3rd. Rutgers 2-0 over Rutgers, top of the 4th.
Here's the 0-1, low and in.
Indiana 7, USC 2 is Indiana trying to get the split of the doubleheader today.
Interested to see Northwestern. They're having a much better season than I think most people expected. 1-1 from Dete is high. Did he go around? He did not. Counts 2-1. To get Ben back in the strike zone. 2-1 pitch. Line drive caught by Frost. He throws it over to first. Double play. How about that play?
Outstanding play, and Frost took no time to turn that around and get it right over. Super throw to Wolf. Double play. Rally killed.
He caught that almost snow cone. It was the very edge of his glove. He whipped it over there to first. Perfect timing, and that's a big momentum swinging double play. We'll go to the 6th. Iowa leads at 6-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball!
It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and gimmies, pizza, and wings. A new pop-up menu at Bunkers. It's all about savory pizza and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. Let's quickly pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nicely done, John. You got us through that ID real quick.
That was as fast as I could speak and still enunciate most of the words.
Very clear. Well done. All right, 6-3, Iowa leading in the sixth. Here is Dan Rogers. He destroyed a ball over right field's scoreboard out there. Back in the fourth inning. We'll see what he does this time around. 1 ball, no strikes on Rogers. Iowa up by 3 in the sixth. Seen a couple miss low.
Werney talks during the Brown Deer commercial that we hear every once in a while, so make sure I give Brian Wernemount the shout out there that as I sped read the Brown Deer golf read.
2-0 to Rogers. Dan taps foul. Past Coach Cropley, first base side.
Who has made it. He's on baby call. He thought yesterday when he left wife was having some cramp/contractions,
really? Okay.
But she made it through the night, and he made it with us so far through today.
2-1 to Rogers. Good, healthy cut. Missed it. 2-2.
Goldie the Gopher just about busted in on us.
Was that Goldie?
That was Goldie.
Would you welcome him in here?
I would not. I mean, what's he going to add?
Stay out of here, Goldie.
Mascots don't speak, so what's he going to add to the broadcast?
Get out of here.
I don't need my hair rustled.
2-2 is letter high for a ball.
That'll just irritate me.
Don't need any beating of the chest.
Exactly. Look at the umpire's shirt sleeves just whipping right now.
Thinking the same thing. Wind blowing over to right. Full count on Rogers. Rooney's pitch. Popped up on the infield. No reward seemingly for Rogers as the shortstop is there to make the catch for the first out.
That was at least, though, half as many pitches as Rooney's thrown to the rest of the Hawkeyes he's faced so far, so at least it was a bit of an extended at-bat. See if Andy can extend an at-bat and get a payoff for it.
6-3, Iowa leading in the top of the sixth inning.
Yeah, Rooney's thrown 2 innings now officially, 17 pitches.
First pitch to Nelson. Andy sends a chopper on the ground to short. It's gloved and thrown over on the run for the second out.
Why wasn't this guy playing shortstop all weekend?
He's been very good, very smooth.
That's Richter out there. But, yeah, that's a pitch number 18.
Haven't really made an adjustment. We're just staying aggressive, but not paying off.
Unfortunately, the advantage Iowa has, the more this happens, the less they grind out at bats. Not saying the advantage goes away, but certainly lessens.
2 outs for Ben Swales. Take a pitch here, Ben. First one from Rooney is a strike, high strike.
A really high strike.
Oh, boy.
I don't even really care about that part of it. I'm just glad he took it.
Yeah. Rooney set, the left-hander, delivers to Swales. Grounded foul, 0-2.
He felt somewhat obligated to swing at that one. It was probably up and out, but hard to convince yourself that.
Here's the 0-2 to Swales. Called third strike. Iowa goes down in order in the 6th. A little bit of life here from Minnesota. The Hawks got to keep playing. We'll get to the bottom of the 6th after this. Iowa leading it 6-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
Feels like a big inning here in the bottom of the 6th. Iowa leads at 6-3. Feels a little bit uneasy, though. And Dete will face Knoll, Elbery, and Martin. Let's regain all the control of this one and keep Minnesota off the board in the 6th.
Another one of those, it feels like the momentum's just kind of in the balance. You know, Minnesota pitching settled in nicely with Rooney. And they're just battling they're doing a good job battling at bats, whereas Iowa's are going more 1-2 pitch at bats.
Dete pitching to Knoll. Knoll hits a spinner off the end of the bat, foul. Counts 1-1. You expect Sam Hart, Chaz Wheatley to be a couple of options for the Iowa bullpen. Also Brant Hogue still out there. Dete pitching now for Iowa. 1-1 strike. Ben out of the windup. The left-hander fires. It's a ground ball hit to the right side. Swales picks it up. Dete is late to the bag. And I'm not sure what Caleb Wolf was doing there.
Correct. That's Caleb Wolf's problem.
He ran all the way over to try to cut that ball off and instead of staying at first base. That ball was hit basically right to Swales. I don't know what Caleb was doing.
First baseman Jake
So that made Dete run over there to first, and there was no chance at a play there.
No, and Dete was late because, again, he didn't think he would need to get to first, which I don't blame him. He can't really assume, though. But, yeah, that was unfortunate.
Elbery bats for the Gophers. First pitch low from Dete.
And to your point, that's that weird momentum thing. You know, Iowa has a chance to get a pretty easy routine first out, and instead it turns into a cheap infield single.
The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Good changeup from Dete. Ball on the strike. Elbery walked in the second. He flied out to left in the fourth. 1-1. We'll wait for it. Throw over to first base. (6-3) Iowa, bottom of the 6th. Starting to cool off a bit in Minneapolis. Good lead at first base. The 1-1. Where'd that miss? Just upstairs. 2-1, right around from Dete.
Ben Swales would like a word.
Yeah. Looked pretty good from up here.
South Carolina's going to survive Maryland at 69-65 with 11 seconds to go.
Runner takes off, pitches high, throw down to second. You bet! Rogers with a strike to Money Mitchell.
What an outstanding throw from Daniel Rogers. 3 balls and a strike as that pitch missed high. But, boy, Minnesota has Iowa maybe wobbling a little bit.
The Gophers want to challenge this.
And I suppose why not? But
I guess, but didn't look particularly close.
No, that was a perfect throw. Sometimes you talk about how fast a guy snaps a tag on, and Mitchell didn't have to snap his tag anywhere. Basically, it looked like Noel slid right into the tag.
So we'll have a review now. Alberi, Noel, he popped up and started running back to the dugout immediately.
Yeah, he didn't raise his hands up and ask.
So you would think he was not adamant at all.
Usually, we saw Gable Mitchell, as soon as he hit first base and got punched out earlier, immediately went hands over the ears, and he was right.
I'd be very surprised if this gets overturned. And the pitch sailed high, but it worked out as sort of a pitch out.
Yeah, up in the zone, easy pitch to handle. I'm glad we're inside. If we were at Rutgers sitting underneath the speaker, I know you've got the windows open here, and that is helping us get blasted, but
music is loud here. Not a bad place to watch a game, though. This is a nice enough facility.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, that's a quick review, quickest of the weekend. What's the call here? Umpire comes out. He is out at second base. Just as we thought. Count is 3-1. The bases are empty after Noel is caught stealing. Let's see if some momentum comes back to Iowa and to take and work back into this count. Ben will go from the windup now, facing the left-handed Alberi. The pitch from Dete. Lined foul. Out of play over to the left. Full count.
Yeah, between the broken glass and the spring, we just alternate.
I'm glad we don't do much of that at home, John. 3-2. Low and
Where
out.
is that pitch?
Holy cow. Beautiful pitch from Dete. Home plate umpire. I think he admits to Coach Sutherland that he missed it.
Holy cow, that pitch is perfect from Ben Dete.
He put it in the low outside corner, did not get the call. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't hurt.
Wow.
Here's Martin, right-handed hitter. Dete's first pitch. That's in there for a strike. But hey, as we've noticed, as Coach Heller's described to the team, next pitch, move on. It's a tough one to swallow. Should have been the second out of the inning, but the Hawks move on. No balls and a strike. The pitch to Martin. At the knees, called a ball. Okay, that's a couple now that have been good-looking pitches and called out of the zone low.
What are we doing?
Dete is 1-1 in the dirt. 2-1. Boy. Let's not start doing this now.
We've had a great strike zone.
All weekend.
All weekend. And it's been really good today. And that is just two complete whiff jobs.
Runner at first and one out. Dete's 2-1. In the dirt again. Ball 3. I wouldn't stray away from where those pitches have been before, Ben. Find it. 3-1. There's a strike. 3-2.
I'd throw in that fastball again. He's going to swing late, hit it right to Ben Swales. 4-6-3 double play.
Wouldn't mind that one bit. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Dete ready. The pitch. Low. Ball 4. Getting interesting now. And Lozier will come to the plate. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Ben's got to get back in there. I know there have been a couple pitches that he's been robbed of, but there have been a few others that he just hasn't been able to find the zone. This is a good time to get back in it.
6-3 Iowa, bottom of the 6th. Datay's first pitch is a strike at the knees. Nice job to get ahead. Ben doesn't waste any time. He's ready to pitch again. The 0-1 hit him. Need to have a mound visit. Need to go out there and settle him down. Maybe even make a change. This is getting to be a little dicey now. Bases loaded, and the top of the order. It's Richter coming up.
Just be really surprised. I will send Daniel Rogers out. I'm just surprised Coach Kenny hasn't popped, but
it's Wheatley getting loose for Iowa.
We talked the last time when Iowa made the change to have Ben pitch to Richter, how different his splits are, righty versus lefty, and it looks like we're going to get the change. So Richter, who's much better against righties, will face the right-handed throwing Wheatley.
Iowa leads at 6-3, but the Hawkeyes making a pitching change with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list: clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
New pitcher into the game is Chaz Wheatley, the right-hander. He's into the game with the bases loaded and 1 out.
9 appearances for Chaz, 1-0, 2.57 ERA, 7 innings pitched, 6 hits, 2 runs were both earned, 5 walks, 11 strikeouts. Now would be a good time for a strikeout or one of the patented Chaz double play balls.
Yes. Been a much different game than the first 2 of this series, although it feels a little bit more like yesterday's game before Iowa could break it open. But now really need a hold from Wheatley. 6-3, Iowa leading, but the bases loaded for the Golden Gophers and just 1 out. And the top of the order, Richter coming up, who already has a home run today. He does have a ground out and a strikeout. We'd prefer one of those 2 outcomes and not the home run. Iowa will maintain the shift over to the right. So Frost is the only defender on the left side of the infield. And we're ready for play now as Richter's making his way to the plate. Bases juiced for Minnesota. Wheatley addresses the rubber. Come on, Chaz. Wheatley delivers. Fouled off. Good start from Chaz.
Free bases kind of rearing up and biting Iowa here in this game.
0-1 is the count. Here's Wheatley's pitch. Grounded foul again. 0-2.
2 good fastballs down in the zone. Love to see him work one to the, I guess, maybe down and in, not too far in, but just try to change the level just a little bit. Maybe get down below the knees a touch.
Wheatley set with the 0-2 from the belt. Kicks and fires. Lined back. Foul ball into the screen. We'll do it again.
He went the opposite way. He actually raised the level. Got it inside, though. Got it where he needed to get it to. So Richter fouled it off the handle. I suppose that he did hit the home run on the kind of the low golf swing down and in. So now maybe try to work one down and away.
Chaz comes set. Here's the 0-2. Low and out. Good spot. Didn't go after it, though. 1-2.
Good cutter right to the outside part of the plate.
Wouldn't mind him throwing that again. Some tense times. Iowa leading by 3, but the base is loaded for Minnesota and 1 out. Chaz is 1-2. Hit well and foul over to the left.
Yeah, if Chaz is going to throw that one, he's going to have to get it down to the outer edge. That one thigh high and
dangerous.
Middle outside part of the plate. Going to need to get that ball further away.
1-2. Outside.
Not quite that far.
Yep, too far. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
Really good at bat from Richter right now.
Wheatley works quickly. He's ready to go. Count even at 2 with 1 out. The pitch. Called third strike. Wheatley got him on the outside corner. 2 down.
Ooh. For the pitches that Ben didn't get, Chaz gets one there.
That's a big-time strikeout of Richter. More work to do. Here's Helm.
Frost needs to come in a little bit. Helm, even with the bases loaded and 2 out, big opportunity for him to just drop a bunt here and beat it out. He's seen his speed already.
First pitch to Helm. Hit in the air to center field. Risley going back. Miles still running in front of the wall. He caught it. And the Hawks get out of the jam. Chaz Wheatley, Big Maple. You bet.
Really well done there. Leave Helm in the middle of the ballpark, and that ball's not going to get out. So nice job by Chaz to finish it up. Hawks clinging to that 6-3 lead.
We're back for the 7th inning after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Top of the 7th inning, the Hawkeyes get out of the jam, still lead it 6-3. Tip your cap, Chaz Wheatley. Very well done out of the bullpen. Now let's see if the Hawks can get to Rooney a bit. He's been in the game far too long for our liking.
Well, 2 2/3 innings, 21 pitches, and he gave up the Reese Moore giant home run, but otherwise he's been better than sharp, as Iowa hasn't even really extended any counts on him either. And so, again, kind of talking about it before, one of the things that Iowa had been really good at, grinding out at-bats. You've seen that now in the Gopher dugout. You haven't seen it as much in the Iowa dugout, so need to turn that momentum back around.
Iowa 6, Minnesota 3 in the top of the 7th. Rooney pitches from the left side. Wilmus with the top of the order coming up for Iowa. He leads things off. First pitch to Ben is a breaking ball that drops in for a strike. That's a good take. Rooney, very similar to Whalen in terms of his outing so far. He's been mowing the Hawkeyes down. See if Iowa can flip that switch and get a few more runs back on the board, make this feel a bit better. 0-1. Wilmus swings and foul tips it into the glove of the catcher, Niels.
Well, he's thrown 23 pitches, and he's thrown 19 strikes. And not only has he thrown 19 strikes, they have been well located, outside edges, all of his pitches. That's a tough guy to match up against.
It's been a good mix, hasn't it?
Really has. And you know, if you're Iowa, it's hard to stay locked in for 18 straight innings.
Really. 0-2. Wilmus Skies in the air, right side. Right fielder coming forward. He avoids the collision with the second baseman, Lozier. Helem makes the catch, 1 down.
As fast as Helem moves and no taller than he is, I don't want to take the collision with him.
Whew.
He's just going to leave one of those cartoon holes through you when he runs through you.
Yeah, you're right about that. He came forward. He lost his cap in the process.
Probably angry he flew out with the bases loaded, so he's moving a couple miles an hour faster.
Mm-hmm. That brings up Gable Mitchell. Lefty on lefty matchup. Mitchell shows the bunt. He bunted it right back to Rooney. Underhand flip to first, 2 down.
Designated hitter Reese Moore.
At what point do we question why Rooney's not a starter?
Really? I mean, he has been nails for Minnesota. Except against this guy, Reese Moore. Moore led off the Iowa 5th with a solo home run. He has Iowa's last hit. Hawks have kind of stalled out since then. 6-3, Iowa leading in the 7th. But a good and tight ball game to this point. Next pitch to Reese is inside. He hopped out of the way, ball 1. A ball and no strikes on Moore, who is 3 for 3 today. Make it 4 for 4 as he hits a gapper into right center. It gets by the center fielder all the way to the wall. It's hopping around off of that center field wall. Moore continues his outstanding hitting today. He's 4 for 4. That's his second double of the game.
4 for 4. What's that? 8, 10, 12 total bases now. And that is your reigning Big Ten Player of the Week. Just kind of looking at how the rest of his week's gone to see. Maybe hasn't been he's been okay in the first 2 games of the series, and before really lighting it up here. But he'll at least make a respectable showing to try to get that award again.
No kidding. Here's Miles Risley with 2 outs. First pitch to Risley. Breaking ball stayed high. How about a base hit here, Miles? Hawks could really use it. 6-3 in the 7th.
This is one of those you take it off the end of the bat, a little squibber through the first, second base hole, just anything to get that run in.
Spin throw to second. Moore gets back in. Second baseman Lozier applied the tag right to the top of Reese's dome out there.
A quick timeout here as pitch comm from Niels broke down. Yeah, Iowa's only left 3 runners on base. Minnesota's left 8, so Iowa hasn't created a ton of traffic. When they have, they've cashed in. Chance for Riz to make that happen again.
Infield playing Risley to pull just a bit. Outfield pretty much straight up this time. Center fielder shading over to right, interestingly enough. A ball and no strikes on Risley. Rooney's pitch is popped up to right. Helem is there. He's camped, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. Iowa strands a runner. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch things out. 6-3. Iowa still out in front. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Seventh inning stretch is complete in Minneapolis. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field. Bottom of the seventh inning, Iowa 6, Minnesota 3. The Gophers will have Birkland, Niels, and Sutherland due up. Chaz Wheatley out for another inning of work. Wheatley did a great job to get the Hawks out of the jam in the sixth. He'll get an opportunity to start with a clean and fresh inning in the seventh. Get it done, Chaz.
Get in the zone, dominate the zone. You do this right, you only have to go through the lineup one more time. So Birkland, obviously, Birkland and Niels, both big bats here. So
Blake Garren enters the game. He plays first base now for Iowa. I don't think any other changes for the Hawks. I think that's it.
I would bet this is going to show up in Noah Rooney's highlight biography. When so
yeah, it's been a pretty good performance out of him. Minnesota has a right-hander just tossing in the bullpen. He's not on a mound yet. All right, Chaz pitching to Birkland. Iowa leads by 3 in the bottom of the seventh. First pitch from Wheatley is a called strike on the outer edge. Went slider to get it started. Wheatley, the tall right-hander, is ready. The 0-1. High, 1-1. Back-to-back sliders from Chaz. That one stayed upstairs. Shift on for Birkland, who hit a home run his last time up in the fifth. 1-1. Way outside. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, that home run just carried to right center field. Just kept going, got into that cutout, and no chance for Risley.
Pretty big gap in left center. Infield shifting over to the left, but outfield over to the right for the Hawks. The 2-1 from Wheatley. Inside, almost hit him. All right, settle back in, Chaz. Come on now.
It's always interesting with some of these guys that throw an inning at a time when they have to go sit and come back out, how they get locked in.
3 balls and a strike. Wheatley's pitch. High and tight. Ball 4. Free bases have been an issue for the Hawks today.
For the Gophers, the catcher, Weber Niels.
Yeah, this is the first time Chaz has extended past an inning of work. And I know he's only thrown 2/3 of an inning by the scorebook, but it's the first time that he's been asked to come back out after sitting down in the dugout. It's just different.
Yep. 8 free bases from Iowa in terms of walks and hit batters. Nobody out for Niels. First pitch, low. Brant Hogue and Sam Hart getting loose in the Iowa bullpen. You need those two to finish the game out at this rate. You'd like to see Chaz go further, though. See if he can get out of this in the seventh.
Going back to last year, Chaz was an inning and a third against North Dakota State.
1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. So that was his most last year?
That was the most last year. A lot of one-inning battles, and Coach Kenny will come out and chat with him. Some 2/3, but that was the longest. That was at North Dakota State.
Mess,
yeah. So,
boy, I was really hustling down there in the bullpen. I don't know which one they'd go to first. What do you think, Brant?
I would think so. I would think you'll go to the left-hander, switch sides.
Hope we don't have to for a minute here.
That would be great. Back 2 years ago, Chaz threw an inning and a third at Penn State. So near as I can tell, that looks like the most he's been out on the mound in any given inning. Nope, there we go. Freshman year, 2 innings at Texas A&M. 2 1/3 innings against Nebraska and a loss. Feels like a long time ago in 2022.
It sure does. Count is 2 balls, no strikes on Niels. 6-3 Iowa leading. In the bottom of the seventh, there are no outs. Chaz is ready. Here's the 2-0. Inside, ball 3.
Boy, his location was so good when he came in relief there. Kept the ball down, hit his spots. It's not terrible again. We talked about this with a couple Hawkeye pitchers, but it's just not on point right here.
3-0. There's a strike, 3-1.
Ooh. Good frame from Rogers to snap it down in the zone. Playing umpire Schaffert seems to like where he can see it up high.
Fire another one, Chaz. Wheatley taking his time. The 3-1 outside. Ball 4, back-to-back walks. Coach Heller's on the move. That's it. There's not much consistency from Iowa pitching in this game. And the Hawks will go to the bullpen. Looks like it'll be Brant Hogue. We'll get you his stats when we come back from this pitching change break. Again, kind of dicey in the bottom of the 7th. 2 on, nobody out for the Gophers, 6-3 Iowa. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Bottom of the 7th inning. Iowa on top of Minnesota 6-3, looking for the series sweep over the Golden Gophers. Iowa has to go to the bullpen once again, this time in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes Brant Hogue, the left-handed reliever.
0-1 on the season in 9 appearances. He's thrown 9 innings, given up 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned, 6 walks, 14 strikeouts. Numbers were really pretty good before Tuesday.
Yep.
He was part of the rough inning at Illinois State, and so make sure that's just a blip in the road. Before that, his 4 innings had all been clean prior to that. So see if he can get back on tune and help Iowa get out of the bottom of the 7th inning.
Strikes. Too many walks in this game from Iowa.
Yeah, absolutely. Just walks, hit batters. The free bases that Iowa did such a good job with last game have not done as well this game. 7 walks and 2 hit batters.
All right, here's Sutherland. Hogue, the left-hander, is ready. Sutherland shows the bunt, and he bunts it in front of home plate. Foul.
Yeah, double hitted. He did not look comfortable trying to bunt it as he tried to stick with the breaking ball going down, hit it, and then hit it on the bounce again. It's one way to deaden the ball. If you can get away with hitting it twice, that'll certainly do the trick.
And unfortunately, he wasn't out of the box.
It's
because he would have been out, right?
Almost spun himself in the ground.
Assume that he'll still throw that bunt on. Early show. Sutherland squaring. Hogue's pitch is bunted, popped up in the air. Rogers trying to locate it. Dan can't catch it. The umpire gets in the way. Umpire got in the way, and Rogers couldn't blow through him to grab it. Unfortunate break.
Tough break there as Rogers finally found it, but too late, or not quite quick enough to be able to fight his way around and through the umpire. I still thought he almost got it into his chest. I thought he had a chance. Well, again, we talk about have we seen it all? Let's see how bad that hurts.
0-2. Here's Hogue's pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. 1 down.
No harm, no foul there.
Ooh. One down for Knoll.
Brandt blows him away with a high fastball. Boy, I get the concept of having a guy bunt, but he did not look comfortable at all bunting, and then you kind of hung him up.
One out. Runners at first and second. Hogue checks the runner at second base and delivers. Strike one. Backdoor breaking ball. Good start from Hogue. Knoll batting .294.
Just 200 against lefties, though, so not great on the opposite shift here.
0-1 outside. Tried to paint the corner and just missed. 6-3 Iowa, bottom of the seventh. It's been a tense game. Long day at the ballpark. Ball and a strike. Hogue from the belt. He's ready and he pitches. Strike two at the knees. 1-2.
Yeah, we've kind of talked about that toughness, that grittiness all weekend. Hogue trying to show his own here.
1-2 pitch on its way home. Just outside. Great pitch from Brandt, but it was off the plate just a hair. 2-2.
Yeah, he brings that in. Maybe a ball, half a ball, lowers
Inch.
it. Yeah, lowers it about that same amount. I think he gets the call easy.
Count even at 2, the pitch. Outside, slipped out of the hand, full count.
If you can find a way to get Knoll, you're going to love the lefty-on-lefty matchup with Albieri.
Yep.
You'd prefer not to do that with the bases loaded. You'd much rather do it with 2 outs.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's Hogue's pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him.
High gas, up and away. Knoll couldn't stand it, but to swing at it. 2 away. Still need another one.
That brings up Albieri. He's walked twice today. The Hawks have had a hard time getting him out.
And he does a good job, though. He's 304 against righties, 300 against lefties, so not a big drop-off either way.
Hogue's first pitch. That's a foul tip. Caught by Rogers, strike one.
Thought it was a strike anyway, but take the call that way.
2 outs in the inning. Runners at first and second for the Golden Gophers. Hogue on the rubber for the Hawks. He's ready with the 0-1. He kicks and fires. Strike 2. Iowa on the top rail of the dugout, over to the left. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hogue is ready. He comes set. He brings it home. Just high. Good-looking pitch from Hogue, just to raise that eye level a bit. 1-2.
Yeah, I think now you could throw the sweeper away if you wanted, or you can just try to dot the low outside part of the plate with a fastball.
A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hogue's pitch. Line drive right to Gable Mitchell, who caught it. And the Hawks come leaping over the rail. They're fired up as Iowa gets out of the jam again. This time in the 7th. Nothing for the Gophers.
Outstanding job of firefighting again by Brandt Hogue this time.
6-3, Iowa holding on to the lead. We'll bring you the 8th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist Corn.
After 3 years, we've never been more confident in the germplasm that's behind the Power Core Enlist trait system. And when we enhance those genetics with Mershman Seeds starting line corn seed treatments, you are off to the races with some of the highest yielding corn hybrids you can plant today.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa 6, Minnesota 3. Finally, the Gophers will go with a new pitcher. Rooney is out of the game, and Minnesota flips it over to the right side. They'll go with the senior Eli Sundquist.
12 innings pitched. He's given up 11 hits, just 4 runs, 7 walks, 20 strikeouts. So he's been outstanding there. He's got a win, no losses, and a save with his 3 ERA. Fastball is going to be in the low 90s. He'll throw a big breaking curveball off that. And again, try not to use it all the time, but boy, it's the obvious one. Luke Llewellyn, right over the top, good velocity. Going to miss north-south when he misses. But boy, Iowa, not sad to see Rooney.
Rooney was good, wasn't he?
Rooney was outstanding. 3 2/3 innings, 2 hits, both to Reese Moore, gave up a run, didn't walk anybody, a couple strikeouts, only threw 29 pitches. I'm not quite sure why you don't bring him back, but I'm glad. Although this guy may start mowing too. But
Sundquist is pretty good. He was one of the circled individuals on the scout. He's got a flowing head of lettuce coming out the back of his ball cap.
Yeah, that's quality.
That's a nice little mullet type of situation he's got going on.
I think it's even fuller than that. I think it's just
everywhere.
Good sheen show.
All right, 6-3 Iowa in the 8th. You'd feel a lot better about it if Iowa could get just 2 more. Get it up to 5 or so.
Yeah, make it where they had to really rally to come back.
Blake Garren batting first.
Where was that?
And, he had the home plate umpire, Matt Schaufert, fooled. Pitch looked like it was at the knees. I think it was, and it was called a ball on Garren, who's making his first plate appearance in this game. 1-0 pitch to Blake. Swing and a miss. Good cut. Missed it.
Boy, Schaufert's going to hate looking at his pitch report and see a couple of those. There's been a couple of the stretch here in middle innings where he just hasn't called the low strike. It's, I guess, consistently not called it, but
1-1. Ooh, that ricocheted off of the catcher, Niels. Caught him on the inner leg. As Garren fouled it off, 1-2.
If you heard the interview with Tyler Garren, there was the story about Tyler and Blake in the live set, and Tyler being able to strike Blake out. See if I can get the extended story in.
1-2. Blake swings and misses. It gets away from the catcher over to the left, and Blake is going to be able to beat it out. The ball got away from Niels, kicked over to his left, and Blake gets to first base.
Well, that'll work if you're going to get a base runner anyway. But anyway, the longer version of that story is, of course, if you know Blake, we've joked about him being the mayor of Iowa City. Very, very gregarious, very talkative. Tyler is not that. And so in the family chat, there was some conversation back, and Blake owned it. He said, Tyler struck me out with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And their dad said, Tyler never talks in the group chat, sent one message. It was 95.1.
Not selling him short. Ooh. Here's Jackson Frost taking a high strike.
Maybe TrackMan's off. He calls the high strike and doesn't call the low strike.
We've kind of thought that this weekend. Yesterday, some of the high strikes we saw were on our strike zone over there. Looked pretty high. 0-1 to Frost. That's a cross strike two. Jackson trying to figure out Sundquist.
Blake struck out on a pitch yesterday and said something to the umpires. He was walking back to the dugout, and the umpire told him, "You're 6'6". He goes, "It didn't miss up, it missed out."
Really? Okay. No balls and 2 strikes on Frost. Here's the pitch. Line foul over to the right.
That was a new one. Don't like it.
Didn't like it.
Don't have it better.
Oh. The stuff that people come up with, I guess. I don't know. I'm too serious of a guy for any of that humor or whatever it is. 0-2 in the dirt. Garren's taken off for second. The throw is not in time. Blake had a great read on that pitch. It was in the dirt. He took off right away.
What a dirt ball read by the big guy. Gets down the line, gets to second base.
He's sharing a chuckle with the Minnesota middle infielders.
And that's the problem with Sundquist, right? That over-the-top delivery. If he doesn't have a proper release point, it's kicking up dirt and chalk. A ball and 2 strikes now on Frost with nobody out in the 8th. Iowa 6, Minnesota 3. Garren in scoring position. 1-2 to Jackson. Called 3rd strike. Good breaking ball. Jackson really never saw it. It was right down the middle, and he's out number 1.
Yeah, as soon as he saw it start to break in, there was a whole lot of wishing going on. But it stayed right in the zone.
We'll see how Rogers does against it. Dan's had a pretty good afternoon. He's 2 for 3 in Game 3. Singled in the 2nd, hit a home run in the 4th. He popped up his last time up. Pickoff move to 2nd. Garren gets back on a bang-bang play. Good move from Sundquist. Blake's got a pretty good lead out there, doesn't he?
That's just mean to make Blake dive back. Come on now, he's not stealing 3rd. He's only taking 3rd if you bounce one.
1 out in the inning for Rogers. Be a big insurance run out there for the Hawks. Pitch to Dan is high and out. Rogers batting .266 now for Iowa. He's picked it up in recent weeks. Off to a bit of a slow start this season, adjusting to Division I ball. 1-0 to Rogers. This is hit well into left center field, tailing away from the center fielder who dove, and it's off his glove. Gets away from the left fielder, too. Garren is around 3rd. He will score. Rogers clubs a double to left center, and it's 7-3 Hawks.
Boy, that was big. That's the insurance run. What an outstanding effort, though, from Parker Knoll. Just couldn't quite get there as the ball, I don't know whether it short hopped right into him, but just couldn't quite get the glove there. And then as he dove into it, it kind of ricocheted through and off Birkeland, and he didn't quite know where it went after that. That allowed Blake to get all the way around as he'd gone back to 2nd to see if there was a catch made. Rogers easily coasts into 2nd.
7-3 Iowa. That feels like a big run. You can add to it here with Andy Nelson up. Rogers at 2nd base. Andy takes high and tight for a ball.
Well, Iowa's just capitalized on the opportunities. Haven't had a million chances, but have scored when they've gotten them, whereas Minnesota still squandered a few of them.
1-0 to Nelson. Andy hits on the ground to short. Rogers stays put at 2nd base. The throw across retires Nelson for the 2nd out.
Andy saw it, hit it well, just unfortunately for him, hit it right at the shortstop.
Baseman Ben Swales.
2 down for Ben Swales. Swales has a lot of room gifted to him on the right side of the infield. First baseman playing off the bag. Now they'll shift back over to normal depth. Good swing from Swales. He comes up empty. 0-1. RBI double from Dan Rogers puts Iowa up 7-3 in the top of the 8th inning. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. The pitch to Swales. That caught the low outside corner. 0-2.
3 for 30. It's Minnesota with runners in scoring position in this series.
My goodness. Iowa's doing much, much better than that. 0-2 is inside on Swales. See if we can bring home Rogers. Another big run out there. 7-3, Iowa up by 4 in the 8th. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, smothered by Niels, 2-2.
To counter that, Iowa is 20 for 51, so just under 400.
Those opportunities.
51 opportunities is a pretty amazing number in itself with runners in scoring position. But home plate umpire helping Niels again. He's taken a small beating this inning. Trying to get baseballs from the Minnesota bat boy as well.
Swales battling with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Sundquist's pitch. Ben hits on the ground to short. Takes a funny hop, but into the glove of the shortstop who throws it across the diamond for the 3rd out. Another big run comes across, though, for Iowa. It is 7-3. The Hawkeyes with the lead. We're back for the bottom of the 8th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Iowa 7, Minnesota 3 as we get to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Gophers come to the plate 8-9-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Kellen Strohmeyer enters the game. He'll play right field now for the Hawkeyes. Ben Wilmus moves over to left. Andy Nelson coming out of the game for the Hawks. So a bit of a defensive change there for Iowa. Garren is already in the game at first base. He scored that big run there in the 8th, courtesy of the RBI double from Dan Rogers. Brant Hogue will continue to pitch for the Hawks in the 8th. And this is where Iowa's been in a little bit of trouble in this game. A pitcher that's entered in the previous inning to finish an inning has had a hard time starting the next inning with a clean slate. So we'll see if Hogue can change that fortune here, as he came in and did an outstanding job after Wheatley walked the first 2 batters in the 7th. Hogue went strikeout, line out to get Iowa out of the jam in the 7th. We're in the 8th now, and Hogue deals a strike past Jamison Martin. Good start from Brant. It's 0-1. Martin's 0 for 2 today, right-handed hitter. Hogue deals the 0-1, waved at and missed. No balls and 2 strikes. Iowa defense playing Martin straight up. He did walk his last time. Hogue's got him deep in a hole here, 0-2. The pitch from Brant. Sailed it outside. Not a bad miss from Hogue. It's 1-2. Brant comes set. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. Hit in the air right side. That'll get out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Trying to throw the fastball by him. And Martin went after the high cheese. Got a piece of it. And we'll see if Hogue goes with a pitch low in the zone now. Brant ready, the left-hander. Pitches. Fouled back. Over to the right. Cooled off now at Siebert Field, Minneapolis.
Absolutely. Breeze is blowing still, and I don't know that we ever really got as nice of a day as we were promised.
Here's a line drive up the middle. Leadoff single for Martin. And again, more traffic from Minnesota. Yes, John, the wind blowing out to right center now towards the softball diamond beyond the right field scoreboard.
Brant just never really changed his level there. Everything was all kind of the same height. One of the things you hear Coach Kenny talk about all the time is vary the up and down part of it at least. You got to change locations. Hitters are too good if you just give them the same pitch to look at.
Lozier bats for Minnesota. Hogue misfired away. This is the 9-hitter, so it's gonna be a heck of an effort from the Iowa pitching staff down the stretch. 1-0 pitch. He went around 3/4 of a swing. Counts even at 1.
Hogue checks the runner at first, now pitches the 1-1. Slapped foul over to the left, 1-2, so Hogue, again, has gotten to 2 strikes. Let's see if he can get Lozier.
Love to see him go off-speed away. Lozier's got a little bit of a higher foot kick here as he's trying to get everything in timing. Throw off that rhythm and timing if you can get him away.
Yeah, he felt Martin leaning a bit towards second base, and so Hogue lobbed it over. Iowa on top of Minnesota 7-3, trying to get the sweep. Been a great effort from the Hawkeyes on a very condensed series to wrap up this week. The 1-2 drifted outside, 2-2. Don't mind that pitch from Brandt.
No, kind of went with where you wanted. Again, you'd like to see it maybe a little closer, a little more competitive, but knowing where you need to make sure you miss.
Let's get back in the zone now. The 2-2. Line drive into left for a base hit. Bounces in front of Wilmus, and the first 2 Gophers are on. Here we go again.
And see, he missed up. He's in the strike zone. It's a decent enough pitch, but it's up where he can see it. So breaking out away from him, he just stuck with it. Good piece of hitting, just stuck his bat out and poked it out there. And boy, now it gets interesting again with got 2 of the next 3 hitters have some juice.
Stay on the left side of the top of the order. This is Richter. First and second, nobody out. Hogue's pitch catches the outside corner for a strike. Richter had been planning to bunt and instead shouldered the bat and watched a strike go by.
Penn State moved to 17-8, 6-4 in the Big Ten. They beat Michigan at Michigan 12-5.
See if Richter's bunting again. He is not. And he checked his swing on a pitch that missed outside from Hogue. 1-1. Nobody out in the inning. Gophers with runners at first and second. Hogue checking the runner at second base. Long pause. Here comes the 1-1. Outside corner, strike 2. That's a beauty from Brandt.
Really well done there. Now, again, keep that ball down. Don't give him a pitch up where he can fight it off and see it.
Third time in a row, Brandt's gotten to 2 strikes. Hasn't been able to finish off the first 2 hitters in this inning. See what he does against Richter. The 1-2. Called third strike. He froze him. He fooled him. 1 down.
He got a friendly call. But again, to be fair now, this is that is where the strike zone has been. Umpire Schaufert has called those high strikes fairly consistently. Hasn't really given maybe the bottom of the zone, so he's raised his up from what we've traditionally seen. Great job there from Brandt to get the first out.
Here's Hellam with 1 out. First pitch, outside corner, strike 1, sweeper. Boy, look at the break on that. That came all the way across the zone and clipped the edge right at the right moment.
Frost will have to be alert. Hogue will have to be ready to field his position if he'd pull bunt, drag it down the line.
Hogue's 0-1. Strike 2, fastball at the knees.
Take that part out of the equation more than likely now.
No balls, 2 strikes. Brandt's ready. From the belt, the left-hander pitches. It drifted low and out.
That is a good place for a fastball. That just down off the plate, but not much. You could get a swing there. You could almost get the umpire to call that.
One-two pitch. That's in the air, foul over the Iowa dugout. We'll do it again. Looks like Brandt hung that one just a bit.
Yeah, the good news was he kept it inside. So if you're going to leave it up in the zone, make it really difficult to get barreled up on.
Brandt set with the 1-2 with 1 out. Big pitch. Here it comes. Blooped into shallow center. Risley sprinting forward. Mitchell going back. Mitchell caught it. He quickly gets it into third base. Great effort from Mitchell. I don't think Risley was going to get there.
Risley was not going to get there, or he would have called Gable off, and that is the aggressive range from Gable Mitchell. And boy, what a big a big second out. Keep the tying run in the on-deck circle.
Here's Birkeland, first and second, 2 outs. Birkeland is a right-handed hitter, so flipped over to the other side now. After Hogues faced a few left-handers in a row. First pitch, strike one, outer third. Good spot from Brandt.
And you're going to want to locate outer third with Birkeland as he took that ball opposite way and hit a home run. So you're going to either have to come back in and keep him honest or keep that ball down so he can't elevate it.
Hogues 0-1. Outside with the fastball. Yeah, wind is blowing out to straightaway center now. Time called, and Rogers will go out and talk with Brandt.
Yeah, what a weather day we've had with that wind. I mean, it is 180 degrees different than when we got here, or close anyway. And it's been various angles on that. If you take noon straight out to center, it's been from noon to 6, blowing kind of around the clock that way.
Just as Coach Heler predicted in the pregame, I don't think anybody knows the wind better than Coach Heler does. And now we're seeing Coach Heler come out of the dugout. He's going to make a pitching change in the middle of the at-bat. A ball and a strike on Birkeland with 2 outs. 2 on for the Gophers, and a new pitcher coming in for Iowa. We'll introduce him after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Iowa brings in the senior right-handed reliever Sam Hart with 2 outs in the 8th.
8 appearances for Sam. He's got a 4.70 ERA, 7 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs have all been earned, 5 walks, 12 strikeouts. And what a spot.
He comes in for Brandt Hogue, who has done a nice job putting Iowa in a good spot, although a pair of singles to start the inning. Then he comes back with a strikeout and a pop-out and then gets pulled in the middle of the at-bat.
Sam Hart's a little bit like Chaz Wheatley. You get that kind of that cutter action, moving down, able to keep the ball low, tends to beat it in the ground. I think they just, as they watched those come in, watched Brandt work the outside part of the plate, that's where Birkeland's home run was back in the 5th inning. And probably just as soon not see Birkeland get a breaking ball up.
Keep it down, Sam.
Have Sammy throw it from behind him and break sliders and spinners in and around Birkeland, and then work that fastball back in his hands down low.
All right, Sam, take us home.
At least it's 1-1. A lot of times when this change comes in, it's 2-0.
That's right.
So really, this is just a weird 5-pitch at bat instead of the traditional 7-pitch at bat.
Hey, trust Coach Heler. He saw something, wanted to make a change in the middle of the at bat. All right, Coach. Sam Hart into the game, a 1-1 count on Birkeland with 2 outs, 2 on for the Gophers. Iowa leads 7-3 in the 8th. First pitch from Hart, hit on the ground to short. Mitchell's there. He throws it to second base. Got the runner who was sliding into the bag. 1 pitch, and Sam Hart gets the Hawks out of trouble.
Well,
Coach Heler, great job.
In Coach Heler we trust. Here we go.
All right, 9th inning coming up. Iowa 7-3. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans are bred to defy expectations, so it's no surprise they're getting rave reviews, and that has more than farmers talking. In fact, a grain elevator wrote, "Sweet mother of pearl, trailer after trailer of Z-Series. It's never ending. We need a break." Safe to say, everyone is feeling the impact of Z-Series soybeans. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Top of the order coming up for Iowa. In the 9th inning, the Hawks lead at 7-3. This has been a white knuckler the whole game, hasn't it?
Yeah, for a game that Iowa has led the entire time, it hasn't felt comfortable. And I think part of it was because you and I had talked in the break. Oh, Minnesota's, we've kind of run through the bullpen. They could be in trouble. And Iowa gets the 2 runs in the first. You get the 3rd run. It's like, okay, here we go. Let's see how we get out of here in 7 innings. And instead, Rooney was fantastic and just throwing invisibles up there that Iowa couldn't hit. And Minnesota's just kind of hung around, created a ton of traffic. They've left 12 runners on base. Iowa pitching staff doesn't seem to be able to really nail it down until they get in trouble. And then they've done a great job.
7-3, Iowa in the 9th. Here's Wilmus to lead things off. First pitch, eye level, ball 1. Sundquist continuing to pitch for the Gophers. 1-0 to Ben. That's at the knees and a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, it just feels like an offensive struggle relative to what Iowa's done. They've scored in 5 of the 8 innings. They just haven't hung up the big inning yet.
Another pitch in the same spot. Wilmus took it. Strike 2. Ben's usually pretty good with those pitches that are in the lower third. See if he sees this one better.
A top spin hook into the corner.
Ball and 2 strikes. Pitch from Sundquist. Foul back to the screen. Good hang from Ben.
Went off speed that time. Ben stuck with it outside.
Everything's in the same tunnel from Sundquist. Over the top. Now you got to stick with it if it's a breaking ball that rolls right off the table. Just like that, Wilmus hits this high in the air to center. Noel has to move maybe 2 steps over to his right, and he makes the grab, 1 down.
Yeah, just almost not straight up in the air. Ben didn't quite get all of that one.
Gable Mitchell into the box now for Iowa.
See if Gable can get to his bad afternoon and be 2 for 5 again.
Doubled and scored in the first. He's put the ball in play in every at-bat today and this weekend, except for once. He drew a walk yesterday. 1-0 delivery. Here it comes to Gable. It's in the air and foul. Concourse over to the left.
Gable's one of those guys that we described, 13 walks. He's been hit by 6 pitches and 10 strikeouts. He's an action guy. He doesn't get deep in counts and hits a lot of balls fair.
1-1. Breaking ball high. Wouldn't want it any other way, would we?
No, it's what makes him him.
Two balls and a strike on Mitchell, standing in from the left side.
Sundquist ready. The right-hander pitches outside and high, ball 3. A lot of that comes from Gable switching primarily to the left-handed side. Was he just a left-handed hitter last year?
Yes. Yeah, he ended up switching to that. I think it might have been early in the year he got over there, stayed there.
3-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. That's ball 4 below the knees. Mitchell draws the walk. Iowa has a base runner in the 9th, leading by 4.
Designated hitter.
You feel good about 4? Would you like a 5th?
I would, yep.
6th, I guess, if you're talking about Reese Moore.
Yeah, considering who's coming to the plate, Moore is 4 for 4 today. He's the player of the game. There's no doubt about that. 2 home runs, 2 doubles. And with the wind whipping out to right now, we'll see what Reese can do if Sundquist hangs him one. Mitchell at first base. 1 out in the inning. First pitch to Reese. Ground ball, a spinner hit up the middle. The shortstop grabs it, and he will step on second base to get Mitchell. Moore gets to first.
I was just watching how the left fielder had moved around and creating more room there in left center field, but the way Reese is hitting it, I'm sure they weren't worried about left center, but good pitch theirs. Got it inside on him, and Reese wasn't able to get barrel to it.
2 outs for Miles Risley. Reese at first base. Risley in the box. Takes up and in for a strike. You assume Sam comes out to get the final 3 outs. Hopefully, he's the first and only one we see come out of the dugout and onto the rubber.
I would guess so. Iowa just hasn't had any luck with that pitcher coming out the second time.
That's right.
This game, they've had a difficult time with that.
I don't know what's up with that, but really hope that Sam can be the clean closer that Iowa needs to seal this victory over Minnesota. No balls and 2 strikes. On Risley with 2 outs. Sundquist ready, and he pitches. That's low.
See if Riz can stay on top of the ball here this time. He's just been dropping down and popping the ball up a little bit. See if he can stay lined up and just try to hit a line drive somewhere.
Moore, the runner at first. He takes off. The pitch is fouled off into the camera well over to the left. Miles battling. He is hitless in this game. The 1-2 is popped straight up. The catcher removes his lid, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. Tough game for Miles at the plate. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Hawkeyes will try to close things down, 7-3. The Hawks are on top. We're back for the bottom of the 9th after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Bottom of the 9th inning from Siebert Field. Iowa 7, Minnesota 3. Hawkeyes are 3 outs away from victory. Sam Hart is back on the rubber for the Hawks. And we've mentioned it a few times. The The second inning of work for Iowa relievers today has been a bit of an adventure. I'm ready for no adventure this time, Sam.
That was what was it? We had Ben Dete come into a fire, did a great job, put it out, came out the next inning, created a fire. Chaz Wheatley came in, put the fire out, came back out, started one of his own. Brant Hogue.
Yep.
Ditto. Sam Hart.
Copy paste. Yes.
What is that? Is that Control C? Is that right?
Yeah.
Control C, Control V.
That's right.
I know my Excel.
Very good, John. Yes. Let's avoid that. Let's just get out of here. Let's go home.
I've got a 4.5-hour drive home. I'm not going to make it by midnight. It'll be Saturday morning before I get home, but let's make it shortly after midnight.
Here's Weber Niels to lead off the ninth. He leaned forward on a pitch from Hart that just missed inside for ball one. Iowa up by 4. Bottom of the ninth, last chance for the Gophers.
Niels is 100% catcher.
And he's hit by the pitch.
He is over the plate. That's exactly what I was thinking there. He is leaned out. Now, he didn't lean into that one. He just kind of turned in to take it off the shoulder. But that ball does not miss the inside black of the plate by very much, if at all.
It was only high, really.
Yeah, I mean, that ball is because Niels is standing right on top of the plate. And again, he's got a catcher mentality. He's shown it all weekend. And, I mean, he'd be a player you'd love to have. Oh.
And then Hart hits Sutherland.
What are we doing? Why
this
can we not
incredible.
Why can we not sit down and come back out? That pitch wasn't even close.
I mean, Iowa's got Hackett and Garren getting loose in the bullpen. And this is going to be it for Sam Hart. Coach Heller's out of the dugout. Oh, my goodness.
I think it's got to be Tyler Garren. Hackett doesn't seem like he's been throwing very long. That is complete fire drill if he's coming in.
Making the change. I think it's going to be Hackett, John. Boy, I tell you what.
Oh, man.
Sam Hart got very few pitches because he hit 2 Gophers. First and second, nobody out. And a new pitcher coming in for Iowa. We're back after this pitching change break in the bottom of the ninth. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
All right, we're in the bottom of the ninth. A couple of hit batters has put some pressure on from the Gophers, and so Iowa goes to the bullpen, wasting no time, turning to Justin Hackett, a right-handed reliever.
No record on the year. 6 appearances, 5 innings. He's given up a hit, 4 walks, and 8 strikeouts. So that would be good.
He's appeared on a weekend twice this year.
Yeah, threw against Washington State and threw in the 16-0 win against Rutgers. This is by far the biggest time he's gotten the ball.
Start with 1, Justin. Throw strikes and let your defense make plays behind you. A couple runners on for the Gophers and nobody out. Knoll will be the batter. He's a right-handed hitter for Minnesota.
Hack threw 7 times last year. Had 5 clean outings. Actually, 4 clean outings. 1 was unearned runs. I remember the drop pop fly against Loris early in that year.
Come on, Justin. Get us out of here. Send us home. First and second, nobody out. Hackett, the pitcher now for Iowa. Iowa leads it 7-3. Knoll, the batter. Hackett's first pitch. Strike one.
The funny thing is, Hackett looks a little bit like the Minnesota pitcher right now.
Over the top?
Yeah, throwing from over the top.
Counts 0-1. The pitch from Justin. Fouled back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. Hackett gets the sign from the dugout. Comes set, ready with the 0-2. He's ready, here it comes. Line drive into left, base hit. Wilmus picks it up cleanly and gets it in. The bases are loaded for the Gophers, nobody out.
Boy, that's that toughness pitch. You know, it's 0-2. You can't leave that ball in the middle of the plate. Just 88. Knoll right on top of it. The tying run now at the plate.
Seven runs on 11 hits for Iowa. 3 runs on 10 hits for the Gophers. Bases loaded, nobody out. This is Elbery. First pitch from Hackett in the dirt. Ball 1.
Your Hack here. Just trust your training. Trust what you're doing. That's Bryson Walker, too.
Bryson Walker and Tyler Garren throwing in the Iowa bullpen. Hackett pitching right now for the Hawks. The 1-0. That's a strike at the knees. Good pitch from Hack. Ball on the strike with nobody out. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. High and out. Ball 2. Justin's ready. The pitch. Grounded foul. Fortunate there. He chased one out of the zone. It's 2-2.
Boy, sitting at a 3-1 count, and instead you're 2-2 as Elbery expands the zone down and in. Now you got to take advantage of that if you're Hackett. Work the edges and go get him.
2-2 pitch. High and out. Not close. Oh, boy. Full count.
Minnesota dugout's going to come off the rail if Hack can't throw a strike here. Got him. You got this, Justin.
3-2. Ground ball right side. Garren knocks it down, throws it to second for 1. No throw to first. And so 1 run comes in. It's 7-4, and the Hawks get a big out there at second base. Minnesota wants to challenge this at second base.
Yeah, Sean Moore instantly pointed at second base to challenge.
What, that Gable pulled his foot before catching it?
Maybe. It looked like he was on the bag, danced over. I actually thought he had a chance to get the runner at first. Elbery wasn't flying down the line. We'll get the challenge. Do I trust the Big Ten Plus has the feed?
And they will review it down the right field line. If the play stands, it would be runners at the corners and 1 out. Iowa leading 7-4. The tying run would be at the plate. The batter would be Jamison Martin.
I guess I don't know if yesterday, I know Big Ten Plus just had the live stream from the middle of the field. I don't know if it's any better today or not. Good play by Garren. I thought that was routine at first, and then he had to show some range and make a play. Yeah, we are not going to get any Sort of a good replay. Yeah, it looks like when Mitchell takes the throw, maybe the right foot is just behind the bag.
Okay.
But I mean, I can't, it's impossible to tell whether he drug his foot over it or not. And so unless they have a better camera angle at second, it's going to be hard to tell whether he was on or off the bag. Again, that's not even really commenting whether he was or wasn't.
Long review. They're taking a good long look at it. Obviously, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean,
if that's the only angle they have, which I'm sure they have others, but the TV angle,
and
looks like we could be in good shape.
And Sean Moore, the third base coach, was pretty adamant about it. But again, he can't really see whether Gable was, he can't see the depth of whether Gable was on or off. But certainly it's worth the challenge if you're Minnesota. You've got one in your pocket. You don't get to take it home with you. And again, it's just as I look, I've kind of got it paused when Gable caught it, and just can't tell which way it goes.
Here we go. Here comes the call. Umpires stepping away from the monitor over by first base. Big call coming. Here it is. Let's see. The runner is safe. Safe at second. Mitchell was off the bag. The bases stay loaded for the Gophers. Nobody out. Oh, boy. 7-4. And Coach Heler is going to go to the pen. And it looks like it's going to be the freshman Tyler Garren. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is a freshman right-hander, Tyler Garren, in a spot with the bases loaded and nobody out. 7-4, Iowa leading in the bottom of the ninth.
6 pitching appearances, 6 in the third innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 7 walks, 11 strikeouts. And he's going to need to be on point. He's about a 50-50 strike to total pitch guy. You heard in the pregame interview, he's feeling a little bit better, feeling more comfortable. He also hasn't been put into this situation in his Iowa career.
Start with strikes, Tyler. It's been hit by pitch, single. And that's what's gotten Iowa in trouble in the ninth. Hawks lead it by 3, but man, oh man.
You say that last one will actually be an error on Gable for not being on the bag.
Hawkinson will be the pinch hitter for Minnesota. Batting for Martin, so he's a left-handed hitter. Garren circling around the mound, and he's ready to pitch.
Wilson.
Deep breath. Hold on tight, Hawkeye fans.
You'll take that same ground ball again. Maybe right to Swales this time, get a 4-6-3 double play and take 2 outs and concede the run.
Nobody out. Iowa 7-4. Hawkinson, left-handed hitter. Garren's first pitch is a strike. Pitch on the inner third. Good start from Garren.
Crowd's mad, but it was a strike. Not sure how that got away from Rogers.
And Rogers didn't bring it into the mitt very well, and that threw things off for the Minnesota fans. Nobody out. Bases loaded for Minnesota. Counts 0-1. Tyler comes set. Garren is ready to go. Here's the pitch. Low and in. 1-1. Huge spot for the kid, Tyler Garren. From the suburbs of Minneapolis. Ball and a strike. Garren's pitch. Outside. Ball 2. Strikes, guys.
Well, it won't take long to figure out if this game slips. It's just the free bases.
There's strike 2 on the outer edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You got a chance to put a whole better narrative on it.
Huge pitch right here. Don't overthrow it, Tyler. Just commit. 1 pitch at a time. Doesn't need to be anything different than you've already thrown. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the high heater.
91 cheese up at the eyeballs. Hawkinson right through it, 1 away.
1 down, and Lozier coming up for the Golden Gophers.
Get Lozier. You do not want to face...
You don't want Richter.
Double play ball here would be great. You do not want to see Richter if you can help it.
Right back in there, Tyler. Come on now. First pitch from Garren. Low and out. Ball 1. Gopher on every base. Bottom of the 9th. 7-4 Iowa. 1-0 pitch from Garren. Outside, ball 2. Hitters count for Lozier, who's 2 for 3 today. The 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Has missed outside on each pitch. Garren takes a deep breath. Has to throw a strike here. No place to put him. 3-0. Low, ball 4. Walked in a run.
Oh, that ball's a strike. But again, we haven't seen the low part of the zone called very often.
7-5. The tying run at second base. Coach Kenny is going to go out to the mound and talk with Tyler. There's 1 out. Iowa is a ground ball away to an infielder of getting out of this game.
Guess I probably shouldn't do that. You've got the other crowd mic up there that I'm zapping.
Nervy game. Not particularly well played by the Hawkeyes, and at this rate would be fortunate to escape.
Yes, 100%.
7-5. Iowa up 2.
Batting for the Golden Gophers, the shortstop.
And Richter coming up for the Golden Gophers. Shift on for Iowa.
Funny thing is, Iowa wouldn't even last very long in extra innings with the arms that are left.
Right.
So you kind of need to. I heard Coach Kenny talk about passing the baton. Iowa did a great job most of the season passing the baton from one pitcher to the next.
First pitch is swung on and missed. Garren starts ahead on Richter.
This inning, actually this game, Iowa's done a decent job of passing the baton. They've just had to pass it more than they wanted.
Too many times.
This inning hasn't worked out very well on baton passing.
0-1 from Garren. Grounded foul in the box. 0-2.
Now, the other side of it is Iowa has been here plenty and haven't made the clutch pitches with 2 strikes. The single off Hackett was an 0-2 pitch.
Deep breath from Garren. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Tyler's pitch. In the air, left center field. Risley is over. Miles still drifting. He caught it for out number 2. The runner will tag and score from third. No tag from the runner at second base, and that's pretty big. 2 down. It's 7-6 now. Iowa clinging, holding on to the 1-run lead.
Okay, that wasn't perfect, but it's livable. And I think you're going to get a pinch hitter here. You'll get Jake Perry pinch hit for Braden Hellam.
Pinch hitting for the Golden Gophers, number 27,
Jake Perry comes up. He's a left-handed hitter. Runners at first and second. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. 7-6 Iowa.
Perry's that been around the block guy too. So boy, what a matchup here. The freshman against the guy that's been around.
Garren addresses the rubber. First and second for Minnesota. 2 outs in the 9th. Iowa up by 1. First pitch from Tyler. Outside, ball 1.
Well, and you mentioned it too. You don't need Tyler to do anything that he's not capable of here. Just settle in, throw a good pitch, get that last out.
The 1-0. Ground ball, right side. Garren's got it. He picked it up. He touched the bag. Game over. Game over. Hawks win. 7-6. Break out the brooms as the Hawkeyes hop over the top rail and sprint onto the field. Yes, yes, yes.
I believe as Bob Uecker once said, I'm getting too old for this stuff.
Yes. Iowa wins it 7-6. A heart stopper, a nail biter, a white knuckler. Victory for the Hawks. You bet. Yes.
That was fun too with Blake Garren as he catches it. Before he even gets to the bag, he's fist pumping, and he's got to feel great. Not only did Iowa win, his freshman brother came in and shut it down and got the save for the Hawks, his first career save.
That makes the drive home a heck of a lot more fun, Hawkeye fans. You bet.
It would have been gross.
It would have been nasty, John. It would have been disgusting.
The absolute worst you could have felt with going 2-1 in a weekend. So very, very happy for the team there to pull that out, and great job getting down into the bullpen, getting it done.
17-9, the Hawkeyes improve 8 games above 500. The Hawks are 10-2 in the Big Ten, still leading the league. How about that?
How about that? That is outstanding from the Hawks. That's a tough, gritty battle there.
7-6, Iowa wins the nail biter to complete the sweep over the Golden Gophers. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
The Hawkeyes hold off the Golden Gophers 7-6, pick up a big road win, a huge sweep of the Golden Gophers. Minnesota came into this weekend with an RPI of 24, and Iowa comes in, takes all three from the Golden Gophers, and the Hawks continue to stay hot in the Big Ten. A 7-6 winner. I think the Hawks learned a lot about themselves in this game here tonight.
Well, yeah, I was going to say gritty, tough, and most importantly, 10-2. 10-2 in conference. Iowa's going to jump probably to right around 100 in RPI again, which, again, matters, but it doesn't matter. Keep winning games, keep stacking wins. And again, just kind of a gritty, tough way to get it done. Tyler Garren, first career save. Brant Hogue gets the win. Reese Moore, 4 hits. Outstanding effort. Really, really tough effort for everybody.
Iowa with 2 runs in the first, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth. 1 in the fifth, 1 in the eighth. Minnesota with 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth, 3 in the ninth. The Hawkeyes hold on to win it 7-6. 7 runs on 11 hits, 1 error for Iowa. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Golden Gophers. Iowa used 7 pitchers to get that win. Brant Hogue gets the victory. Tyler Garren picks up the save. It's going to be a great bus ride home. Fire up that song. No beer, no beer.
No beer. That will be a loud, energetic bus.
Whew.
Yes, all that and spades.
My heart rate needs to simmer down here.
Well, you got Coach Marty, so you'll get him going.
17-9 the Hawkeyes are overall, and 10-2 in the Big Ten. We're back to talk with Coach Sutherland after this 7-6 winner. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
Iowa 7, Minnesota 6 to complete the sweep over the Golden Gophers in Minneapolis. This weekend, we're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, let's check our heart rates. What a nail-biter. Man, oh, man.
Yeah, we didn't do ourselves any favors. We certainly made it difficult on ourselves. And, you know, it's a game you kind of walk away from, you know, not sure that you really should have won that game. You know, they leave 14 on base. We kept giving them traffic, especially late in the game. And that's the stuff that gets you beat. I mean, and that's the stuff that can't happen. And, you know, there were some guys that came in, you know, Brant came in, Chaz came in, gets out of a little bit of a spot. Brant comes in, gets out of a spot. Sam comes in, gets out of a spot. And then Tyler comes in, gets out of a spot. The problem is then they went back out and put a bunch of traffic out there. And we just need to be better. We need to go back out there and pound the zone. And we just didn't do that. But credit to our guys, made some pitches. Thought Tyler coming in that spot, bases loaded. Nobody out, gets a big punch out, and you kind of, in those spots, you just feel like you need to get the first one, right? And then you kind of can go from there. But they put the pressure on, you know, credit to Minnesota, their staff. The kids didn't quit, you know, after a couple tough games, you know, where we outscore them by quite a bit. You know, they fought the whole game and just kept coming at us, and luckily we were able to do enough to get the win.
What did you learn about your team today, Coach? A long day at the park and a big sweep on the road.
Yeah, I don't know that we learn a lot. I think it's more about just impressed with how they go about their business and how consistent we've been with how we've gone about our business here for a pretty long period of time. And, you know, I made this comparison a lot early, if you remember, to women's basketball. They had new players. They had to figure out who they were. They had to figure out how to play together. They had to figure out their roles and just, you know, how to do them at the best of their ability and kind of just how to be themselves within that offense, within that group, because there were changes. Well, it was the same. You know, you lose a lot of guys offensively. You have a lot of new guys out there. You know, as a staff, you're trying to figure out the right combination, so guys are in and out of the lineup a little bit. And So it just takes some time to figure some stuff out, and we've just hit a patch here where we've been really consistent. You're certainly seeing, the main group of guys getting out there, and you just have to figure that out. And sometimes it takes time. It stinks in baseball because they all count, and you dig yourself too deep a hole and you have some problems. And I think we were 7-7 at one point. We're 10-2 since then, and it's just been a better product consistently. So we still got to get better. There is no question about it. 14 free bases, I think, is what we had that game. Whatever it was, I think it was probably 8 or 9 walks and a couple hit by pitches. That's the stuff you just championship teams don't do. And so that's got to get cleaned up. But at the end of the day, to come out doubleheader, it is hard to sweep doubleheaders. It's really hard, especially after you have a game where things go a lot to your way. I mean, we had a lot of things go right. Found holes, bleeders bled, and then that last game, we were just able to make enough pitches in those moments when really it was just high traffic, high intensity, and no more that it was the ninth. Just how that inning went. But just really happy with some guys that stepped up in some spots. We got to get a couple guys right, a little bit more consistent. But at the end of the day, you go sweep on the road in our league. It's a pretty big deal, and I'm really happy with how we came about it. And now. Probably got a day or two off. It's a weird weekend, but we got a midweek game at Bradley, and then they're going to go on the road again against Northwestern, who's a really good team. So it doesn't get easier. As I've told you a million times, it takes what it takes, and that'll be the message that we continue to give these guys.
Coach, give the fans an inside look at what that bus ride home is going to sound like here as we get out of Minneapolis.
Well, there will be a certain beverage and won't be in heaven. That'll be the first thing. So we'll get through that. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing better than that bus ride home after a third game win. In this case, a sweep. But just really happy. It was what a messy week, and for guys to handle it the way they did, really get back super late on Tuesday, after midnight, get to class, have practice, leave for Minnesota, and then to come up here and get 3 just says a lot about the grit and determination of that group, and really fun to be around.
Love it, Coach. Safe travels home. We'll see you on Tuesday at Bradley.
John.
Associate head coach Marty Sutherland, our post-game show from Siebert Field. A nail-biting win for the Hawks. 7-6, Iowa completes the sweep over Minnesota. Let's relive some of the exciting highlights. Here's the 0-2. Hit well to right center field. Right fielder moving over. It's over his head. It's over the wall. Reese Moore clobbered it to right. A 2-run jack for Reese. 2-0 Hawks. 1-0 pitch is hit on the ground right to Mitchell, who's playing right behind the bag at second. He steps on second, throws to first for the double play. 6-3. Count even at 2 with 2 outs. Buter checks the runner at second. Reese brings it home. Fly ball to center field. Risley moving back. Miles still running. Miles running. He caught it, and he leaps into the wall after making the grab for the 3rd out. Rogers batting. He swings at the first pitch. Deep drive. Get going, baby. It is long gone. Over the scoreboard in right. Rogers crushed it. A 1 pitch from Rooney to Moore. Hit high and deep. Right field, an absolute no-doubter again over the scoreboard. Reese sends it over the wall in right field. Solo shot, 6-2. 2-1 pitch. Line drive caught by Frost. He throws it over to first. Double play. How about that play? Runner takes off, pitches high, throw down to second. You bet. Rogers with a strike to Money Mitchell. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's Hogue's pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. 1-0 to Rogers. This is hit well into left center field, tailing away from the center fielder who dove, and it's off his glove. Gets away from the left fielder, too. Garren is around third. He will score. Rogers clubs a double to left center, and it's 7-3 Hawks. The 1-0. Ground ball, right side. Garren's got it. He picked it up. He touched the bag. Game over. Hawks win. 7-6. Break out the brooms as the Hawkeyes hop over the top rail and sprint onto the field. Yes.
what an exciting game to wrap up this weekend. And as the Hawkeyes take down the Golden Gophers in all 3 games here in Minneapolis. A 7-6 winner to close it out tonight. Fun bus trip back home for the Hawks. And we'll get some rest. The boys, the guys certainly need it. It's been a heck of a week, as you heard from Coach Sutherland there moments ago. Back in action on Tuesday, Iowa is at Bradley. The Hawkeyes in Peoria taking on the Bradley Braves with first pitch at 6 o'clock. Our pregame coverage will begin at 5:30 on Tuesday, April 1st. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this weekend from Minneapolis. Iowa completes the series sweep with a 7-6 winner over the Golden Gophers. Every day is a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. Michael, my great board op, thanks a ton. John Evans covered for me quite a bit throughout the day. I'm John Leo saying so long from Minneapolis. Really appreciate the fans sticking through it for a long day, and it was rewarding, wasn't it? 2-0 on the day, 3-0 on the weekend. Some happy Hawkeyes coming back to Iowa City. All right, so long, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend, and go Hawks.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.